Welcome to Loreweek. Sorry I'm not only a little bit out of breath, but a little bit late, because dogs. As those of you who've been watching me over the weekend know, I am dog sitting at the moment and will be pretty much all of today and possibly tomorrow? Although you don't care about the tomorrow part, obviously. But I am here, I swear. Ugh. Okay. Obviously this is going to be a little bit E3-centric, because E3 just happened. For those of you watching this on the VODs, that's what just happened, historically speaking. I have 3 quick things I want to cover before we actually get to E3 stuff. So I'm going to cover 3 quick things before we get to E3 stuff. Stop me if I'm going too fast with this. I know this is super complicated. Before we actually go anywhere, as usual, I'm going to start off my segment with some Gray 17s. I got some good ones this week. This is great. Hang on, hang on. Let me pull these up real quick. Here we go. So this is in regards to me speaking positively about the prequel movies, the Star Wars prequel movies, to clarify. Where's my chat? There it is. And I quote, "Anyone who loves the prequels is either a fan of everything that says Star Wars on it, or is a dumb millennial receiving checks from Disney." Well, guys, I'm sorry. Apparently, I am a fanboy. Or actually, I've been receiving checks from Disney this whole time! Disney's been sending me checks. I haven't actually received them yet. I'm sure they're just stuck in the mail somewhere, but I really hope they get here soon, because I could use that sweet, sweet Disney money. Bye, Disney! Next one. This is great. This is great. The third one's the best one, though, but I'll build up to it. So the third one is... I can't actually quote this one really quick, because... it's got cuss words in it, so just hear me out. "Nintendo effing sucks. They're effing evil corporate scum and do nothing but make kiddie games." Ladies and gentlemen, I'm terribly sorry. Apparently, Nintendo does nothing but make kiddie games. I didn't even know this. I love this. Every day I learn something new about reality that the internet teaches me. Like, just the other day I found out that I'm actually Jewish. This is not a joke. I was actually called Jewish as if it was an insult. This is actually a couple weeks ago now. And apparently, Nintendo does nothing but make kiddie games. Yeah. So, that's a thing. Now, this is my personal favorite one. This is the one I was building up to. Forgive me for hyping this up, but I love this one. This is great, okay? "Don't take this the wrong way, but based on your many total misunderstanding of words," I'm reading this word for word, by the way, "and the ease with which you validate and personify aspects of what is essentially just a lot of fiction written on paper and then acted out, I truly feel you have a paper-thin grasp on reality and should consult, make it a copy for making it." Hang on, that's all one sentence. No periods, no commas. Let me try this again. "Don't take this the wrong way, but based on your many total misunderstanding of words and the ease with which you validate and personify aspects of what is essentially just a lot of fiction written on paper and then acted out, I truly feel you have a very paper-thin grasp on reality and should consult medical help before you have a psychotic break. I am begging you, talk to someone before it's too late." I mean, I could dissect that sentence and explain the many misuse and misunderstanding of words, but what? Oh, I love these. These are great. Just, really? This is where you're going with this, really? Okay. I can't even give this guy an A for effort. Unfortunately, that's all I've got this week. Sorry, guys. I finally decided to ban comments on the website. And you're probably thinking, oh my god, you censored... No, let me explain. Approximately 100% of the comments I was getting was spam bots. And they were leaving, like, obvious spam messages. I thought about sharing some of them with you, but they were so nonsensical that in some cases I couldn't read them out loud without stumbling a few times. Because it was that bad. So just picture your typical terrible spam, and you've pretty much got it. Yeah, I'm apparently Jewish, schizophrenic. What else? I am retarded. Can't forget that one. What else? What else am I? I can't even remember. I've been proclaimed to be several things. No, I think I've... Hang on, let me see if I still have any of them in my trash bin. Give me just a sec. Probably not. Oh, it wouldn't be in this, would it? It would be in this email. Hang on. See if I have any in the trash bin, just for you guys, just for you. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, trash. There we go. Please moderate. What's up? Nice. What's up, website? Hang on. I'm sorry. What's up, website? Exclamation point. Guy. ... Excellent. ... Superb. ... I will bookmark your website and take feeds additionally? ? I am satisfied to seek out so many helpful info here within the put up, comma, we want workout strategies extra in this regard, thanks sharing ... Or, definitely consider that which you said. Your favorite reasons seem to be on the web the easiest factor to take into account of. I say to you, get irked even as people think worries that they just do not know about. You controlled to hit the nail upon the top as smartly as to find out the whole thing with no need, side effects, other people can take signal. Will probably be again to get more. Thank you. Word for word. Hang on. See if we can get another good one here. So, okay, I'm going to give a little bit of context for this one. This this is a comment on one of the... so I put out events on my website, right? And each event is attached to, like, exploration. So this is specifically the exploration event for Endless Legend a few weeks ago, okay? So in other words, the blog post is literally just exploration, Endless Legend, this date, this time. And that's it, nothing else, okay? I say that because, great post, very vocabulary constantly, this blog and I'm impressed. Extremely helpful info, especially the last part. I care for such info much. I was seeking this certain info for a very long time. Thank you and good luck. On the exact same event, as in the Explorations event, cool blog. Is your custom, or did you download it from somewhere? Oh, okay, I guess he's talking about my theme. A theme like yours, with a simple... I think that's supposed to be adjustments, that is really spelled wrong. Would really make blog shine. Please let me know where you got your theme. Many thanks. And by the way, every single one of those is like from this... I'm not going to tell you the actual sites because I don't feel like giving them, but, you know, URL, this website, which is like getsuperrich.com or getmegarich.com or homebusinesstips.com. Don't go to any of these websites. They're all spam. healthhints.com. residentialhints.com. Same event. This is still the exploration event. I'm gone to tell my little brother that he should also visit this website on a regular basis to get updated on the most up-to-date gossip. We here at the Lore Runner greatly understand, or greatly appreciate gossip. One other thing I want to show you before we start about E3 stuff. So, whoops. Are we... Hang on. There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good. So, I just want to show off something. For those of you not aware, we're doing 4-Job Fiesta. I believe the first or second week in July. I'm not sure which. And so we're going to be going ahead and doing that. That's really awesome. I'm actually really looking forward to it. I was going to start Forza Fiesta 2 weeks ago, but unfortunately, the Fiesta was a little bit later than I thought it was going to be, which is more my fault than anything. But because my schedule is the way it is, I don't have time until July to actually do my Fiesta. People are going to be done by then, but whatever. Regardless, one of the reasons I was late today was because I, like an idiot, woke up and immediately got to work on setting up my 4-job Fiesta layout. So you want to see it, guys? I hope at least one of you wants to see this. I really did spend like 2 hours this morning setting this up. So this is what we're going to be doing for the 4-job Fiesta here. I actually still have everything up and ready to go. We're going to have FF5 over there. Of course, we're going to be playing the GBA version. Chat will be right here. I'll be here with my FF5 custom background. Tip jar right here. And of course, in the upper left, that's actually like 7, I think, images put together there. But we have, you know, the 2017 4-job Fiesta. And I decided to pull, I don't know if you can even tell, but that's one of the battle backgrounds from each of the areas that is indicative of the elemental crystal that they happen to be a part of. Earth, fire, water, and wind. So, this is the setup we're going to be doing. And I can actually, this is the cool part. So, for example, I could just be like, bam, suddenly Bart's is a white mage, or bam, suddenly Bart's is a blue mage. Blue mage, white mage, black mage, white mage, blue mage. Now, I have it set up as 750, which is the category I'm doing. 750 natural 5 crystals is actually the specific category I'm going to be doing. But it's on the website, Gary. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. But it's a nice little program I've got set up. And, of course, there's a water job thing, so I can just set that up on the fly, and this is part of what took the setup, is getting this all ready to go. So I can just do that rather than manually putting in GIFs, which is what here, I'll even show you. I actually set up manual GIFs. You can see right above the chat here. This is what I was originally setting up, and I was like, you know what, I can do better than this. So we're going to not do this manually. And we're going to have a nice automated program. Woo! Tech! Well, I hope my production values are getting better. They might not be. Who knows? So, where's my website? Hang on. 4-job Fiesta will be happening on July 9th. Right, because July 8th, which is when I normally start 4-job Fiesta, is going to be SGDQ. So the 9th, which is a Sunday, is the first day I can actually start that. And oh my god, we're offset on the calendar again? Why does that keep happening? We've been having so many issues with this new calendar on the website. Like right now it says that Illumination's going to come out on the 16th, which is accurate actually. The 16th is when that came out, but it says it's a Sunday. Maybe I should just get rid of the days of the week entirely, because it seems to be keeping the dates correct. I'll talk to Third about that and figure what we can figure out. Anyways, let's go ahead and this really quick. So anywho, 4-job Fiesta, get Hoip, and if you're not Hoip, that's okay. I'm Hoip. I actually was wanting to start 4-job Fiesta like 2 weeks ago. I even went and grinded a little bit in my previous 4-job Fiesta. With those of you who were there might remember, I didn't actually finish because I had 3 berserkers and a samurai. Yeah, apparently Epic, who knew? So, I have 3 quick things to talk about that have nothing to do with E3. Where's my timestamp? By the way, I'm more of a pepper person than salt, personally. Sony is stupid! So, Sony, semi-recently, was basically questioned. I hesitate to use the word attacked, but they were questioned about the fact that they were not going to have cross-platform support for Minecraft. Now, this, let's be clear, this is not really a huge deal, right? I mean, it's not really that big of a problem, ultimately. The problem is, everyone else is doing cross-platform support for Minecraft. And then when Sony was asked why they weren't doing it, they gave such a nonsensical answer that I can't even summarize it for you, because basically the answer sounded like, I'm dead serious. It's such a non-answer, okay? The closest thing to a real answer that Sony gave was that, well, we want to be We want to make sure that, you know, we have a kid-friendly environment, and we want to protect our players in an environment we don't control. And then the person, this is a live interview, the person who's being asked that was immediately thereafter asked, well, Nintendo's okay with it, because Nintendo is supporting cross... Yes, I want to make this clear. Nintendo, the most backwards corporate people in the gaming industry, not the worst people, but definitely the most backward people, are supporting cross-platform multiplayer with Microsoft, well, Microsoft and the PC. But Sony said no. Now, anybody who's paid attention to Sony's, shall we say, console policies over the last, like, 8 or 9 years or so, none of this really is new. Sony has been weird about their infrastructure and their architecture for a very long time. And so the idea that they wouldn't want to even try to support cross-platform makes sense, even from a basic coding perspective. I know that sounds weird, but if you've ever seen, for lack of a better term, the operating system of, for example, a PS3, it's a mess. And it's a deliberate mess. It's just... why would you build it that way? Like, the hoops you have to jump through to do stuff on a PS3 is ridiculous. Hey, Anthony. So, anyways. So that's not too surprising. Here's what really got to me. Then they doubled down. Because, for some weird reason, this ridiculous and nonsensical answer led to people being like, hey, Sony, what the hell? So then they removed support from cross-platform for a couple of other things. Now, the only one I've been able to 100% confirm they're removing cross-platform support for is the game Gary plays all the time. I suddenly can't think of the name of it. You're in a car and you're shooting balls into the opposite field. It's like soccer, but with Rocket League. There we go, Rocket League. They're removing cross-platform support from Rocket League. Keep in mind it was already, and now they're removing, so... Again, this wasn't a big deal. Really. It wasn't! Okay, you don't want to do cross-support. But then they gave a stupid answer, and then they decided to take their ball and go home with it. And that's the part that gets to me. The ridiculous level. This isn't even PR at this point. They accidentally hired a drunken monkey and carted him out and said, hey, we need you to tell all the gamers why we're not doing the cross-platform thing because X, Y, and Z. And he's like, and then we get the answer that we got. I had no idea what they were thinking with that one. Legit. Like, I don't even have a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Now, while we're on the subject of corporations doing really, really stupid things, let's talk about Take-Two Interactive. Now, this sounds a little bit loud. Hang on, let's turn that down a bit. Boilerplate. There's actually a lot of things that Take-Two Interactive has published that I like. A lot, actually. I mean, XCOM. Just to name one right off the top of my head, right? So, that being said, Take-Two Interactive as a publisher has always been kind of... And so this is not the first stupid thing they've done. But Take-Two Interactive has decided to go after an organization called Open4, which I imagine some of you haven't even heard of, about going after illegal... illegal mods. Now, here's the stupid thing. I'm trying to think of how to best phrase this, because this is many levels of ridiculous, and it's actually legitimately difficult for me to wrap my head around this. So there's a company out there, it's a website, I should say, called Open4. They do GTA 5 mods, okay? They're like the Nexus for GTA 5, or Steam Workshop. Probably not, Zoan. I don't have anything to say other than they're stupid. I mean, really, they're stupid. Moving on. So what happened is Take-Two decided that, oh, well, mods are now illegal. I'm sorry, I'm stalling because I don't know how else to say that. I feel like something needs to be explained there because it feels like I just said, guys, I can breathe out my elbows. Seriously. It's so legitimately stupid that I don't know where to go with it. So their take on this, Take-Two's take on this, no pun intended, is that their mods are illegal. Now, their stated reason for backing this is because those mods allow you to cheat in multiplayer. Now, anybody who's done something called due diligence can look at that and say, A, that's not how that works, but B, and far more importantly, the specific company they decided to go after, Open4, doesn't do any multiplayer mods. In fact, they have their own internal due diligence that they check on the mods. Now, there are probably some that slipped through the cracks, but for the most part, they are actually on top of ensuring that these mods do not affect the multiplayer experience. This is single-player mods. So that's the first stupid thing. The second stupid thing is you can't say that mods are illegal. You can't do that, company. You don't make laws, company. You're not the one who does that. You don't get to just suddenly decide that modifying a game is illegal. For those of you who remember, Nintendo tried that a few years ago, and then after a ridiculous backlash storm, they backed off because it was stupid. You remember that? So, of course, Open4 has shut down. Now, here's the other thing. The harsh, horrible truth here, and this is all out in the open. This isn't me juxtaposing. This isn't me trying to bias this. Let's just say this how this is, okay? The people behind making these mods have flat out said, we think we have the legal right to do what we're doing, but the amount of money and investment required to go after Take-Two, who has more money, more investment, and, let's be blunt, better lawyers, in order to try and win that case, is not worth our goddamn time. And I agree with them. So Take-Two wins, in this case. They get to decide what is law, because no one is willing to question them in court, because questioning someone in court is expensive and time-consuming. And, of course, there is the ever-present threat of quality of lawyers. So, yay. Yeah, exactly, Zoan. They don't want to take the bullet. I don't blame them either. To be perfectly blunt, I wouldn't want to do that. Granted, I make, like, no freaking money, but still. Next thing to talk about, because I don't have anything else to add to that. Actually, I do have one last thing. Hang on. One last thing I want to say here real quick. Well, of course they are, Anthony. There's nothing wrong with GTA 5. GTA 5 is a great game, actually. I highly recommend it. I haven't actually played the PC version. I kind of want to. I already have the PS3 version, I think. Yeah, exactly, Zoan. See, that's the thing I wanted to comment on. I don't know how this works in other countries. I legitimately do not. But here in the States, laws are extremely fluid. So you know how I mentioned earlier, you don't get to decide what the law is? Well, technically they kind of do. Just not literally. What they can do is they could take someone to court and either win or lose. I know that sounds like a duh, but what I mean by that is the win or the loss can then be used in the future, especially if it goes to appeals. Now, there's an extra category for, I can't actually remember what it's called, forgive me, there's a term for it, where when something has gone to an appeals court, and then a ruling has been made on the appeals court, whatever was made in the appeals court becomes law. It becomes something that a lawyer or a judge in the future can look to and say that is something that is legal, that is something that has been laid down. And contesting that is actually quite difficult here in the States. So Take-Two has basically decided that they could shut down modding, and they're going to get away with it because they have money and lawyers. And again, I'm not trying to get on any high horse. I totally understand where they're coming from this, on not wanting to fight this. But it still sucks, you know? It still sucks. No, I cannot, Dr. Nimbus. I'm not that skilled. Actually, well, whatever. Moving on. Let's talk about Konami. So, there's a comment out there, a term, I should say, called resume poison. You ever heard of that? It was actually a fairly common thing back when I was the kind of person who tossed out a resume every year or so when I was job hopping for a while. Resume poison and resume poisoning are two different concepts. Resume poison is when you work at some place and everyone's like, oh god, you worked there? Resume poisoning is when you work someplace and anyone who calls that place basically goes out of their way to try and talk as if you're the most horrible person ever, and there's just something wrong with you, and oh my god, I would never hire that guy again. He's just messed up. You know, that kind of a thing, right? That's resume poisoning. I wanted to differentiate these two things, because some people have argued that working at Konami is resume poison. But that's probably not true. I have to say probably because I don't live in Japan and I don't have first-person experience, but I can't imagine that working at Konami can actually be resume poison. I mean, certainly some negative bias, but not actually poison. However, Konami has decided, no, we're going to make sure, and has been resume poisoning. I'm not going to go down the list. I don't feel like it. What Konami has been doing... You know what? Hang on. I'm sorry. I just realized I need a better song for this section. Give me just a second. I think I have this in here. This is ridiculous. I need to conquer this world so fast, it's ridiculous. So anywho, resume poisoning. What Konami has been doing is anytime someone who worked at Konami, they basically are trying to make sure that any of their employees who actually manage to leave Konami can't get another job. They can't get work anywhere else, at least within I think it's two-step industry. You know, we've got video games, and then there's like computing, and then there's, or excuse me, yeah, computing and then electronics. So 2 steps away for people trying to get jobs. And Konami has been blasting these people. Like when someone calls in to Konami, hey, I'm trying to hire, you know, Bob McBoberson. That's definitely a Japanese name. I'd like to know how... Oh, he was the worst! Bob McBoberson was the worst employee. He stole office supplies, and he... I have to add a big asterisk to this, because I don't have first-person information, again. But I have heard, asterisk, that there has actually been outright lies that Konami has been telling with regard to this. Like the aforementioned idea of stealing office supplies, or the concept that this person, you know, never turned in their work on time, or things like that. Flat out, bald-faced lying. Because who are you going to believe? Some guy who wants a job, or Konami? And I know that sounds like a weird question to ask you, but imagine you're a guy in a suit. Not this suit, a good suit. A suit that costs more than like $100. And... yeah. And that's what Konami's been doing. I almost don't have anything to say about this. Except, it fits so well with everything I've seen about the executive branch of Konami. Oh yes! Right. I was actually going to bring that up. I'm sorry, I don't have names. I have been so busy this week with E3 and everything else. So, there is a gentleman at Konami, who is an executive at Gentleman, who also happens to be an executive or on the board with one of the health insurance companies in Japan. That fact is true, right? That's provable. We're not sure if there's anything going on with that. Not 100% sure if that gentleman has been trying to ruin people's health insurance claims or health insurance capacity on other companies, now that they've left Konami. But it wouldn't surprise me. Now here's the funny thing. I've seen this kind of thing before. I use the term railroad barons to refer to this type of behavior, because I've studied American history quite a bit, and I know how bad the railroad barons really were. The reason now I use that because, you know, that's where I start. I usually tend to name things after whatever the first thing I encounter from that is. That's why I call it the Dragon Quest syndrome. But just about every country in the world has or has had someone like the railroad barons. And Konami is basically acting like that. It's just a more modern version of it, because they're not literally killing their employees. They're just trying to destroy their employees' ability to function as human beings, treating them as if they are basic units of currency, and then when they dispose of them, ensuring that they can never do anything else, because either A, how dare they leave Konami, or, well, okay. I'm going to stop the sentence there. That's all truth. Now I'm going to get into opinion. It is my opinion that the reason Konami is doing this is to try and bully their remaining existing employees into staying. This is called negative reinforcement, by the way. Positive reinforcement is, if you do a good job, you get a raise. Negative reinforcement is, if you don't do a good job, you're fired. It's pretty easy to tell the difference between the two. And this is a pretty clear-cut, in my opinion, because again, I don't have truth on this one, but this is, in my opinion, a very clear-cut example of negative reinforcement. The only other possible thing I could think here is that we are literally talking Yakuza-level crap. And that these people are literally... yeah, they're just scorched earthing everyone they can, because, well, if I can't have you, no one else can. Now, real life sucks. We all know this. But, you know what would be awesome? That will never happen. But you know what would be really awesome? I would love it if some company, it doesn't even matter who, really, just someone, stood up and said, we're putting out a offer to hire everyone at Konami, you know, all the actual workers, not the executives, not the managers, just the workers, pull them over, and we'll take care of you. And then Konami suddenly finds itself a company of managers and executives. Now, you might say, well, that's ridiculous. That doesn't work. You would be surprised, at least here in the States, how many companies manage to just lurch on with no actual workers, no actual employees, for a surprisingly long period of time. And yes, this is Konami Japan. I'm not even going to get into the fact that I don't just agree with the very concept on a moralistic level of scorched earth in general. I'm not even going to get into that. I get resource denial from a cold calculus perspective. I still don't agree with it. So anyways. Wait, they added microtransactions to Two Worlds 2? Why? Whatever. Anyways, now I'm going to switch notepads. Because now we're going to talk about E3, finally. E3, woo, E3, woo. E3. E3? E3, okay. Do I have... one moment. Is it not here? Did I delete it? One moment. Loading, please wait. Operation Cinder. Yes, E5. We're going to talk about E5, guys. You cool with that? If you're not, tough! I like sports. Do you guys like sports? I actually do like some sports. That's not a joke. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so. And it's lost everything. Oh my god, I hate OBS Studio so much. Nah. Nah. There. E3. Okay, as I was saying. Alright, I got a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to kind of go down the list for things that I have something to say about. Roxima said he'd join me for this. He's not awake yet. So we're just going to kind of go down the list and... I mean, I talked for 30 minutes. I gave him plenty of time. I got nothing else. So, E3. Boom! Alright, so I was taking notes the whole E3. I'm probably still going to miss some things because there are so many different things that were announced or were talked about or were mentioned. I'm going to go ahead and say there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 games that I am definitely going to buy. So, first of all, let's just go in order. So forgive me for doing this in order. Madden is getting a story mode. I like that idea. Now, I actually kind of already talked about this. Oh, I should probably start doing timestamps. Oh, jeez. I'm going to have so many timestamps for this video. Hang on a second. Okay. 34. Madden has a story mode. Now, I know most of my viewers don't give a flying crap. Oh, yeah, let's change off of the evil music here. Sorry. Yeah, let's go back to that. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, it's like one of my last notes, Dr. Nimitz. You're going to have to be patient. Totally, we're doing it in order. I know most people don't care about Madden, but one of the things that I mentioned when they last announced the FIFA story mode was that sounds like a great idea to me. And actually, if you're paying attention, recently we have talked about this at Loreweek. The idea of, should games have story mode? Or should or can games be improved by story mode, right? And there's a distinction between those two. And I like talking about this because we were talking about it in the context of fighting games. This will actually come up later, too. So, why can't we have a sports game with a story mode? I mean, it's not like we haven't had sports games with story modes. We've had racing games with story modes. The Need for Speed series has had a couple. The Crew had a story mode. And I feel like there was another one I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, exactly. Now, I made the statement, and I stand by this, that not every game should have a story, but every game can be enhanced by a story, presuming that the story is good. So the idea of sitting down and playing Madden with story mode, with a campaign, with a character and arcs and cutscenes and all that, I'm with it. It adds investment, or at least it could theoretically add investment. So props to them for continuing this concept. I do actually like that idea. This was at the EA conference. Now, we're going to go ahead and pretty much immediately go on to the next point here, which, ironically enough, is talking about FIFA. Now, Seabear mentioned the lack of being able to customize your character in story mode, which, you know, makes sense. Sadly, I didn't actually get to play FIFA whichever, the FIFA that had a story mode, the last one, but they're doing another one, and it's actually a sequel. Call me weird, but I'm actually kind of excited about this. Still probably not going to play it, to be 100% honest. I don't have time. Okay, Gary has played FIFA 17, so he can at least verify that that was a pretty good game. But the fact that they're actually making a good, honest-to-goodness sequel to that is awesome. Not only does it mean they're continuing the concept of adding story to a sports game, like a FIFA game, but it means they're going to have continuity and have it carry forward and have you keep playing that, which I like. Maybe this is a sign of a slightly different set of direction when it comes to EA's development studios. I forget the names. I know EA has like 6 studios, or I guess it's 7 now, sorry. So, I don't know. All of this is, of course, theoretical. I mean, the harsh truth is that most of the things they showed at EA are so vague that we are left in speculation zone. So we're not actually sure. I don't know if Madden's story mode is going to be interesting. I don't know if FIFA's story mode is going to be interesting, you know. Now, see, I don't 100% agree with you on that, Seabear, and let me explain why. Let's say if you're playing an RPG, okay? And you're playing an RPG on super easy difficulty, right? You probably already see where I'm going with this, because if you're playing on super easy difficulty, or you're cheating or whatever, you're just smashing through everything, absolutely destroying everything. But when the cutscenes come back up, you're back to the power level that you're supposed to be in lore, right? I'm not saying that's the best way to do it, but and certainly it has its flaws, but if we can accept that, I think we can accept a mega FIFA champion who, in cutscenes, is like, you need to do better, rookie, you know, that kind of a thing. Of course, the ideal would be for them to keep track of how well you're doing in a game and then adjust the story to that, but yeah, that's probably not happening. That'd be awesome, though, wouldn't it? Now, what Leander says is the other thing I wanted to mention. Well, I actually agree with Seabear about the fact that you can't customize your character kind of sucks, since it's based on a real guy. I don't remember his name. Dudeface. But, Dudeface is possibly a face, for lack of a better term, for the FIFA series now. Now, you're probably, well, what does that mean? Well, I mean, we know what that means. Just about every major franchise usually has a character that's the icon, that's the face for that particular franchise. And so we could actually start having a FIFA franchise and enter it. It's not Martial, is it? Well, I know the character's name is Alex Hunter, but I don't know the actor's name, or the player's name. I didn't think it was Martial, but I could be wrong. Yeah, like Shepard from Mass Effect is a great example of what I'm talking about. Like Mario, to go to a really basic example, you know. There's plenty of examples here. Yeah, I didn't think it was Martial. He didn't quite look like him. But, whatever. Yeah, Raynor over in StarCraft, another good example. Thrall for a while was it for Warcraft. He's not anymore. I don't actually have much else to say. It's just, this is all something that I'm kind of like, okay, cool. Keep going with it. I'm with it. let's see where it goes. I actually start buying those games because I played one of the FIFAs. One of Gary's copies of FIFAs. I don't remember which one, and I was actually enjoying it. It took me a while to figure out what the hell I was doing, but you know. Yeah, I know that's Martial. I actually watch Manchester United. Sonoshi, I know who Martial is. In fact, I was actually watching Manchester United when he was put out onto the team and started just being amazing all of a sudden. Anyways, there's a new Need for Speed coming out. Hang on, timestamp. This is going to be a really long Loreweek, guys. We're doing Heroes of the Storm after Loreweek, by the way, because there's an event live. Sorry there was no Voot, but there's an event, so we're doing that this week. It was on the chopping block anyways, so nothing's really changed. So, they're doing a new Need for Speed game. Another Need for Speed story-based game. I'm sensing a trend here from EA. It seems... So apparently the actor is some guy named Rashford? Yeah, Marcus Rashford. Or, oh, no, hang on, never mind. It's apparently, I don't know how to pronounce that. Whatever. They're doing a Need for Speed. Now, let me go ahead and say something really unpopular. I kind of like the recent Fast and the Furious movies. Like the recent ones. Basically, ever since they started having continuity and story arcs and character arcs. And of course, they've embraced it. You know, they've full-on taken the Flash Gordon effect and run with it. Which is when they're, you know, they take whatever their niche is, which in their case is just ridiculous, high-octane stupid, and just embraced it and did it properly. It's kind of what I liked about the later Expendables movies as well. So, I actually like the Fast and the Furious movies. Sorry. Now, seeing a Fast and the Furious game, basically, cool. I'm with it. Now, granted, I've pretty much always liked the Need for Speed series to some extent or another. It's not as awesome as, say, Gran Turismo, but it's still awesome. There was one, I never remember the name of it. There's a Need for Speed that was actually more racing sim and less arcadey, which was awesome. And then there was a Need for Speed, which was, I think it was Underground or something like that, which was very story-focused, had a whole campaign and everything, which was awesome. So, yeah, I mean, cool! And now, the problem, of course, this is EA. Naturally, they just showed us a frickin' pre-rendered, what do they call it? Scripted cutscene, or excuse me, scripted gameplay. They did show off some different stuff later, but, you know, whatever. So they're doing another Need for Speed, which has story mode. Now, it was Shift. It was Shift is the one I was thinking of, Anthony Draft. I don't remember how many of the Need for Speeds have had story mode like this one is purporting to. I really don't. I don't remember. I actually don't have much else to say about that, other than the fact that this is just kind of a running trend, because the next thing I want to talk about is Battlefront 2. Now, I hope you're paying attention, because Battlefront 2 has a story mode. You think there was a theme this year at EA's booth? Or at EA's conference? Madden, story mode. FIFA, story mode. Need for Speed, story mode. Battlefront 2, story mode. Now, granted, not all of these lacked a story mode prior to now, but, you know... no, they showed about 20 seconds of a story mode, Anthony, which was stupid. It's like, here's multiplayer, and here's multiplayer, and here's multiplayer, and here's a 20-second trailer! Okay, it's over. Now, I will say, so I watched the whole Battlefront 2 live match. Let me go ahead and give props, first of all, for actually having a live match. I know that, and I'm going to say this later, it's not like showing real gameplay is necessarily better. It's not. It's just a different marketing tactic from showing scripted gameplay or pre-rendered trailers. These are the three tactics when it comes to showcasing video games, okay? Marketing-wise. Me, personally, the thing I want to see most is real people live playing the game. That's one of the reasons why I've loved Nintendo's conferences so much. Because after the conference, they sit down and say, alright, let's just play this right here as we're talking about it. And I love that. So I did really appreciate the fact that they actually had a team out there playing a live match right then and right there. That was cool. And it actually got me kind of interested in it. And we got to see a decent amount of how the game functions, at least in a multiplayer match, based on that. And we got to see Darth Maul absolutely destroying everything. That's always fun. A couple notes about it. I was actually going to say the same thing. The map was gorgeous. I'm sorry. It was absolutely gorgeous. I know it's a weird thing to gush about in the modern era, but I was genuinely blown away by Battlefront 2's design. The layout of the map was not the greatest. It looked, actually, I swore at several points I was watching an old Call of Duty map, and I mean an old Call of Duty map from like 10 years ago, because urban combat, right? But, you know, the tank mode, cool, the little SATs or whatever they're called, the hover, God, I can't think of anything this morning. The hover shooter things. I swear I'm a geek. And of course, we do know they are going to have a single-player mode, and it's going to be a campaign, and let's be honest, it's probably going to be a 4-hour campaign. Most FPS campaign modes are about 3 to 5 hours. That's pretty much the norm. It's going to be set after Return of the Jedi, before Force Awakens, and it's going to involve Operation Cinder, also known as the thing I hate most about the AU, but I'm not going to get into that right now. A stab. Thank you. I was close. It was a stab. So, the airspace, as Dakota mentioned out, the airspace was just really, really small. Like, one of the things I noticed, and I mentioned this during the live conference, is the people who were in fighters kept doing this. Here, I'm going to try and show the kids. They kept doing this, and then this, and then this. Like, they really had very little room to maneuver. So, like, as soon as they finish a dive run, they go up, and they do another dive run. Now, that makes a degree of sense, and there was very little dogfighting that we got to show. There's just a couple instances of it. But what I'm taking from that is, despite the fact that you're seeing this huge rendered area, I feel like the playable area was closer to this. And call me weird, but I think they could have stretched out the playable area specifically for aircraft to this, especially since they are already rendering half that. Yes, Little Billy. Sorry. And Leander, Little Billy answered your question, basically. It's scorched earth, basically. There's more to it than that. It's actually a complicated thing, and I don't want to come off too derogatory. I personally don't care for Operation Cinder. Moving on. And then they crash into a building. So I think that's something that would make the game a lot better. I don't mind having a skirmish mode that completely throws cannon out the window. I know that sounds weird, but I don't mind that. That doesn't bother me any more than it bothers me to see, you know, Smash Brothers, for example. I know it's a weird example, but... Or Marvel vs. Capcom. That isn't something that really bothers me to see in a specific PvP, non-canon, non-anything skirmish mode, just playing as whomever, right? Cool. I am interested to see how the different heroes play, because, again, we saw Darth Maul just kind of destroying everything. Maybe he was a better player, maybe he needs to be balanced down more. The guy who's playing Boba Fett didn't really manage much, and the person playing Rey died within like 10 seconds. So, I'm not really sure what other heroes they're going to be showcasing in addition to that. I don't actually have much else to say about that. Woo. Ewoks versus Gungans. And then just go into observer mode and watch. Anyways. So, last thing I want to talk about the EA conference. Let me get a timestamp here. I'm going to have so many timestamps today. I already have more than a usual Loreweek. There was one last game they talked about at EA. They actually talked about it earlier than this, but I wanted to cover this one last, because it's the one that interested me the most personally, and is the one that I am most likely to actually buy. A Way Out, which is a co-op prison break sort of thing. It's made by the guys who made Brothers. Let me first go ahead and say that, as much as it irritates me when a company buys cred by putting, you know, a decent person up on stage, and EA's actually done this before, I still nevertheless appreciate the real person, the human being they put on stage to present A Way Out. It's pretty clear that he actually was nervous, that he cared about what he was talking about, that there was some real, like just barely holding the reins on his emotion kind of a thing going on. And it was the one part of the EA conference that really made me go, yeah! Best moment of the EA conference for me, easily, without question. There's a moment where he was like, oh, yeah, what was I talking about? There was something about this. And he just, like, stumbles around like, oh, God, what was it? Oh, yeah, that's right, I was talking about this. I got so excited, I forgot about that. He just kind of kept going. He just ran with it. The game itself looks really cool. A Way Out is a full co-op game. And the way this works, from everything that they presented and from everything they showcased, is you start off as two guys in prison, and you escape, but then the game keeps going, which is the part that interests me the most. Because it would have been easy to make it so that you just have the prison escape game and then you replay it. Because one of the things they talked about a lot was a lot of different options and how to move yourself forward through different, you know, through different sections of the set pieces, right? Of the prison. Instead, it's going to keep going on after that, which is awesome. And I even liked Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, so that's awesome. So the other thing I find interesting is that they're fully committing to co-op in this one. Call me weird, but obviously I am biased. Let me go ahead and say that first, because I love co-op games. And if Pax or Gary buys that game, I will be buying that game. Just sold, because I will have someone to play it with. Done. But that's on them, not on me. But I do like their commitment to making it co-op. Pretty much co-op only. I played Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons by myself for the Rumination. I will not be able to play A Way Out by myself for a Rumination or anything like that when it comes out. I will have to actually play with a friend, and we will have to coordinate, and we'll probably be in voice chat or something like that. And I like that. I like that presentation. I like the fact that, you know, you got the split screen so you can see what's going on with him. I like the fact that your actions affect him and his actions affect you. I like the fact that there's literally gameplay which requires you to coordinate button presses. I like it. It's cool. I had one last thought about it I wanted to share. It feels like something, and I've talked about this before, but not that often because it doesn't actually come up that often. It feels like an indie game made with a AAA budget from everything I saw. And I'm not sure what to make of that yet. We haven't really seen a lot of examples of indie game made with AAA budget. Now, of course, you're going to be saying, well, hang on a second. The only difference between an indie game and a AAA game is budget. Well, let me explain what I mean by that a little bit better. It feels like one of those pet projects made by a person or a small team who made a game that they love, except what if they had real budget and funding to put into that? Like, what if Stardew Valley, for example, had a huge budget and backing and time to really flesh out Stardew Valley, make it amazingly awesome in every aspect, right? What would you... I mean, I love Stardew Valley as is, and I'm not saying it needs anything else, but you could probably see what I mean by the idea of a AAA Stardew Valley. We'll see how it comes out. We'll see. I actually only have one thing to talk about when it comes to the Xbox 9, which I'm going to force everyone to say. I'm not going to refer to it as anything other than the Xbox 9. Passion. God. It's a patent project, so it's going to be invading Italy pretty soon. Anyways. Yeah, like Kojima's doing with Death Stranding. That is actually a good example, though. Yeah, what if Undertale had a AAA budget? That's another good example. So yes, this is the Xbox One X, which, again, I'm going to be calling the Xbox 9 forever. Sorry, just making it a thing. Everyone just conform. It's much easier that way, trust me. Submit to the empire of the Lord! I actually only wrote down one note about the Xbox 9 because it's the only note I need to write down. I literally wrote this in all caps. The Xbox 9, which has graphics! I'm as much... Well, no, I'm not. That's actually not true. I'm not that much of a technophile. I am somewhat of a technophile. I mean, I do have a very, very nice computer that I built sitting right next to me here. So I do care about high processing and graphics and all that stuff. I do care. I really do care about really nice hardware. But that's not... I remember sitting there as I'm watching this conference, as they're like, here's the Xbox 9, and it's got this processor with this GPU and this CPU and this... It's got water cooling, it's got this many teraflops, and it's got this, and this, and this, and I'm just sitting here like, does it have any games? I don't just mean that because it's a console game. Let me make that clear. If it was some super amazing... What the hell? If it was some super mega amazing... What is this? Oh, right. If it was some super amazing PC... I mean, I'd still be sitting there like, okay, that's all neat and all. What games you got? Yes, it really has water cooling. That's not actually a joke. They went into a lot of detail about the hardware capacities of it. And they would not shut up about true 4K 60 FPS. True 4K HD, true 4K, true 4K, true 4K, true 4K. They just would not shut up about it. I know I'm not the normalest person around. I mean, I do have a giant octopus sitting on my bed right here. It's for my knees. But it's a stuffed animal. But what I want to know is, any of you guys out there, if I walked up to you and said, you should buy this, and let me just use a really dumb example, just to make my point. You should buy this poker chip, it's blue. And then all I talked about for the next 20 minutes was how it was blue. This poker chip is blue. And we think you're going to enjoy this poker chip because it's blue. And as you can see, the blue of the poker chip is very blue. Now, there's some blue on the poker chip. Now, I'm exaggerating a little bit. But that is what it actually felt like to me. As they were talking about the Xbox 9, it was 4K! 4K! True 4K! Now, I know what they were doing with it. They were making a dig at Sony, because a lot of Sony's games on the PS4 Pro aren't true 4K. They are upscaled 4K. So they were like, hey, we've got the graphics! Oh, hey, Roximus. I tried to wait on you. I talked for like 35 minutes. Graphics! Yeah! Here's the thing. I really hate to point this out, but this isn't news! We have known for about a year now, actually, pretty much since last E3, that the Scorpio, aka the Xbox 9, was always going to be the highest graphics, the highest hardware machine. This is not news. This is not interesting. We already knew that. Okay, you want the highest possible graphics capacity in a console, you buy the Xbox 9. That's it. Boom. If you want, and I actually talked about this when I talked about the release schedule of the Switch. You remember that? Because the PS4 Pro came out, which was the first. It was the first one out the door. It got there before last holiday season. Then the Switch came out, perfectly positioned to be in the dip between the PS4 Pro and the Scorpio. And now the Scorpio is coming out, and if you really want the high-end stuff, you'll probably be waiting for it anyways. Yeah, I'm nowhere. I'm absolutely nowhere. So yeah, I don't see how that's news. Now, Roximus, so, okay, hang on just a second, guys. We actually have had a man on the floor at E3. I think I've mentioned this a few dozen times over the last week, too. But, we had a man on the floor named Roximus. Now, he was this cool guy. He was like the very last of all the samurai in the world. And then I just couldn't abide the samurai staying around, so I decided to stab him in the heart with my Keyblade, and then rip out his heart, and then he became Roximus. And so now he's, as a result of his, you know how a nobody becomes more powerful than a regular person because of becoming a nobody? Well, now he has become so powerful that he's actually a member of KH13's staff, and was one of their actual press conference people, or not press conference, excuse me, reporter people. And so he's awesome. But I would like Roximus to join me for this, so I'm going to go ahead and switch down here and hit that button.
Hello.
Everyone, tell me how his audio is, because we've had so many issues with this already.
It should be fine.
It's Studio, it's not you. I hate Studio's audio. Everyone, in 30 seconds. Oh yes, we need to know, Roximus, did you have coffee today?
I have coffee right now.
Excellent. Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Here, I'll turn down the music even, just so you can hear him a little bit better. Okay, so, what do you think of the Xbox 9? Just the console, not the games.
Well, see, I'm a little underwhelmed by it because they said, you know, oh, well, this is gonna exceed what the the PS4 Pro can do and all this kind of stuff. And yet, when you look at the specs, when you look at what it does in practice, it's exactly the same. I mean, and yet it's $100 more expensive, just like the original Xbox or Xbox One.
Of course.
I mean, why?
Well,
why?
because
seriously,
hey, we have true 4K on the Xbox 9. Oh my God. Yeah. No, I
mean, I've never been an Xbox guy in general, so I'm perfectly happy sticking with my PS4, but I don't see why anyone would really buy this.
Now, I'm going to say one thing in defense of the Xbox 9, and it's the same thing I've been saying in defense of the Xbox ever since the original Xbox. If you don't want to put together your own PC, and you want to play some of those games that are on both, sure.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, really,
there is still
that's the defense.
There is still the pre-built PC option, as expensive as that can get.
Well, that's the thing, though. A pre-built PC, like you say, is probably going to be more than 600 or 500, 600. I don't remember. However much the
true.
Xbox 9 is.
Yeah.
Anthony, I want you to type out Xbox One X, and then get back to me, okay? Nobody gets my Xbox 9 thing. God, nobody does Roman numerals, I swear. Do you have anything else to say about the 9?
Not really.
All right, next topic, which is Forza. So, let me go ahead and start, if I could start really quick here, and saying that I don't give a flying crap about Forza. I never have. I have never liked the Forza series. I've tried it a few times.
I'm more of a Gran Turismo fan myself.
Yeah, I'm super into Gran Turismo. Now, granted, I didn't actually start with the Gran Turismo series until 3, the one on the PS2.
3 for me as well. Yeah.
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 But I played the hell out of that game. I didn't play as much of the PS3 one, unfortunately. I always wanted to, never actually had time to because it was such an investment thing. But Forza, which has the Porsche, yeah.
And
it's got the Porsche. I actually looked up some numbers when it was coming out. Forgive me for not remembering them. I should have written them down. I was looking up how many cars. They said something during the presentation. They were like, "Hey guys, it's gonna have like, let's say I'm making up numbers right now. It's gonna have 100 cars." And I was like, "Okay." Hang on, and I looked up how much the previous Forza had, and the previous Forza had, and both, like, the previous one had like double the amount, and the previous one had like 4 times as many cars in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned this because they were saying it as a selling point for how many cars were in this latest Forza.
Wait, they were saying that they had the Porsche like as a selling point for how many cars they've got?
No. No. Let me state my statement more clearly.
Sorry.
Again, made up numbers.
Kind of waking up.
Forza 7, the modern one, has 100 cars, made up numbers. So, but the previous Forza had 200 and the previous one had 400. But they're saying as a selling point that Forza 7 has 100 cars. And that that was part of their kit, that was part of their shtick as they're up on stage with 100 cars that you can play as. Isn't that amazing? All those cars, yeah.
It's like they're actively forgetting what's come before.
I sometimes wonder if there's an aggressive policy of screw the past. It's not, I was making up the number, Psychotic. I don't remember the number. I think it was actually like 120, but it was not a lot, to be blunt.
So it was close.
I was actually pretty close. Yeah, of course they're going to DLC the rest of the cars. But I just want to say one other thing. I'm sorry. I really don't get why they dragged out a real Porsche, a new Porsche, as if that was a selling point.
I actually... I saw that. Oh, why?
Okay. Now...
I mean, I actually saw... I don't know if this was the Porsche, but I saw a car on the show floor near the Forza booth.
Well, I mean, they all look the same anyway, so, you know.
Well, yes, but...
It's a joke, guys. It's a joke.
Like, I looked at that, and I'm like, I wonder how much goddamn money they had to spend to get this in, and, you know, all this stuff. Like, why would they even bother, you know?
Mm-hmm. And also, it was a... I don't know if you caught this, Roximus, but that was when they were unveiling that Porsche, the real car. That was a brand new model, and this was the world premiere of the real car at E3.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just dissect this just for a moment. Do any of us have the money to buy a Porsche?
No.
Do any of us... Well, okay. Do any of us care if they unveil a brand new supercar at a gaming convention?
Yes. Wait. No, the other one. No.
Oh, okay. I mean, you know what? I don't even feel like keeping going on. I admit I am biased against Porsches because I don't like Porsches. But let's assume for a moment it's a car I love, like I don't know, a Gallardo. Okay, Let's assume it's a Gallardo or a Lotus Elise or something I really enjoy. I still would look at this and facepalm.
Yeah, I'd be like, why? This is a waste of money to do this at this gaming convention, you know?
And, I mean, I honestly, legitimately feel, because I've had theories about this for years, that marketing departments feel like they're obsoleting, or becoming obsolete, and are trying to fight against it. And so I feel like they were just like, we need to do something big. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter how much sense it makes. It just needs to be big. Okay, let's get the actual Porsche that's going to be modeled in the game out there. Brilliant! Then they can see the real car they'll be playing. Alright, here's a few $1 million. Okay. Anyways, let's move on to the next topic. Unless you have anything else to say?
No. I have much more to say about the next topic. I love the what we're going to talk about next.
So, let me go ahead and say real quick that I've never been a fan of the Metro series.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, I've just never... It's not a deliberate thing. It's not like I played it and was like, oh, I hate it! I've never actually had time to get into one of the games. I've played 2033, I think? A little bit. It's a relatively recent one. I've played like an hour or two of that, and I haven't actually had time to play the rest of it. So I've never super gotten into it. People keep recommending it, and I hope I have time to do it for Rumination or something someday. But I will say this new one looks awesome. Even though it was a scripted gameplay sequence... There's nothing, again, as I've said so many times, there's actually nothing necessarily wrong with that. But as someone who likes the Metro series, Rock Samus, why don't you tell me what you think about the Fallout?
Well, see,
Metro?
I am a huge fan of 2033. Haven't really played much of Last Light, haven't had the opportunity to yet, but I'm all in favor of another entry going into that because, you know, I really enjoy what they do with it.
I've been told it's extremely depressing.
Yeah.
Now, I actually questioned this during the stream. Apparently, I have been corrected on this. Apparently, you actually could go to the surface in previous games. I thought that was actually a big selling point, that you could go to the surface in this one, because it looked like there was quite a bit of gameplay up on the surface.
I don't see it as much of a selling point. Like, yes, you were down in the metros quite a lot in the first two, but you did spend a decent amount of time on the surface, you know, fighting all the demons and everything like that.
Yeah. Now, Leander points out, and this I noticed this too, we took off our gas mask outside, which I'm pretty sure that's new. Like, I'm pretty sure
yes, that is very new. That is very alarming, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I hope that was a deliberate, hey, we're moving the story forward, kind of a visual direction thing, which would be awesome. I do feel like it plays, the way it was showcasing, it looks like it played very Far Cry, or not Far Cry, Uncharted-y, except from a first person instead of a third person. I was curious what you thought.
It's very odd. So you mean like it's very incredibly scripted?
No, that's I'm sorry, I'm not saying that quite the right way. Then maybe I should be going with it. Feels very fluid, like as you're like you're supposed to get from point A to point B, and you're being directed there by events.
Yeah.
But how you get there is whatever. You know, there's just like this wave of enemies or obstacles or events happening that kind of push you in a direction. That's what I meant by the Uncharted thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Wolfenstein.
See, I do like directions like that, but I also like it when the game allows you to, you know, kind of do your own thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Even in a sort of first-person game like Metro is.
I find myself wondering, this may be just being in ridiculous Nana land, but it would be kind of cool if they had, shall we say, plot missions, which are, you know, Uncharted-y, and then exploration missions, which are, well, more Fallout-y, to be blunt.
Yeah.
Just, here's an area.
I'd be definitely in favor of something like that.
There we go. Did you notice anything else about it? Do you want to talk about? Or did you get to play it or anything like that?
Not really. They didn't have it on the show floor from what I could tell. Yeah. I mean, I looked around for several games, and several of them I didn't see.
Ah, okay. Now, yeah, Andrew mentions if it become open world, he'd be shocked. I don't know. I'd
be very shocked because Metro has always been more of a linear, you know, experience when it comes to, you know, just its construction.
Yeah. And yeah, from what I've played, that was true as too. So, okay, cool, awesome. Anything else to add about Metro?
Not really.
So I'm actually
It's gonna be good.
cut this one off the list because I want to talk about that one later. So the next one I have on my list is State of Decay 2, just to update you.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I gave you the updated list. I didn't know if I did or not.
You did it about 9 p.m. your time on Friday.
Okay.
I don't know if that is the updated list or not, because you gave me one list.
Fingers crossed. It took me a while to type it up. I remember that. State of Decay 2. Now, I was actually talking with PAX while State of Decay 2 was being showcased. First of all, did you get to see any of it before I keep going?
No.
Okay.
I did not.
It looked like the type of game that would be awesome if it was pulled off correctly. Because the presentation was such that you're playing a guy, and it's a survival game with events for, like, I don't want to call them quests, more like events, and find resources, go out scavenging, zombies, of course, gotta have zombies, and building up your little settlement. I know we all hate that word right now, but that's what it is, and recruiting people or not recruiting people based on your choices. But the thing that really caught my attention about it, and I don't know if this was just a directing trick, but as there's this guy narrating it, and then he's narrating his story, he dies, and then the narrator switches to the girl who he'd recruited earlier, and then the gameplay starts showing her playthrough. I love the idea of basically Crusader Kings 2ing this, for lack of a better term. Like if your character dies, you start playing your son, in other words. Or not literally though, but like you play some other member of your settlement, and I like that. I like that concept of there's a term for that. There's like a familial, ongoing, or persistent. That's the word I'm looking for. A persistent survival game like that. I'm curious what you think of that.
See, that is incredibly interesting to me because we don't really see that a lot. We've seen it in the past with games like Rogue Legacy. You die, your next of kin takes your place. And when it comes to survival games, I feel like it is really, really, a really, really good idea, because you can get really screwed over in a survival game early on and feel like, oh well, this run was wasted. But with a mechanic like that, it really, really offers you more chances to keep going and to actually improve your situation.
Yeah, no, I agree. One thing that was pointed out, and I forgot to mention this, Inquisitor points this out, they actually have a cure for the zombie virus, which is kind of unusual in anything, but more to the point, excuse me, more to the point, it makes it a very valuable resource, which you're probably going to have, like, 2 of in your whole camp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And so it's not like it removes the threat of zombies, it just gives you another resource to handle the situation. It adds more player agency. Because now it's up to you how you deal with it, rather than just, oh, hang on, let's roll these dice. Oh, you're screwed!
Yep.
I like that being in player hands, so I'm actually kind of interested in State of Decay 2. The cure for a zombie virus is a bullet to the face. Well, yeah.
I mean, that's true, but we're going for something a little more constructive than that.
A little bit more. I also agree with what Takoida said, and I want to toss this at you, Roximus. He mentions that this kind of persistent dynasty-style gameplay could fit other settings and franchises quite well.
Could fit Warhammer 40k specifically.
Yeah, he mentioned Warhammer 40k. I had a few other thoughts myself, but I was curious what you thought of that.
Yeah, I could see it definitely working for other franchises.
In fact, forgive me for gushing, but wouldn't it be cool if we were playing, I don't know, like, say, a Dynasty-level Final Fantasy Tactics game? And...
I was immediately thinking Final Fantasy Tactics would be perfect for this.
Oh, Ramza died, but it's okay. Because we'll play, not Delita. I can't think of her name. The other one.
Ramza the Second.
No. I was the Awesome Knight. I can't think of her name. Agris. That's it.
Agris.
Anyways, so I'm just gonna cover this one really quick. I'm not even gonna make a timestamp for this. Minecraft now with super duper graphics.
Wait, what?
That's not my wording. They called it the Super Duper Graphics Pack. It's, all those dozens of mods out there that increase the resolution
packs and everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're making an official one, and that's it. while this was going live, I actually was sitting there and I turned on the mic for a second. Usually I leave myself muted while a conference is going on. And I was like, hey guys, you remember how we spent all that money on Minecraft a while ago? Please buy Minecraft again. Please keep buying Minecraft.
True 4K, yes, perfect. Did they reveal it for the Switch or anything? Like, is there anything notable there?
You know, I don't know if it's going to be on the Switch. I do know you have cross-platform play on the Switch and the Xbox 9. But, no, this was on the Xbox 9 conference. We're still in the Microsoft bundle.
Okay.
Anyways, so next game. Let's go down here. God, I have so many timestamps for today. Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves.
Did you get to look at that one at all?
I did not see any of this.
Really?
I looked for it on the floor. Nothing.
Oh, that sucks. Okay. Have you ever played Guns of Icarus or heard of it?
Yes, I love it. Yeah.
Okay, so if you'll remember, and this is for our viewers as well, Sea of Thieves was actually announced last year, and I pretty much had the exact same reaction, which, oh, hey, it's Guns of Icarus, except on the boats. So this year they showcased a lot more. They had a very humorous trailer. It's actually great. Genuinely charismatic humor. And they also kind of mentioned that there would be things to do that don't involve PvP, which made my ears kind of perk up just a little bit. I also wanted to say one quick thing, because I get so much flack for this. I've actually already been bashed this year for being too toxic. Not the other guy, but I mean, like, people have bashed me for being too negative about E3 already. It's only been a week, guys. But I just want to say, I don't necessarily say that scripted gameplay footage is necessarily bad. It depends on what you do with it. And I think the Sea of Thieves trailer is an excellent example of using scripted gameplay footage for a good purpose, because what you're doing is you're showcasing exactly what you want to show off. I want to show off this gameplay mechanic, and this gameplay I want to show off, and they showed off combat, they showed off launching out of cannons, they showed off sailing, they showed off looting and dungeoneering and all that fun stuff. They showed off quite a bit of aspects of the gameplay in a scripted sequence. Now, yes, you can do that live, and I prefer that live, but there's nothing wrong with scripted. Anyways. Now, there was a report from someone who did get to play Sea of Thieves. I was really hoping you got to play it, because I know it was playable on the floor. This gentleman,
see it.
I'm going to paraphrase, of course, but what happened was they had a bunch of random people, and of course these people had no idea who each other was. It was basically a pug, because it was just 4 random guys on the floor. And they got into this ship, excuse me, and I was like, okay, all right, I'm going to look out here, and oh my god, we're being attacked by another ship, quick, what do we do? And they couldn't figure out how to steer the ship, because it requires coordination. And, you know, you have to do this, and you have to open the sails and all that. And actually, that sounds kind of cool to me, first of all. But
coordination in a pug is something you will never have.
That's, of course, the downside of that. But, so, yeah, they couldn't steer the ship. So the ship hit aground, ran into a seabed, or a land bed, and then they had to go down and start barreling water out and start repairing the ship and get back up. And, oh my god, there's the enemy ship again. Quick, shoot myself in a cannon over there. And then the ship sank. Now, I don't know if this is a bug or not, but when he died after the ship sank, he respawned in the ship. There's a breath meter.
Has to be a bug.
There's a breath meter in that game. Oh, and then he got eaten by a shark. So,
nice.
But the thing I want to bring up about this is, at no point in time did this person say that this was negative. He in fact, quite the contrary. He said it was super fun going through and utterly failing so spectacularly, as they were just shouting orders.
Sounds like something I would really enjoy if I had seen it on the show floor.
Yeah, exactly. And if I could bring another parallel here, in many ways, I already made, of course, the Guns of Icarus parallel, but in many ways it reminds me of the bridge simulator games, of which there's 2 now, I think.
I was going to say, it's both Guns of Icarus, but also Artemis Bridge Simulator to tie it into the whole Star Trek thing.
So, granted, I'm a bit of a sea person, ship person, and this is like one of 3, I think, Pirates games that was released this year. But at least
Day one buy.
Let's go. It sounds really cool, and if we could get a group together, so we're actually not pugging, but we're prefabbing, that sounds awesome. Okay, any other thoughts on that one?
I'm going to buy it day 1. Let's do it. Let's play it for like multiplayer Sunday and stuff.
Awesome. Sea of Thieves multiplayer Sunday in 3 years when it comes out. Now, Shadows of Mordor, Lord of War, Mordor Shadow, Lord of War 2 is coming out.
Shadow of War.
Shadow of War, thank you,
Yes.
is coming out. I just have Mordor 2 written down in my notes.
Yeah.
Yeah. First and foremost, let me just go ahead and say that I haven't actually played all of the way through the first game yet. That is actually literally the next game on my rumination from my perspective. The next thing I stream for live rumination will be Shadow of Mordor. So, but I loved I loved the trailer. Did you happen to see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I did. And I actually, okay, so the lines for Mordor were really, really long. And when I was on the floor, I wasn't too interested in it. But on the second day, I think, I actually went into an E3 Coliseum panel about the game. And I got a little more hands-on footage of that. Or not hands-on, but I got a little more footage of that, and I got to see, you know, the game in action. And it looks really, really good. It looks like a real step up from the first game. One thing I am really puzzled by, though, is their decision to, I don't know if you've heard about this, but their decision to, if you fail story, or not if you fail non-story missions, you don't get to replay them.
Yes, and I'm actually okay with that based on digging into that a little bit more. Because you won't be able to replay the exact same mission. That is absolutely true. But what that means is that if you fail to take X area or do X objective, the game adapts to your failure.
Right, it's an adaptive failure system.
That sounds cool to me. Especially since, theoretically, you could then turn that back around and go back after the spot you failed at. So, that doesn't bother me. Now, the problem with that, and for viewers wondering what the hell we're talking about, that was kind of misreported at first, because originally it was reported as, you can't replay.
It was, you can't do story missions either.
Yeah, it's just, you fail them, missions. Sucks to be you, and it's just, what? That was...
How would that even work?
I have no idea. Just go to the next mission, even though you failed the last one. I don't know. You never get to complete the campaign. Iron Man mode, engaged.
Enjoy this disconnected narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. But no, so awesome that you actually got to see real gameplay. I unfortunately didn't get to see much gameplay, just the pre-scripted gameplay. I did enjoy the pre-scripted gameplay. I like the idea of proper sieges. That sounds awesome. And did you get to see anything of the siege gameplay mechanic or of the leading armies mechanic, anything like that?
I did, but it was very, very short. It wasn't that much. And I've only seen... I didn't actually rewatch the E3 Coliseum panel. I know it's on the... I know it's on YouTube. I hear a dog.
Yeah, and I don't know what he wants. What do you want?
But... yeah, I would recommend, if you haven't seen that, definitely take a look, because it does go into more detail on how the gameplay is going to work.
Sorry. Yeah, me too. I am actually very excited that it's probably going to be a day one buy just on faith. Mordor 2. I am also... Yeah,
I really like the first one, so I might day one buy it, but I'll probably wait like a week or two. I don't know.
Well, I will... Any of these that are day one buys, I will probably be doing premiere runs, so... next game on the list, unless you have anything else to say about Mordor? Oh wait, hang on real quick. I have to acknowledge how awesome it was to get Gorguts' voice actor for the Uruk we were talking about. That was, or not Uruk, sorry, the Orc.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
I actually noticed that. Yeah.
Bright Lord, Dark Lord, it's all the same thing, really. I love that. Anyways, just had to acknowledge that real quick. So, Ori and the Blind Forest 2.
Yes! Oh my God, yes! I'm sorry.
No, that's totally cool. I mean, I haven't even finished that game because I had controller issues, and I still was like, yeah, yes! It looks amazing, just like the first game did. It looks like it is actually continuing the story, which is also amazing. No spoilers for the first game. We're not going to spoil that. But if you watch the trailer, you know exactly what we're talking about, especially if you played the first game. And, yeah, it looks really, really fun. They didn't show much gameplay on the conference. Did you get to see anything while you were there?
No, I did not.
Ah, pity.
I don't know if the game is just not that far in development yet, or if they just elected not to have a booth for it. But oh my God, if it's anything like the first game, it's going to be an exceptional Metroidvania, and I'm always in favor of something like that.
Yeah, me too. Metroidvania is probably one of my favorite. In fact, there's no probably. It is one of my 3 favorite genres.
One of my favorite genres as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I love a good Metroidvania. For those of you who haven't played Ori and the Blind Forest 1, you should totally play it. It's a really good Metroidvania. I actually don't have anything else to say about that. I'm just hyped. Excuse me. Any other thoughts on Ori 2?
No, it's going to be good. I'm going to play it.
Okay, now, I do want to bring this up. I don't remember if I gave this to you on your list, but they are being weird. Okay, so they're not actually doing backwards compatibility. What they're doing is they're re-releasing old Xbox games, as in Xbox One. Or, I'm saying that wrong. God, why did they have to make an Xbox One?
As in Xbox original.
Yeah, the original Xbox games on Xbox 9 and Xbox One for what is effectively a virtual console. Now, I haven't decided what I think of that yet. I was curious what you thought.
Well, see, Sony's been doing the same thing with the PS2 to the PS4. Like they've got their HD remasters and stuff for some games, like Final Fantasy X is a good example.
Yeah.
But when it comes to others, they've actually just gone ahead and said, okay, we're putting this on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah.
Which I'm definitely in favor of because, number one, if they don't want to put the resources into doing an HD remaster, you can still play this game if your PS2 is broken or your copy is damaged, all this kind of stuff. You can just buy it for, $10 or however much it is and go. It's a great thing.
You see, the thing is, well, I absolutely enjoy backwards compatibility. It's something I praised Nintendo about for quite a while, up to the Wii U, actually. And the 3DS. I've always liked the virtual store concept, and I'm a bit biased on this. I'll give you a direct example. My FF8 discs are scratched.
Yeah.
I mean, I still have them.
My FF7 discs are scratched as well.
Yeah, I cannot play them anymore. And I mean, when I played for the FF Lore run bajillion years ago,
you played the PS3 copy.
Exactly. And I like having that option of having the digital copy to play on a modern machine that doesn't have those issues. Now, I would prefer a few other options, but at the very least, re-releasing the games is something that I kind of feel like I want to encourage. Like my biggest complaint about the Virtual Console on Nintendo is the fact that they haven't done more.
My biggest complaint is, well, that is a serious complaint. Like I was always, when the Wii came out, I was always, well, what are they going to release next? What are they going to release? I want this. Can you give me this? Yeah. No, you're not giving me this? God damn it. But the other complaint I had was a lot of these games are way too expensive. Like we're talking $20 for an N64 game.
No, I agree.
Or $5 for an NES game. Why? Some of these games, yes, they're definitely worth that, but I wouldn't do that for a lot of my library.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either, and I agree. In fact, I just recently purchased some SNES games on the 3DS because they were half off, which put them at a price I felt was acceptable.
Yep.
They had to be half off to get to that point. So now, I mean, it's kind of been the same way with PlayStation Store, in my opinion. Like, I didn't want to drop $10 on FF7, 8, and 9, but they also have sales on the PlayStation Store. So occasionally it's like, I'll spend $5 for FF7, 8, and 9, sure.
Well, see, FF7, 8, and 9, at least for me, were definitely worth it. I was definitely in favor of paying $10 each for those. But there were some games where I was like, okay, well, this is $6, because I know some of them were kind of discounted right out the bat. And so, I definitely go for those. Anytime they have a sale, I'd go for whatever I was looking for, that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's definitely not a black or white situation when it comes to the pricing that they've got.
Now, for a bit of perspective, guys, I'm looking at my phone right now. The mobile version of FF7 is $16, and the mobile version of FF9 is $21. I think I could pretty definitively say that is too much. I'm sorry, I love FF9, but I'm not spending $21, to buy it again.
I've already bought it 4 times. I'm not doing it again.
I was going to say, I think I've only bought it 3 times, but yeah. I've only bought FF9 3 times. Anyways, next point. Let's go ahead and hit the hammer here. I know a lot of people are probably just watching for this. Anthem. BioWare's Anthem.
What is this? Oh, this is the new BioWare thing.
This is the new BioWare IP. This is Destiny 3 / Division 2 / whatever.
Oh, great.
Now, have you? Let me just start by saying, what have you seen about Anthem?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. But the way you described it, Destiny 3 or The Division 2 does not inspire a lot of confidence. I know what Ubisoft and whoever the hell did. I think it was 343.
I think so.
Or no, it was Bungie. Whatever. Yeah, Bungie.
Oh, Bungie.
And,
Bungie did Destiny. Yeah.
And Ubisoft. I remember what they did to The Division and to Destiny, and I'm just I'm going to recoil in fear.
Now, let me just go ahead and say really quick. Of course, I have just this year been accused of having a literal fetish for hating BioWare. But, yeah!
No.
But,
KOTOR is still good.
Nah,
you are wrong,
I hate
sir.
KOTOR just because it's the bar. I hate Neverwinter Nights, too. Excuse me, I hate Neverwinter Nights as well. Gotta phrase that better.
And there's this game called Mass Effect 2.
What? Oh, worst game ever. I haven't really been in the mood to play that lately again. Let me go ahead and say that I felt like I was watching the Division release trailer. I don't know how many of you watched that when they first released that.
Oh no, yes, and they were talking all tactically.
Yep.
And you know, there's this whole no one talks like this factor to it. Oh.
And it was super duper scripted, which again isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it was all this super duper scripted. We're trying to make it look like these are real people playing a pseudo MMO, pseudo persistent world thing, and oh my god, we gotta go think, let me just get this, and man, you gotta get that EXP, or EXP, I forget how he said it. However he said it, it was awkward as hell when he said it. And I'm sitting here, and I know a lot of people look at it and say, oh, it's Destiny, but the more I looked at it, the more I was actually reminded of Division, and everything I've seen about it, not just the presentation of the fake scripted dialogue and the pre-scripted gameplay, but the gameplay itself looks very Division if you happen to have a jetpack. I know that sounds like a weird add-on, but what I mean by that, each suit, you get these mech suits, okay? And each suit is your class. So you can switch classes depending on which suit you get in. Okay, that sounds a lot like the Division. And then you go out, and then you go into, like, there's the safe area, and then there's random explorative areas, and there's a PvP area, which they've only mentioned. We don't actually have that confirmed yet. And that sounds a lot like the Division. And you can pretty much teleport people to you and group up and go at, and it's the Division! It's the friggin' Division!
Yeah, and see, exactly what you're saying about the Division is, like, why I'm so scared about how BioWare is going to handle this, because the Division was not a good game. Say what you will about it, it was not a good game. It was handled very poorly, and if BioWare, well, considering how Mass Effect Andromeda ended up, if BioWare screws this up, well, we're not going to be in a good situation.
Now, I also want to say one other thing about Anthem. Actually, I want to say like 50 other things about Anthem, but because it's me. For those of you not aware of how this went out, they showed about I think it was a 40-second trailer during EA's conference, which was a trailer, like a pre-rendered cutscene. And it was like, and it was the most generic trailer I've ever seen in my life. It was, it had the bwah, bwah from Inception. God. I'm not even kidding. It actually had the Inception bwahs, and it was like, we must, and fade to black, and then we must go do this, and we must maintain the wall, get in the thing.
So yeah, like the last 16 years of marketing have meant nothing in terms of this, or not 16, but like the last 8 years of marketing have meant nothing. We're just gonna go back to Inception, and you know,
yeah, it's ridiculous. And so I'm watching this trailer like, okay. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to go watch it. It really is ridiculous. Then they showed actual gameplay at the Microsoft conference because they were showing it, and they wouldn't shut up about how they were playing the game on an Xbox 9.
Can I comment on that really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I really... Okay, so during the past few years, we've had this obsession with scripted gameplay sequences and all that kind of stuff. Well, in years past, they have had someone come out onto the stage holding a controller, and you could analyze their movements, and yes, it is perfectly one-to-one. Yes, they are playing the game. Keep doing that, because then it doesn't look like you're scripting these gameplay sequences. It's not fake. It's real. It's right there in front of you, you know?
No, yeah, I agree. Like I said, that is my preference. while I accept the marketing perspective of the scripted gameplay, I vastly prefer real gameplay.
Yeah, I am much more swayed by real gameplay than I am someone just, you know, saying, "Oh, this is real gameplay. Take a look," and having no one come out and having it being played backstage.
Yeah.
If that is what's happening.
What Zawun did, I don't know if Zawun's kidding or not, but what he says is hilarious. You know, keep doing what backwards stick in the mud Nintendo is doing. I agree.
Yes.
Nintendo got it right
for some freaking
reason.
I wouldn't necessarily call them a dust in the mud in this aspect, but you know, they're definitely doing it very right.
Which
when
is
it comes to
so
actually showing
weird.
off their games.
It's Nintendo. They're supposed to do things wrong. Anyways, what was I on? So let's go ahead and talk about the core thing, because they did show off some gameplay on the Xbox 9 true 4K exclusive. And
oh god,
I do want to say one thing real quick. As much as I can't stand the 4K thing and the exclusive thing being shoved down my throat, we made a game of how many times they said exclusive during that. It was ridiculous. But
I actually last night I saw a video and I counted at least probably 20, 22, 23 times of them saying exclusive.
Oh god, it was the same voice clip too, so it's even more odd.
or you know, this year they had world premiere.
Oh yeah, world premiere exclusive, and he kept biting the word. That's why I kept trying to say that exclusive. Anyways, as much as I can't stand that, let me go ahead and say something that's probably going to be unpopular. I actually don't mind them really heavily advertising a BioWare game on an Xbox, because that's how it's been since the original Xbox with KOTOR. Exactly.
I mean, yes, these games have come to PC, but
in fact,
showcasing them for the Xbox is not new.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm not super mistaken here, I could be. KOTOR was originally Xbox and then was ported to PC.
Yeah, it's a Mass Effect situation.
Yeah.
They had it originally for Xbox and then they ported it to PC.
So I was right about that, yeah. And so the fact that they're on the Xbox, the fact that they're trying to show it on the Xbox, that doesn't bother me too much. I mean, what bothers me is that it just started raining. What bothers me is how much they were trying to shove down my throats on how it's better because it's true 4K rather than it's better because it plays better on a console. You know, I mean, we were actually just talking about this last night. You see this right here, guys? This is a
Lord, this is 2006. We've got to focus on graphics and to the point of obsession. We've got to detract from our games, you know?
This is what I care about when it comes to a console game. Really. This is really what it's about for me. Right here. I'm holding up a PS3 controller if you can't see it. And
I have my PS4 controller right in front of me.
Yeah, how it plays.
Right
this right here. And they would not show anything about controller gameplay. And if I may be so bold, I really hate to hash this point again for I think the 4th time today, but this is one of the reasons I like someone up there with a gamepad playing the game, because then I can get a feel for what it's like to play the game. Anyways.
Thank you, Nintendo, for remaining somewhat sensible.
I don't know what... we'll get to Nintendo. We're going to do them last, by the way, guys, just as a heads up.
We're doing Nintendo last because they kind of came last.
We're last. Yeah, we're doing it chronologically. All right. Last thing I'm going to say about Anthem. I do want to say, I want to end on a positive note. As much as we know nothing about the story, as much as it's super generic, as much as I have no real faith in them, I will say this. This is the main Mass Effect team, not the completely ancillary Montreal team who had jack crap for backing or resources or had never done this kind of thing before in their lives. So at the very least, there's a decent chance that we'll get some kind of a game out of Anthem. But if we've already known, this is not new. We've known this for months now, that they're making a service-based games, which means this is probably going to be The Division. Yeah. And we're probably going to have to either have DLCs or we're going to have a subscription fee or something. And it's going to be multiplayer focused. And if you're going to have that kind of a game, unless it's an MMO, it's probably not going to have a super large amount of story. In fact, question, how many of you out there can tell me the story of Division? I can.
Here's the thing, though. I will say, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I will say, since this is the main Mass Effect team doing it, and given how Mass Effect 3's multiplayer was really, really super fun and was probably the highlight of that game for many of us, I will say that I'm at least positively inclined because of that, because of how just how well they pulled that off.
Let me go ahead and say, I do agree with the general comment that has been said. The gameplay looks like it could be neat. I have to say could be because I didn't see it played. But, you know, jetpacking around, you know, jump packs. I mean, jump packs were awesome in Andromeda. It was one of my favorite gameplay mechanics in Andromeda was the freaking jetpack. That was awesome.
Yeah.
But if the best thing I could say about a BioWare game is that it looks like it has decent gameplay, what the hell? Next point. Unless you have anything else to add?
Nah. Go ahead.
So, Bethesda had the worst conference this year. Yes, that is correct, Leander.
When your highlight is Fallout 4 VR, you know you fucked up. You know you fucked up.
Now, what really blew me away, I really need to lay this out for those of you who weren't with me for this. Bethesda's conference was at midnight my time. Now, I usually get up at about 6. That's my usual start of the day. So, hang on, I gotta get this out.
I think that was deliberate.
This is...
yeah.
Oh, no, I agree it was deliberate. It was at midnight, and I'm like, no, it's not happening. And then, while we were streaming, I think, Microsoft's conference, people are like, well, maybe we should get you in, or maybe we should... And then people started donating, and then people kept donating, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll do it. And the funny thing was, I was actually excited about it, because I remember when the last Bethesda conference knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes, the Fallout 4 one, yes.
Yeah, that one was just, boom, that was awesome. And the whole conference was amazing. And so I'm like, yeah, this is going to be great. And I'm staying up, and I put on the coat, and I'm like, yeah, come on, guys, let's go. Let's have some awesome things. And then I don't even remember the first 5 things they showed, because I didn't write them down, because it was like, here's something that just came out. Here's something that just came out. Here's some VR stuff. Here's something that just came out. Here's something that's already been out for a month.
Here's a TV that looks like an apple.
Yeah, it's just...
No, I'm kidding.
I'm sitting here like, what? They showed 4 new things, I counted. A new expansion for Elder Scrolls Legends, which, okay, that actually sounds pretty cool, I'll admit it. Because Elder Scrolls Legends looks really good. I showcased on the exploration. Then they showcased The Evil Within 2, which I have absolutely no interest in whatsoever. And they didn't show any...
I didn't care for the first Evil Within, so...
Not my thing. Very not my thing. That's not just horror. That's like on drugs horror. I don't know what else to call it. Then they showcased Dishonored 2, Death of the Outsider. I am actually excited about that. And then they showcased Wolfenstein 2 New Colossus, which I am buying the day it comes out.
Yes! Oh my god, yes! Oh. See, say what you will about Bethesda's developed titles. You know, I've said my piece about Skyrim and Fallout 4 the world over at this point. But I will say that the way they're handling Doom, Quake, and Wolfenstein specifically is incredibly awesome, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Agreed. Now, I will say, I know this sounds weird, I am not in favor of VR. I think I've made my anti-VR stance very clear. But, if you're going to make a VR game, Doom VR kind of makes sense. I mean, yes. FPS at VR just fits so well. I'm amazed they haven't done more of that already.
I do have stuff to say about Fallout 4 VR, by the way. I don't know if it's on the list.
It's actually, well, we're just talking about like how much Bethesda screwed up first.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about, I really want to cover just a brief thing on Dishonored 2.
You want to cover Dishonored 2 specifically, yes.
And Wolfenstein 2.
Oh, okay. I see that, yeah.
Anyways, so go ahead, talk about Fallout 4 VR.
So, I didn't get to play Fallout 4, but what I heard down the grapevine was both Fallout 4 and Skyrim were very, very stripped down in terms of their VR experiences. And I'm not saying, oh, well, here's just a little chunk of the game. No, I mean, like, you had some combat sequences, right? And then they went ahead and teleported you up to the next enemy, so you could just start slashing or shooting and, you know, stuff like that. And I'm like,
interesting.
What's the point of actually playing this if you don't get to move? You know, you're basically just allowing the player to have an immersive turret section.
Well, I was gonna say, have you ever played rail shooters on the old arcade games?
Yes. Oh yeah, I've played a bunch of rail shooters. But here's the thing: VR is not a rail shooter.
No, it isn't.
You know, you should be allowed to be immersed and move around. They should have had a VR showcase where you're in a small area and you could walk around, you could shoot these enemies, you know, stuff like that. You could talk to people maybe.
No, I agree.
Just
in fact,
rudimentary quests.
I'm going to say something really controversial, at least for me. I don't like VR, but if I did like VR,
Neither do I. Well,
and if it
I
didn't
can't
give me a
actually
migraine,
it's not very immersive for me.
but if I liked VR and it didn't literally cause me physical pain to play, the idea of running around in Skyrim, because I play Elder Scrolls games in first person anyways. So the idea of going around in a Bethesda-style game, first-person VR thing, sounds kind of neat.
Yeah.
I mean, of all the VR concepts out there, that's one of the ones that's like, okay, I'm kind of with that.
Yeah, I will say that perhaps I'm jumping the gun a little bit when it comes to that, and they actually just haven't fleshed out the movement. They haven't fleshed out what they're going to do with it. And by the time that Skyrim VR is a thing, and Fallout 4 VR is a thing, it could be the full game just in VR.
Exactly. Now, that's kind of what I know this sounds weird, but I kind of hope that's what that is, because at least that's not crap. I mean...
And yes, Leander, analog stick movement is possible. It's just, I don't know why Bethesda didn't choose to do that.
I don't know. Real quick, I just want to say hi to Jaywalk. Haven't seen you in forever. Welcome back. Hope real life's been treating you well. Just want to acknowledge that I saw your message. I'm not ignoring you, dude. We're just kind of mile-a-minuting here. So they showcased the VR thing. What else did they showcase? Oh, yeah. Let's talk about paid mods.
Oh, no.
Now, let me go ahead and state this 100% clearly. This is not paid mods. I just want to lay that out there, because I have heard a lot of people who have been hammering the point that this is paid mods without acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Let me also say that the statistically speaking, this is a bad thing. And this is probably going to be bad. And I kind of hope it fails if it's bad. But I do think...
It is certainly not on the level of what they did with Valve a year ago? 2 years ago?
I think it was last year. I don't actually remember. But I want to make that 100% clear. There's still going to be mods. There's still going to be mod support. This, my opinion, what they're doing here, my opinion, I think what they're doing is they're trying to see how much people are willing to tolerate with this perspective and kind of push towards in-house control of modding.
Right. They're testing the waters for a new mod-based business model.
Exactly. And Leander just said something like that too. I agree. We're looking at the slippery slope right here. That's what we're looking at. And I do agree this is probably negative. I do agree this should be a fail. But I just want to I want to push away from the hyperbole. We don't need to be screaming about paid mods, because that's not what this is. This is Bethesda trying to push back, and all we need to do is push in return and say, no, we're not going to do this. Now, let me go ahead and say one other thing really quick. We don't know how good or bad this is going to be, because that depends 100% on two things. The content that is produced and how much it costs. And we don't know either of these factors at all. So I cannot legitimately properly judge this until we see both of those two things presented. Now, if they
need to actually come out with the Creation Club before we can actually see exactly what they're doing with it. And
unfortunately, that's actually all I have to say about that, because there's nothing else to say about it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This is no, I agree. I've said that quote myself, so unless you're just quoting me, in which case, yay for remembering one of my quotes. But yeah, things get weird when money gets involved. That's been true for all of human history. Well, okay, that's not true. A lot of human history. We'll see where it goes. Now, if you want to put a gun to my head and say, hey, quick, what do you think it's going to happen? I think we're going to get a lot of really crappy, stupid mods. I think we're going to get a lot of cosmetic mods, and I think they're going to be either priced... see, this is Bethesda, so I think they're going to be priced just a little bit too much, but not as much as, for example, Nintendo's pricing stuff. And then it'll be like, here, spend, I don't know, $5 for this horse armor. I know that's a bad example, but, I think that's where they're going with that.
Considering the Fallout 4 Workshop DLCs, I wouldn't be surprised if they're a little bit more than even you're expecting.
If that wouldn't surprise me either, admittedly. And, of course, the quality, forgive me for being blunt, of the Fallout 4 DLCs was, in my opinion, quite low. Now, I liked...
Even Far Harbor was not worth the $25 they wanted.
No, it was not. I did like Far Harbor, but it absolutely was overpriced, and it did not have enough to justify it. And the other DLCs were
Give it for $15, just like you did for the other big, huge DLCs for... arguably expansions for Fallout 3,
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, what I'm trying to say is, what I am expecting is more of the same crap. And we just need to push back against it and not buy it. What I am hopeful for, because I'm an idealistic idiot, is that we get more, like, Moons Over Elsewhere. Anyone remember that mod? For
I haven't played that one, no.
It's for Skyrim. And it is a full tilt. Here's a whole quest arc.
Total conversion?
No, not a total conversion. It's just, here's more.
Oh, God.
Here's more. And you can go into... maybe it was for Oblivion, not Skyrim. I can't actually remember. But either way, it was tons of stuff. Very high quality. Whole new area, whole new quest line, whole new NPCs. You know what? I'd be willing to drop money on that. For the same reason I was willing to drop money on the expansions for Fallout 3, like we just talked about. We'll see what they actually do. Can't really talk much else about it. That is the harsh truth. Although I do want to say one other thing before we leave the Bethesda conference topic in general, and that's that the conference was terrible. I mean, ignoring the fact that they presented horrible stuff and rehashed things and announced 4 total things, the fact is they had, what's his face, Peter Hines, I think, go up on stage, and he's actually got a little bit of charisma. No. So usually he's good on stage, but he goes up there and he's just like, oh, okay, guys, so we've got this thing, and here's how we're gonna do it. And then they showed like 30 or 40 or however many minutes of trailers, and then he went back on stage and says, well, that's it for Bethesda, bye guys. What the hell was that?
Thank God they didn't have Todd Howard out, because that would have gotten people's hopes up even more.
It would have. That's actually probably exactly why he wasn't there.
I will also say, in regards to Bethesda, stop milking Skyrim. The game is 6 years old. Let it die.
That was the last thing I was going to say. That we have, what is it, 3 announced Skyrim ports that were mentioned as if they were news.
Yes, we've got Skyrim Switch. We had the whole Skyrim Special Edition last year. We've got Skyrim VR. You know, just
I know there's a third one. What was it? I know there was a third one because there was like, and now we're also showcasing Skyrim, and it's like.
By the way, no relax. I didn't get to head into Bethesda Land. I didn't get to see it or anything like that. I was too busy on the show floor actually playing games.
No, I actually did mention someone.
And besides, when you call something Bethesda Land, you're kind of saying to me, "Hey, we don't want you here because you don't really like our games nowadays."
Yeah, I
mean, I say what you will about Skyrim and Fallout 4. They weren't that great compared to stuff like Morrowind, New Vegas, even Fallout 3, in my opinion.
I've had the unpopular opinion for years that Skyrim is my 3rd least favorite Elder Scrolls game, after Daggerfall and Arena, of course. And
yeah,
I mean, I still considered Skyrim a net positive, but I have never once actually had the urge after the live rumination, or excuse me, the live roleplay, to replay that game, and I don't think I ever will. Please, please stop releasing
I won't ever will.
it.
Or I won't ever do it either. And I will say what Tom RP says is exactly my thoughts. Bethesda Land and Bethesda in general has just become a circle jerk. People are excusing them for very heinous things when it comes to the games industry, and I will not support that. I am pushing away from that company.
Yeah. So, speaking of Bethesda...
Let's go to something far, far more positive.
Dishonored 2. So, obviously, I did a premiere run of Dishonored 2, and for those of you who didn't see it, I loved the game. Like,
yes,
it was
the game is
super
so
good. Oh, and it even had really good replayability. Like, even more than the 2 times through, it had really good replayability, and I very much enjoyed that. And I'm really looking forward to this DLC. I also am awesomed because for those of you not aware of the story of the Dishonored series, we had Dishonored, and the Dishonored's DLCs was all about Dowd. And
yeah, the Knife of Dunwall was all about Dowd. And from what I understand, this new DLC, this Dishonored 2 DLC, is again focusing on Dowd.
Yep, and they're going after the Outsider, and I'm not sure what I think of that. But at the same time, I love the idea because obviously, and I think I talked about this during both my rumination and my premiere run, we don't actually know that much about the Outsider. Not really. And so whether this is even possible is something that's, can they actually defeat him? Can they even hurt him? Can they even reach him? I mean, this is all stuff that we're just kind of, We do know he is not infallible. Well, actually, no, we don't know that. I was going to say, because of Dishonored 2, because of What's-Her-Face, we know he's not infallible, but he could have just been arranging that. So, I am very, very, very curious what they're doing, and I am hopeful because this does one thing I love most from a franchise, and that is make a setting changer, really change the status quo.
Yeah.
And if we could actually go and destroy the Outsider and see what happens as a consequence of that, that already has me interested. Just boom. Plus, it's Dishonored 2. It's more Dishonored 2. I'm already interested. What do you think?
Yeah. See, I'm exactly in the same position you are. You know, as soon as they said, well, we're going to focus on Dowd again, I'm like, yes, I love Dowd. As soon as they, you know, revealed a lot of info about this DLC, I'm like, yes, 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 I love this. You know, I was a huge fan of both Dishonored and Knife of Dunwall, and then when Dishonored 2 came out, I didn't buy it first day, but because finances were a bit tight, but I did eventually buy it, and I loved it. So Dishonored 2, the DLC, is something that I'm very, very in favor of.
Awesome. So yeah, huge positive there. That's on my to-buy list. Next and last game I want to talk about from the Bethesda conference is Wolfenstein. Now, I just want to toss out two things really quick. For those of you not aware, this is going to be a direct sequel to the
New Order.
New Order, thank you. I can never remember the names of the two of them. The one that was really good as opposed to the one that was just kind of okay. And so I'm already interested in that. It's also one of those games that has a very strong Flash Gordon effect, like I talked about earlier. You know, just space Nazis on the moon summoning demons to kill.
They're turning up the ridiculously.
Yeah,
they're just amazing.
They're just embracing it. And of course, there's a new settlement, which I need your help. No, yeah, I have no idea how he survived. If you paid attention during the trailer, the first thing that happens is he wakes up from a coma. I still don't know how he survived, but whatever. And what I liked about it is a lot of people I've seen complained about how much of the trailer showcased story. Whereas percentage-wise, it was like 10% of the trailer was gameplay. But it's a Wolfenstein game. We don't actually need to see gameplay. I mean, forgive me for saying that. We know how much going to play.
Shoot Nazis.
Yeah, we know.
The gameplay is shoot Nazis.
And they did show a large variety of gameplay, and it looks awesome. I love the fact that I've heard people complain. It's like an 8-minute trailer. I've heard people complain that it's just too long. Too long? I don't actually agree with that.
I don't care about that because, you know, if the gameplay is compelling, if it looks fun, I'll watch an 8-minute trailer. I watched, well, we'll get to this, but I watched the Marvel Spider-Man trailer, and I was enthralled, even if it was, you know, scripted sequences.
That was also a very long trailer.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, if something is long and yet compelling, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, that explains why you watch me. So here I just talk up here for 2 hours at a time. We're at what? 2 hours of a Loreweek this week. I think we're really going to break our record, guys. So
no question. Considering how far down we are on the list.
I know, we're nowhere. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet, guys. I love that they did a lot of great visual storytelling in the trailer. They showcased how bad things have gotten in the States. They showcased the KKK working with the Nazis. I'm sure you all caught that. What's-her-face, I can't remember her name, forgive me. Fraulein, you know, has survived. They showed the pregnant woman, the guy getting high on LCD or whatever, acid, I don't know drugs. And they did a lot of things showcasing how silly the setting was and yet how dire. And so it gets this weird, interesting mix that I think they pulled off quite well, personally. And this is when Roxima says, I disagree!
Sorry, I definitely agree with what you're saying, yeah.
I don't know drugs, guys. What do you want from me? I know hydrocodone, because I know medical drugs. Anyways,
Let me just snort those liquid crystals. Let's do it. Yeah.
I bet you there's people who would do that. Anyways, I don't actually have anything else to say about Wolfenstein, except that I will be doing a premiere run of Wolfenstein.
Premiere run, yes, yeah.
That is on the list.
I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna play it as soon as you're done with your stream.
Awesome.
I will say one thing. What Anthony says about the Devolver pre-show. Are we going to cover that? Because
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So if you want to talk about it, go for it.
Oh my god, it was absolutely hilarious. Like they poked fun at so many different things, and especially if you watch it like because if you watch like one of the serious actual conferences and then you watch that. Yeah, they're taking the piss out of the entire thing, but then, you know, I think that a lot of these companies need to wisen up to the fact that their marketing is not working. You know, this is not how you market games. That's how you market, like, I don't even know what.
I stand by my earlier statement.
Devolver,
I think they're trying to retain relevance. I think that's what marketing departments are doing.
Yeah, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Devolver basically fund an indie game show for E3. Kind of like what we've got with the PC game show, but a little bit more than that. You know what I mean? A little bit more focused on games rather than technology. And if they took that sort of approach to it and also had some substance in terms of games, yeah, that'd be probably best in show.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It might be even a little bit more like, oh, what's the name of that gaming convention that's actually good? Oh, that's right, PAX.
PAX,
All
yes.
5 of them.
I will be talking about my experiences at E3 when we're at the end of this.
Okay.
In regards to, you know, PAX and everything like that.
Yeah. Real quick thing I want to just mention. I actually had the great misfortune of seeing a decent amount of the Intel pre-PC gaming show. It was boring, dumb, and stupid. Moving on.
It was, yeah.
It was a guy. It literally looked like they went to the office of, I believe, Intel, and they went to the office of Intel and said, George, come here. Yep. I'm pulling you off the project. I want you to go to E3 and talk about our new CPU. Okay.
Which is sad because their new CPUs still can't stand up to AMD's.
I know, but anyway.
Like, I just...
So, 59. XCOM 2 is getting a new expansion.
Woo!
I mean, I'm really, really excited about that. I feel so bad that I lost those streams, but the XCOM and XCOM 2 streams were amazing. I freaking love those games. To this day, I use XCOM as what I call my standard for tactical turn-based RPG. Oh my god, I'm so excited. And from everything I've seen and read, because there's actually been more info released, because that's how that works, it's not just the new champions and playing as the aliens and the new factions. They're adding so much in this expansion. Not only is it a full expansion as opposed to DLC, but this is basically, they originally were going to make XCOM 3, and then they did this instead.
They just grafted it onto XCOM 2.
Yeah. And considering XCOM 2 was already basically the same engine as XCOM 1, that actually makes a degree of sense. And yeah, XCOM, as I'm going to say...
I could definitely see them just going an iterative route when it comes to XCOM these days.
Yeah, they could pull a Paradox.
Simply because the engine is so freeform, and they could just do whatever they want to XCOM 2 rather than make a whole new entry, you know?
No, I agree completely. The other thing I wanted to mention is, as Dakota points out, we already have... consumer trust is a big deal in the industry, and I already have a lot of consumer trust in them because XCOM 1's expansions were great.
Yeah, XCOM 1 was really, really good. When it comes to Enemy Within specifically, not...
well, yeah.
Not just the first game itself.
So yeah, I am very, very excited for that, and yes, I will probably be doing a stream that I record this time of XCOM 2 when that comes out. Next point, I'm just going to start hammering these. We've got so many, and I don't have a super lot to say, so if you have anything, just please feel free to interrupt or whatever. Battletech! Yeah! Sorry.
Yes.
I'm really excited about a Shadowrun gameplay style Battletech. You know, turn-based, top-down, act tactical. Yes! 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 Sorry, I'm just really excited. It has a campaign mode. It has an actual story. It's not just multiplayer only, which I think makes it the first game like that since MechWarrior 4, if I'm not mistaken, which came out.
Yeah, I was going to say probably MechWarrior 3 or 4, yeah.
So yeah, it's been like over a decade, I think, at this point. And it's set during the Inner Sphere Civil War era, which is this era that's actually not been covered a lot by the video games, specifically. It's Shadowrun. It is the Shadowrun engine, Zawan, if you've played the recent Shadowrun games.
Well, here's the thing. I've played all of the Shadowrun games, and they're all really, really good when it comes to how they look, how they feel. So, yes, Battletech is going to be amazing.
Woo! And yeah, there's the usual everything that we expect in a Battletech game, which I don't even feel like mentioning, you know, like customizing mechs, etc. And there's going to be a free-form Merc mode, which you can do on its own or after you finish the campaign, and of course there's going to be PvP. And I don't actually have that much else to say other than absolutely doing a premiere run of that when that comes out. That is definitely getting streamed. Holy crap. Very excited about that. Any thoughts?
nothing really to add. It looks really good.
Awesome. Okay, next game. Actually, I'm not going to make a note about this game because honestly, I don't have much to say unless you do. But we got to see Bannerlord for like a minute and a half.
What's this Wii? I didn't see anything of it. I literally didn't see it on the floor.
It was nothing.
Like, it was the first thing on my list, so I went around looking for it. Nothing.
I will go ahead and say that's hilarious. I will go ahead and say this. I haven't liked the Mount and Blade series that much because I have found it a little bit too empty, a little bit too sandboxy. That's just not my thing. But what they've talked about with Bannerlord, and they announced this last year at E3 too, sounded interesting. It's like, oh, it's going to have new gameplay, it's going to have the siege mechanics, it's going to have more persistent world, you know, etc. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
see,
you know, a little more politics.
I looked at Bannerlord last year, and I'm like, yeah, this seems really interesting to me. I mean, I didn't play Warband all that much, but Bannerlord actually looked like something I was going to get into, and to see it basically not have a presence at this year's E3 is just kind of puzzling to me, you know.
Well, the other thing I've noticed, because I've been kind of idly keeping an eye on Bannerlord for a while, because I plan to premiere run it when it comes out. To my knowledge, they still don't have a release day. We still have no... I mean, it's been a year since they announced it, and it's still like, yeah, it's coming at some point. The one thing they did show off, the one and only thing, which actually does look kind of cool, is mounted archery. That does look pretty awesome, actually, depending if it's proper archery. Because that'd be sweet. Yeah. That's actually all I've got to say about Bannerlord, unfortunately, because they didn't really show much. According to Ninjato, they actually released some videos on their YouTube channel, which I, of course, have not seen. Do they have a release date?
I have to take a look at that.
They have a release date, Ninjato. Okay, next point, real quick. Again, super quick here. Total War Warhammer 2 was showcased, and there's a couple of things they showed about it that look really awesome. First of all, from everything I have understood, and this is from not just viewers, but a couple of friends of mine who are fans of the Total War series, Total War Warhammer is the best Total War. It's like good.
Oh, good.
And blows.
Yeah, because I'm. Yeah. You know, I remember stuff like Shogun Total War and stuff like that, and being really impressed by stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But seeing it applied to a license like Warhammer is something that I'm definitely in favor of. Now, if we're talking Warhammer 40K, that's even more exciting. But even Warhammer Fantasy is something I can get into.
Yeah. Now, for those of you who haven't heard this, I've actually flat out said if it was Warhammer 40K, I'd buy it day of, just period. But,
yes, exactly. Yeah.
But it isn't, and that's unfortunate. But I have almost been convinced to give Total War Warhammer a try. I'm just not quite there yet. Just because I really want to try it out and see if it's any good. I don't know Warhammer's lore, like, at all, so I can't really talk about that. But the second one, they mentioned a couple things I wanted to say which were cool. First of all, there's going to be a big story-focused campaign mode, which is awesome. As usual, as a Total War should have. Well, in my opinion, an RTS strategy game should have. And more to the point, they're going to be releasing a patch or something like that, so that when Total War Warhammer 2 goes live, the map, I don't actually know 100% what this means, but the map of Total War Warhammer 1 will be added to the map of Total War Warhammer 2, so you'll have one mega, like, double continent map.
Ooh.
Which,
yeah, that sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, that sounds...
I wish more companies would do that. Because, like, Valve actually did that with Left 4 Dead. When Left 4 Dead 2 came out, they actually ported a lot of the original Left 4 Dead. I believe the entire game, almost.
I think it's all but
Left 4
one
Dead
map,
2.
yeah. All but one map. And actually, to give another example, Dissidia Duodecim did the exact same thing.
Yes,
even better.
Exactly, that too.
So.
I noticed that Dissidia isn't on your list. We should probably add that, though. Because I do have quite a bit to say about it. I know.
Why don't we add that after the PC gaming show? How's that sound?
Sure, yeah.
I'll just make a note here. Square Enix sucks. There we go. Okay, so.
Perfect.
I'm just going to, like, rapid fire a couple of these. If you have any thoughts or sounding on the game show, please feel free. They showed a game called The Last Night, which is a modern-day LucasArts adventure game. It's obviously not made by LucasArts, but it's a LucasArts adventure game. And the animations, the style of the pixelated graphics, little truncated thing, it literally looks like if LucasArts existed today and made an adventure game, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only mentioning it because I know adventure games are kind of one of those very hit or miss genres, at least for me. And I'm at least...
I like them. So.
I was going to say, it depends. It really depends. Like, I enjoyed Longest Journey, which I recently went through.
Yeah.
There's quite a few others, though I don't. So, I don't know. Like, I just thought I'd mention it. It looks cool. The next one I want to mention, again, just super quick here, is Islands. The only thing I want to say about Islands, because when I first saw Islands, this is with a Y, of course, Wylands. The only thing I want to say about Islands is that... Wait, what, Zawan? What are you talking about? I missed something.
Because why do you want to play this game? Am I right?
Well,
No,
okay.
I'm kidding.
Well, no, hang on. The thing about Islands... At first, I'm looking and it's like, okay, so it's Minecraft except with voxels instead. That's great. And that's all I could think was just, and
Yeah.
then, oh, I didn't even hear about that one.
I mean, it looks mildly interesting, but...
The one and only thing they did that looks kind of cool, I should say two things, but it's basically the same thing. The terrain editing, the creator mode, the creative mode, looks pretty top-notch. It looks like they showcased a bit of it, players just editing the world and making, you know, modules and add-ons and all that stuff just right there. And apparently you can do scripting with it, so you can actually have events and you know, scenarios and stuff like that, which... Having that in a Minecraft type game and having that in the game, you don't have to pop out to an editor and then pop back in. That is actually kind of cool. It's just, again, why am I looking at another Minecraft sim?
Yeah.
Anyways, then there's Griffland. Now, Griffland looks like a mobile game to me. Did you see anything about that, Roxamus?
No, what is this?
So Griffland is, God, I don't even know how to explain it. Everything they showcased gameplay-wise was either people fighting or people talking. So I got the impression that that's actually all that there is gameplay-wise. It really does look a lot like a mobile game, and I don't necessarily mean that as a bad thing. It just means I'm not particularly interested in it. But supposedly there's going to be some heavy exploration focus, and they're going to be focusing on this story mode thing. I don't actually know where they're going with that. I was really hoping you had seen something of it, because I was just looking at it like, what am I going to make of this? We're getting to that, dear Bruno. We're getting to that. Yeah. Did you see Griffland?
No, I haven't seen anything on Griffland. No.
Didn't think so. Next one, Lawbreakers, also known as people like Overwatch, right? Right?
Okay, so the guy I was there with, Joey, he saw like a poster for Lawbreakers up on the outside of the venue, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, what is this? You seem pretty excited about it. And he's like, it's a first-person shooter with zero gravity elements. And as soon as I heard that, my ears perked up. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, I haven't seen something like that done very properly since one of the Turok games on the N64.
I was going to say Tribes myself, like the original Tribes.
Well, no, I also compared it to Tribes. I said, okay, well, I'm a huge fan of Tribes, but it's not quite the same in that regard, but I was hugely in favor of something like Tribes. They actually did have they had a booth for it, a fairly large booth, where you could, I think they had something like 20 PlayStations lined up, as well as 10 PCs. So you could have 2 5v5 games on PlayStation, as well as 1 5v5 game on PC, but the PC one was on the screen that they had. Mm-hmm. I didn't get to play it personally, but I looked at it. I kept glancing at it whenever we walked past that specific booth. And from what I can tell, it looks like something I'm definitely interested in, because I do like first-person shooters, especially when they take a new direction towards movement.
Yeah.
That's why I love... it's not necessarily a first-person shooter, but that's why I love Mirror's Edge. That's why I like the concept of Brink. That's why I like Tribes. That's why I like that Turok game I mentioned. That's why I like a specific section in Crysis that everybody hates. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. The only thing, of course, and this goes without saying, but it's hard for me to be interested in the game because it looks like it's a PvP arena mode only, which... I shrugged. You didn't see it. But I did want to bring it up, sorry. In addition to my Overwatch joke, I mean, at this point I'm just going to rehash what you just said. It does look like they're at least trying something. And that looks neat. I unfortunately don't actually have a lot else to say about that. So, hang on. Do you have anything else to add before I move on?
Not really. I mean, if it's anything like what Tribes Ascend was, I'm definitely in favor of it.
Yeah. That'd probably be a sale buy for me, if anything.
Yeah, sale buy for me as well.
The next game, and I actually want to talk about this one a bit, is a game called Wargroove. This is the one. Chapter Bruno was just asking about.
Yeah, what is this?
So this, like, it looks simple yet really well done. This is a game made by the gentleman and a few other people who worked on Stardew Valley. So it's...
Ooh.
I'm just going to start with that. Let's open with that. If you've ever seen Advanced Wars on the GBA...
Yes, I actually really love Advance Wars. So yeah.
Yeah, it's basically Advance Wars. He himself calls out that it's inspired by... in fact, I think Day 9 said this looks kind of Fire Emblem, and he says, well, yeah, Fire Emblem, but a little more Advance Wars. And I'm like, yeah!
Yes! Oh my god, please.
It's got...
I need this.
It's got a lot of modern features, which include full mod support, full online connectivity, and an editor and dev kit. Now, this is really important. This is the part that really impressed me. I know this sounds stupid, but they actually have a campaign editor, not just a map editor.
Day one buy.
Yeah.
No, I don't even need to hear anything more. I am going to buy this.
The one and only thing that I didn't get to find out info about, which is the thing I really want to know. Yes, Day 9 was the guy presenting the PC gaming show. Is the combat itself. I mean, yeah, Advanced Wars, but what are they doing with it? Does terrain matter? Of course, the all-important terrain. Is there range? Is there equipment? You know, we actually got to see, unfortunately, very little of the combat. But an advanced, even if it's just modern Advanced Wars with mod support, with online support, with a built-in editor, which gets Do's map and campaign, I'm already very interested in that, and that just got me going. Yeah. So yeah, that super got me interested.
What Takoida says, though, is a valid point. The lineup needs to be a bit more diverse because mirror units
is an issue.
Kind of presented a balance problem. Well, not necessarily a balance problem, but I don't even know what to call it. They presented
problem.
A lot of yeah.
No, I mean, with legitimacy, though, if I could say one fault of the old RTSs, I'm talking like Command & Conquer, Warcraft 1 and 2, it's that the two sides were basically the same.
Yeah.
I mean, they were cosmetically different, so that's why you play as the Horde, because they're the good guys. But, you know, it wasn't until StarCraft was the first RTS I played, I don't think it was the first one, but where they finally started saying, here's two sides that are different.
Make it asymmetrical. Make it balanced yet asymmetrical.
Exactly. Now, that is kind of the norm now, so we'll see what they do with it. We'll see what they do with it. Mm-hmm. Anything else to say about Wargroove?
First I've heard about it right here, and I'm already very interested.
Oh, I was super psyched when I heard about it. Now, I'm really uncertain if I'm going to buy this day of, but I am absolutely going to buy this when it comes out at some point or another. Age of Empires Definitive.
Age of Empires, yeah.
Now, I
didn't see anything... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you good, you good.
Okay, so I don't know if this is just because this is a remaster and stuff like that, but I didn't see anything about this on the show floor, so I couldn't really demo this. But from what I understand, you know, it's Age of Empires again.
Yep. Now
that's awesome.
Now, what's funny is as they were showcasing it, and you guys can verify this, you were watching me live. My initial reaction was okay, and as they kept showcasing new things, and I'm like, okay. And like my hype level just slowly increased as the trailer went on because they were like, and we're also doing this, and we're also doing this. Now, let me go ahead and say that I am not the biggest fan of the Age of Empires series. I know that makes me horrible, given how much of a strategy and RTS fan I am in general. But the Age of Empires have always been those games that are good, but not great and amazing, for me, personally.
If this was Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, I would be all over that.
That was... What's funny is I kept mistakenly saying Age of Empires 2, because that was the one I played the most of, not counting Age of Mythology, of course. But no, it's actually Age of Empires 1. So first of all, I hope they do this for Age of Empires 2. Second of all, they are showing a lot. They're showcasing a lot of what they're changing with it. And what I have a question for, and this is the thing I want to talk about with this one, is can this qualify as a proper remake?
We'll have to see more.
And yeah, unfortunately, we don't know enough about. Now, if I could really quick, for those of you who have never really heard me use that term, all three of you, hi, welcome to my show. A proper remake is when you remake a game and then not only do it very well, adding modern convenience features.
You go the extra mile.
Bingo, you do that extra mile, you add something onto it. You amend something onto it. Now, we don't know if they're actually...
FF4 for the SNES and then FF4 for the DS, and you will see what we're talking about.
Yeah, night and day. So, I actually very recently, in a Loreweek, talked about can we have a proper remake of a blah game? And one of the things I mentioned was a strategy game, an old RTS, because I've been wanting a proper remake of a lot of old RTS games for literally about a decade at this point. This may be the first one.
See, this looks like the first one in an official capacity to me, because I look at stuff like StarCraft Mass Recall, the StarCraft 1 ported to StarCraft 2's engine, the mod that was released, and I would consider that to be a proper remake. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's a little bit unprofessional with how it was handled, but it's at least a step in the right direction in terms of that type of game.
No, I don't disagree at all. In fact, one of the things I've wanted for a long time would be StarCraft. Yes, I know, Jonga, you don't like proper remakes. There's the door. One of the things that I have always really wanted was basically StarCraft 1 in StarCraft 2's engine.
In StarCraft 2's engine, yeah.
But polish the story a bit because,
yeah.
I mean, we've retconned a little bit and we've moved forward with the story a little bit.
Just do it by Blizzard. Let them handle how they want to do the story, because they've been fairly good with that.
Yeah, but either way, I'm really, really excited about a proper remake of an RTS, which, again, arguably this might be our first official proper remake of an RTS ever. So, woo! So now you want to talk about Square Enix. Now let me begin this really quick by saying that the Square Enix... I only watched a bit of their conferences here and there across the week.
I actually did watch some of their streams. They were terrible.
They were god-awful. They were god-awful. I'm sorry. They weren't even laughably bad. They were awkwardly, unpleasantly bad. And then for the FF 30th anniversary block of their section, they played some Dissidia. Cool. And then they had 40 minutes of the same, I think, 8 trailers.
The same trailers.
Just looping
8 trailers,
over and over and over. And that was it.
What's funny is a lot of my experience with Square Enix on the show floor was I played Dissidia quite a bit. I also played some other stuff that I'll get into. But and then they also had all 8 of those trailers looping on the big screen, which is funny because everybody stopped for the Kingdom Hearts.
For the Kingdom Hearts one,
every single time.
Well, because
it was just such a head turner.
Yeah. And then the other one's like, great. Here's the trailer for FFX. Oh, okay. And that's the other thing, by the way.
Here's the trailer for Mobius.
I actually really want to know, because in the internet, on the home perspective, marketing wise, they kept pushing the mobile games. I'm curious if they were doing that on the floor.
Okay, so the mobile games didn't have nearly as much of a presence. They had the King's Knight thing just smashed up against the Square Enix Presents booth, a little bit away from the Dissidia booth. But they also had, I think, Brave Exvius and Mobius, like 2 of each, on the ends of Final Fantasy XII's little section, and that's it.
Okay, wow.
Honestly, when I look at Square Enix in terms of Square Enix Presents, their stream, and I look at their show floor, they could not have been more different. I actually think that Square Enix on the show floor had the strongest presence, not only because of their game lineup and how they handled that, but also because of just how quickly they got people in for the big showstopper, which was Dissidia.
Yeah. Yeah,
they were the highlight of the show for me, and not just because Rex is a Square Enix fanboy. They were the highlight because of just how well they handled all of this, which I'll get into later because I have a lot to say about how E3 was handled from an organization standpoint this year.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that, but we'll get there. So while we're talking about Square Enix stuff, because again, I don't have a lot of notes about that specifically. So I heard there was a Kingdom Hearts 3 thing. I don't know. Maybe I just misheard that.
What, you want me to talk about Kingdom Hearts 3 again?
What I want you to tell me... No, I'm sorry. I should be more clear.
No. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about what Nomura said at the second concert.
That's what I'm talking about.
The final information.
That is exactly what I'm talking about.
So what happened was, and I was actually there, Nomura came out again a second time. Didn't show off the trailer because they did that right after the intermission for the concert. But he had said, I don't have this trailer to show you this time, but I will say that at D23 we will be getting more information. And unfortunately, and I really feel for the girl who was up there, interpreting for him, she had mistakenly said final information. Now I don't know if this was a problem with her notes or with just something she said as a slip of the tongue, but that is confirmed to be a mistranslation.
Yeah.
I think at D23 next month, we're just going to be getting more information, possibly a release date, because that's what final information means to a lot of people. But do not be surprised if we don't get a release date next month.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we'll see. Yes.
Yeah, and yes, as Leander says, they're going to unveil a new world, and we're getting a new trailer.
Yeah, we do know that pretty definitively.
Trust me, I'm probably going to be streaming the D23 event just to see, you know, what the hell they're showing off.
Yeah.
I think it's like 1 p.m. Pacific time on the 15th, something like that.
I don't actually remember. I need to look it up. I need to get my schedule lined up with that, because I'm gonna, at the very least, I'm gonna talk about that the coming Loreweek.
Yeah, exactly.
So Kingdom Hearts 3, tons of mobile crap.
I do want to talk about Dissidia. I don't want to talk about King's Knight, because I played King's Knight. I enjoyed it. It doesn't look like they're having a whole bunch of microtransactions, but I wouldn't be surprised if they implement them.
Yeah.
The gameplay is fun. Let's see. So the two things I really played there were Final Fantasy 12, which it's Final Fantasy 12. It looks good. I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah.
Moving on. And then Dissidia was the line for Dissidia was one of the longest lines in the Square Enix booth, rivaled only by Stormblood. And the only reason Stormblood was so big was because they were having a challenge where you could defeat Susano as I believe a raid boss, or FF14's equivalent.
Yeah.
And you got a T-shirt. You got a T-shirt that says "I beat Susano." It was actually really cool, and I wish I could do it, but
nice. Need to keep playing that game more, dude.
But yeah, Dissidia was actually really, really quick when it came to the line. Obviously, I wasn't subject to that because media priority. But the matches lasted for like 3 minutes, and then 6 people came and went. 6 people came and went. 6 people came and went. The way they handled Dissidia was perfect from an organization standpoint. But as far as the actual game is concerned, I will say that the way that they handled the movesets for each of the characters, it feels a lot like the first 2 Dissidias, down to even the jumping and the movement physics.
Yeah.
But the addition of things like the summon mechanic, where if you break a core and then stand there and undisturbed for a period of time, you get a summon which comes in and just wrecks everything.
Yeah, I think I saw Ramu.
I feel like that is enough of a game changer to really warrant a lot of hype around the game, in my opinion.
No, I agree. Now, I have heard conflicting reports and haven't been able to nail this down. Obviously, we do know it has a story mode. That's definitive. Some people have been saying that it's...
I know exactly where you're going with this.
In the future...
Some people say it's a... Yeah, some people say it's a reboot. It's not part of the same continuity, but some say it is, but it's in the future. I can definitively say, because I actually asked a few representatives who were at the Dissidia booth, Square Enix confirms by their own mouths it is part of the same continuity. It is just in the future.
Now, I really don't want to sound negative about a game that I'm going to probably buy the day it comes out, but I don't like that. That's
really?
No, I'm serious, because I know the full ending of Dissidia Duodecim, and I'm going to spoil it on camera, including the optional secret extra thing to find out how Dissidia ended.
Oh no, I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
All I'm going to say is that Dissidia Duodecim very definitively ended, and so why connect it to these two in that manner? Now, I've always wanted the story to be connected to the previous 2 games, but there's plenty of other methods of doing that. For example, we could set it during the first war, before the cycle even began. We could set it during one of the previous cycles. There's been options. So I'm really curious what they're going to do with it. I mean, I'm still excited. I'm still going to buy it the day it comes out. It's just, huh?
Well, considering that this whole thing with Materia and Spiritus is so, like, these two are so far disconnected from Cosmos and Chaos as to almost warrant it being a new continuity. However, I will say that if they have callbacks to the original Dissidia, or indeed if what the representative I talked to it has said is not true, and like it's so far in the distant past maybe that they choose to do that route. I will say there's I am not so worried about it, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, again, I'm already sold on it. I have a PS4.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. It's just I'm really curious what they're doing with it story-wise. I wanted to ask, gameplay-wise, you obviously only did playing with other players, but is there going to be an option to play one person? Like just sitting and playing it?
1v1?
Well, actually, what I mean is
no,
you're playing one of the three.
Single-player sort of option.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, no, the story is actually not going to be in a dedicated story mode. It's going to be in event battles. So there are going to be single-player options there, yes.
Okay. What I was hoping to learn, and I don't know if you even are aware of, or can be aware of this, is like para exemple. I would rather have the ability to switch between party members if I'm playing a team of 3 than I'm playing one person and the other 2 are doing whatever.
Right. Well, I can't really speak to them doing something like that. I never found out anything about that. However, considering how both Dissidia 1 and Duodecim ended up in their final dungeons, I would not be surprised if they did something like that.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. Do you have anything else you want to say about Square Enix and their on-the-ground perspective?
Not really. I talked about Stormblood. I talked about...
You said something about King's Knight, but if you want to talk about that later, that's okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. Next thing I want to bring up then is Ubisoft, and what the hell?
Yeah, Ubisoft is actually good.
Okay, I want to make this clear, guys. I want to give you my perspective. When I put Ubisoft and EA and Microsoft on the conference list for me to cover live, the only reason
it's just going to be, oh well, I'm going to ridicule.
Yeah, I literally did it because it'll be something to take the piss out of, and then we'll talk about it later. And then I'm sitting here at the Ubisoft like, and my jaw is just slowly lowering as I see a great presentation with actually charismatic people who get up there, have real passion for what they're doing, and they show off the games, and they show off the gameplay, and they show off a lot of games I'm really interested in, and I'm just like, what is going on? I'm so confused by this! Ubisoft, the only reason... Okay, technically Ubisoft won as far as conferences, in my opinion. The only reason I pushed Nintendo better is because the post-conference for Nintendo, which lasted 3 days, was incredibly amazing.
Yeah.
But as far as just the conferences, Ubisoft just, BAM! Knocked it right out of the park. I love that. So, anyways, I don't know how much you got to see of Ubisoft, but the next thing I want to talk about...
I didn't actually see their conference, but I did see their presence on the show floor. I am a bit less positively inclined because of one experience that I had, and that will be coming up in the next game we're talking about.
Okay, well, so the first thing I want to talk about is Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. Now, first of all, they nailed the presentation of that. Having Miyamoto go up there, having the gentleman whose name I don't know go up there, they've got the guns, and they're just like, yeah, they're just geeking out on stage. And it cuts...
Kind of reminds me of the Twilight Princess reveal.
Yeah,
where Miyamoto came out with the Master Sword and the Hylian shield.
And everyone's just like,
God,
yeah!
so good.
And,
oh, that was so amazing.
And then the camera cuts to one of the guys who worked on I'm just going to call it Mario XCOM, by the way. And who worked on Mario XCOM. And the guy is fighting tears as he's sitting there. Like, Miyamoto calls him out on name, and then the guy gestures, and the camera switches over to him, and he's just sitting there, holding it back, and the audience just goes, yeah! And oh my god, it was amazing. It looks like a game, in addition to the fact that it looks like a game I want to play, it looks like a game they really wanted to make great. And so I automatically want to buy it just to support them. Now, let me go ahead and say I hate Rabbids. I've never enjoyed their humor my whole life.
See, I played the first Raving Rabbids back on the Wii, and this was back in like 2008, so I was, a lot younger than I am now. But when I look at it, I think all this wacky stuff is a bit weird for me nowadays. But back when I was think 15 or so, I definitely was like, yeah, this seems right up my alley in terms of humor. It was interesting back then, but I don't know. I would hope that they do it right these days.
I have no idea. It looks like Minions, like straight up, which I also don't care for personally.
Yeah.
So whatever. That being said, though, I mean, a Mario XCOM game, honestly, just those words alone. But I also have to share a little bit of my perspective really quick, because I've heard about this game coming for a while. They've talked about it for a while. We've known about this for a while. We knew they were going to announce it at this E3. That's all been known. But what I didn't know was the gameplay, because they were keeping the tight lid on that. And so
you thought it was just going to be like a Mario and Rabbids, almost like the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games compilation.
Exactly, because
I mean, it's happening, but we don't know what they're going to do with it. It could just be a mini game compilation.
Yeah, exactly. And so all we have is this picture of Rabbids and Mario, and I'm like, I can't even begin to be interested in that. So
yeah,
admittedly, I'm probably more positively inclined because this completely shocked me by being amazing. But I am picking that up when it comes out, and that is another premiere run I'm going to be doing of that game.
Right.
Anything else to add about that?
Well, speaking as someone who was on the show floor, I don't know if I've told you guys about this, but Mario and Rabbids was popular. So popular, in fact, that the line was 2 hours long.
I saw that.
Constantly.
I saw that picture.
And there was no media priority. I did not get to play it, even though I was extremely excited to actually see it. I was extremely interested in actually getting footage and seeing how it would play. But I will talk about this more at the end. I want to talk about E3 as a concept at the end of Loreweek. But you know, that was like the thing that left a negative impression on me when it came to Ubisoft. They're like the inverse of Square Enix. Their show was amazing. Their floor presence, their actual execution on the floor, could not have been worse.
Yeah, I've heard similar things from other people who attended E3, specifically regarding Ubisoft. It was just a mob, and some people just put up with it, and some people didn't.
When I went to the back of the line, there was a representative there, and I specifically asked him, you know, hey, I hold up my badge, or no, I asked him, hey, where do I find the media priority line? You know, where can I sign up for demoing this game? And he's like, join the back of the line. And I do a double take. I'm like, no. I hold up my badge. I actually point to the part where it says media. No, I'm part of the media. I need to find the media signups for this game. And he's like, yeah, join the back of the line. And I just give him this look of like, what the excuse my language, what the fuck are you doing? You know, I didn't actually say that, thank God. But
you probably thought it a couple of times.
I hope that my mood got across.
I imagine you are also not the only person to give that mood to him, because I have heard a lot of negative feedback about that from press.
There was a similar situation with Dragonball Fighters, which looks amazing, by the way. But I went up to the media thing, and they said, "Oh, we're fully booked." Same with Sonic Forces, fully booked for both of those. Which I was really, really sad about. I wanted to try both DB Fighters and Sonic Forces, but the lines for both were at least somewhat manageable compared to Mario and Rabbids, because, well, the matches for Dragon Ball lasted 2 minutes, and Sonic Forces was like one stage, maybe two.
Yeah. A real quick thing, since we're talking about Dragon Ball Fighters, since you just kind of segued it in there. So I have actually been asked why it's not on my list to talk about. It's because I have nothing to say.
Yeah, you're not a Dragon Ball fan. I, however, am. I will talk at length about that game.
Go ahead.
So, the game is only 20% done. Okay, we got. I don't know if they actually showed any extended gameplay footage of this, but they're doing this 3-on-3 sort of thing, and it's a 2D fighter, much less. Much more competitive than the previous Dragon Ball Fighter games we've got. By the way, you're welcome, everyone, for geeking out and talking about Dragon Ball for a bit.
I actually need to check on the dog really quick, so I will be right back.
Yeah.
Please feel free to keep going.
Okay. Is it similar to Marvel vs. Capcom? Yes, it is. it is actually quite similar to Marvel vs. Capcom, and I actually did get a Street Fighter vibe to it. But we had 6 characters to play as in 3v3 matches. You could pick from Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. And the amazing thing about it, the very interesting thing about it was, it basically looks like they ripped pages from the manga, gave them life, and had it go. You know, as soon as a character would be knocked out, the next character would come in, clash for a bit with the character who was still standing, and yeah, the game's only 20% done, and yet it looks this good. Like I've actually seen screenshots comparing Xenoverse to Dragon Ball Fighters, and yes, it looks like the next evolution in terms of animation when it comes to these games. I'm just really, really excited for it. So yeah, that's basically all I have to say. It's probably going to be a day one buy for me. And oh yes, Zigoten actually mentions a very important thing. It's done by the people who made Guilty Gear and BlazBlue. These 2 games, well, they did a lot more, but these 2 games specifically are incredibly important when it comes to discussing fighting games because of how well executed they are. It just seems like something that they really, really have down pat. So I'm really thinking that Dragon Ball Fighters will be a very, very good, very, very good entry into the genre. So yeah, that's basically it. Now we wait for Lore to get back. Would this game have similar playstyle to the older Budokai games? See, I'm not really sure, because the most I've played out of the Budokai games is not Budokai itself. I've played Budokai Tenkaichi, which is similar to Xenoverse. And I've also played Xenoverse as well. But no, it is a 2D fighter, not a 3D fighter, and it is far more competitive, meaning it is far more balanced than those games. Speaking in terms of the story mode, we don't know what they're going to do. I hope that they're not going to do the retread of Dragon Ball Z like they always do. That's like the problem with the Dragon Ball Z games that I can see. And as far as like the Xenoverse games, one of the reasons I'm so in favor of the Xenoverse games is they actually take the story and they go one step further with it and do this what if sort of thing. So yeah, that's basically all I have to say.
Well, good timing then. I just got back. And that was what's the name of the game?
Dragon Ball Fighters with a Z.
Fighters. Okay, I almost got it right. Next thing I want to talk about super quick here is The Crew 2. Now, this is actually a bit of a surprise for me because I didn't even know they were making a second Crew game. I know I'm probably one of the only people in the world who actually liked The Crew, but I actually liked The Crew. It's a good concept, but I feel like Burnout Paradise did what it was going for a lot better. I don't completely disagree with that. It's just, I have to admit, as much as The Crew's story mode was there, it wasn't super interesting. I had more fun literally going to Detroit and aiming my GPS at New Jersey and just driving. And it was actually a lot of fun. And they had cross-country races, and you can earn money from it and buy cars from it and customize all that fun stuff. It's a neat concept. I'm at least interested. The Crew 2 is going to be The Crew plus planes and boats and a new story mode. So, woo! I mean, again, I don't have much to say. I'm just interested that they're continuing forth with that. It seems like a good addition to the franchise. It seems like they're really ironing out the problems with the first one, which I'm all in favor of. Yeah, agreed. They also talked more about South Park 2, the Fractured However Whole, which is coming out. Didn't really talk a lot about that. It's just they finally have a release date. Finally. The line for that was also super long. I didn't get to see any of it except for the trailer itself, which, just it's South Park. It's South Park. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's South Park. Deutsche, you sure you can't even do like the one-armed thing, like I was telling you, to not contribute? And then there's another thing. Now this game, I'm really interested in conceptually, but we know so little of it. It's a game called Skull and Bones. It's did you
Sounds
see?
like another pirate game.
It is another pirate game. I was going to ask if you saw any of that on the floor, but I'm guessing not.
No.
Okay, so if
a lot of the games you guys actually asked me to cover were either full, like Mario and Rabbids, or I didn't see them.
That sucks. So Skull and Bones, all they showcased was PvP, which I don't care about, and but it's Assassin's Creed 4's ship combat. It's pure ship, except better in every way, and it's hard to describe that without going into details. But like the specific way you aim, or it shows damage, or you see where your enemy is, or the HUD, they just polished Assassin's Creed 4's experience so that it looks better, and it feels better, and it plays better. And it looks really cool, and I really, really loved the boat gameplay of Assassin's Creed 4. So if it has something that isn't PvP, that's going to be a day one buy for me. But we don't know that, and I was kind of hoping you had some info on that from the floor, but obviously you don't. So, unfortunately,
I didn't. All right, yeah, I don't. I have no idea.
Yeah,
but I will say that I'm definitely on your side when it comes to this. I don't like it when games just have multiplayer. Like, they need to have some sort of a single player component to them for me to even consider. Yeah.
No, yeah, I am with you on that. Another one I just want to mention super quick: Starlink, Starlink Battle for Atlas.
I didn't actually get to demo this, but it was on the floor.
Okay.
And from what I saw, it was, what was it, like Skylanders plus Lego plus like
Disney Infinity, I think is the other one.
Yeah, it's something like that is, if they handle it correctly, is something that I am definitely interested in, because I am a huge collector when it comes to, you know, just merchandise in general.
Got to get those amiibos.
I haven't actually gotten amiibos yet, but if it's something like amiibo in terms of how it functions, how it works, then yeah, I'm definitely in favor of something like that, as long as it doesn't have a distribution problem. Thanks, Nintendo.
This is off topic, but I am so gonna try to get the Dapper Bowser. That's a goal.
Yeah, I want to get the Advent Children Cloud. I need that amiibo. I need it so much.
Anyway, so with regards to the game, all I want to say about Starlink is the gameplay, as in, ignore the controller for a second, but the gameplay looks amazing, and I'm like, oh my god, it's like Star Fox mixed with No Man's Sky if it was actually good.
Yeah.
And then they show the pad, and they show the stupid thing on it. I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. So we'll see what they do with it. Apparently, you can have digital versions of the toys to accomplish the same thing. I don't know. I need more details to decide if I'm actually interested in that or not. But at the very least,
as long as the physical versions are not too expensive, because I know that, you know, you got to account for manufacturing costs and all this kind of stuff. As long as they're not too expensive, then I'm fully in favor of something like that.
Yeah. And the next one, actually, there's the next one I wanted to mention. This is my last brief one from the Ubisoft conference, was Far Cry 5. Now, let me go ahead and say really quick that I'm not a huge Far Cry fan. I enjoyed 3 for what it was, but
I enjoyed 3. 4 was okay. Primal was eh. It's just, ever since Far Cry 3, they've been iterating on this same formula.
Yeah.
And I'm not in favor of that. It's one of my main problems with Assassin's Creed as well.
Yeah.
Aside from Assassin's Creed 2, which really polished the gameplay, Brotherhood, which added multiplayer, Revelations, which was just good, and Black Flag.
I was going to say 4.
Assassin's Creed has just been
Assassin's Creed
stagnating.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now, so
we'll get to Assassin's Creed Origins in a bit.
That is actually the next thing to talk about. But Far Cry 5, I will say this. It looks like something that if Gary or PAX picks it up and the co-op works the way it looks it does, we'll both pick it up on sale, and we'll give it a run through, because it looked fun from a co-op perspective, but only in that kind of okay kind of a way, you know.
Yeah.
And I also want to say this, you guys. I know none of you guys are doing this, but people trying to raise some controversy about Far Cry 5, get a life.
Wait, what? I didn't hear about this. What's going on?
Okay, I'm not even sure the full thrust of it, because it's so nonsensical to me that I don't understand it. But the idea is that how dare you present an evil dictator in Montana that's not American? This is just racist, and this is prejudice, this is prejudiced.
Wait. Hold on.
because apparently it's okay to have horrible evil dictators in Tequakistan, but not in Montana. That's just not acceptable.
Implying Americans can't be radicals, and I don't want to get into it because I don't want to get into politics, but
I don't either. I just really want to say I don't see even a tiniest bit. Speaking as someone who lives in the United States, in the South, I don't
live in a place with religious, not even like just the Mormons, but I live in a place where some offshoots of the LDS Church are, let's just say, less than savory.
Yeah, there's no controversy, okay? There really isn't. You're making one up. Moving on.
Hey, look, it's like real life.
Oh my god! So, hang on. Next one I want to talk about. Now, this one I really want to talk about, just for a minute. Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god, yeah! Hype, yeah! I'm sorry.
Now, first of all, let me just go ahead and say that that was pretty much the perfect way to end the conference. And I'm sure some of you who are watching this saw this, but for those of you who haven't watched it, I'll just tell you, the guys, they got the developer and game director, they got one of his assistants, they went up there. They were fighting tears. They were up there and just trying so hard to keep it together because, well, for those of you not aware, this is a game that's been languishing for about 15 years now. 15
years, yeah.
And it's only really started development, according to information that's been released after that, 2 years ago. So this is a game. They're finally doing something with it.
I don't necessarily want to compare it to this, but this is kind of like Duke Nukem Forever was. It's just been sitting there for years and years and years and years and years, and now we're finally getting it. But unlike Duke Nukem Forever, this looks like it's actually going to be good.
Yeah. Now, again, I have not been a huge fan of Beyond Good and Evil, but I am very much interested in this. It's a shame they showed so little. We saw no gameplay and we saw no release date. And so the cynic in me wants to hold out on this. But the analyst in me has to point out something. It's really unlikely that the people who are making that would get so emotional over just another delay. I think honestly, we're finally making this game. And it's actually going to come out. And that's awesome that that's happening.
Yeah, we're not getting a Last Guardian situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Not pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back.
Yeah.
It looks like this is it.
And now another interesting thing, and people in chat have already brought this up. They're making a prequel, which I'm really confused by, actually. Yeah. But at the same time, I kind of see where they're going with that. And I've often said that a prequel is one of the harder types of stories to write because you have to make it fit in with the sequel. You're limited on where it can go. But you have to make
yes, but it doesn't invalidate the sequel if the sequel has a definitive ending, which from what I understand, from what I remember, Beyond Good and Evil actually did.
Yeah, it pretty much did. I do remember the story of the game reasonably well. So, yeah, I'm okay with them doing that. I'm okay with them going this direction with it. I'm excited to see more of the setting. They've been showing us some good stuff. I'm with it. It's just the problem, the real problem, is that they didn't show gameplay, and they didn't show a release date. And so, honestly, I would be really astonished if we saw it next year at the earliest, at this point.
Yeah.
Next year
considering what Leslin says is true, they only just started production. We're probably going to see it next year, probably, and then maybe we'll start getting more information about it.
Yeah, we'll see. But and again, I feel bad because this is one of those topics I don't have much to say about, even though it's one of the most talked about things at E3. But unfortunately, we just have so little info. But I am absolutely interested and hope we get some more stuff. Now, next thing I want to talk about, which is the big one. I know this is going to sound weird, but I'm really excited about Assassin's Creed Origins. Now, here's why. It's because it's Witcher 3! It's freaking Witcher 3 in Assassin's Creed, which with the Assassin's Creed level design, with the Assassin's Creed polish when it comes to the controls and the design of the areas, I am super duper ultra mega excited about it. Now I'm going to wait for Roxamus to bring me down. Go ahead, dude. Do it.
Okay, so the fact that it's... See, I didn't even hear about anything about it being like The Witcher 3.
Oh, no, it's
but I will say something funny. They had a lot of promo material around around the show floor, specifically in an offshoot hall where they were showcasing a lot more Japanese games, where Sony was, where Nintendo was. But like outside of that hall, they had I don't even want to call it a poster. They had a stand. And one friend of mine who is ludicrously into Magic the Gathering said, I took one look at that, and I instantly think that's an Amonkhet promo, because Amonkhet was an Egyptian expansion to Magic the Gathering. And I'm like, yeah, I could see that. But anyway, as far as the whole Egypt thing goes, yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with it, but it doesn't seem like it would fit very well with the story, because, as we know, the assassins initially appeared in around Jerusalem, basically, and like I feel like they might be retreading on their continuity, and that's not something I'm in favor of.
I'm with that.
No matter how good the gameplay is, if the story does not line up.
No, yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I really am. Now, I'm guessing you didn't see what I saw, which is the post-show. After the Ubisoft show ended, they just sat and played Origins for like half an hour. Real gameplay, real people just sitting there playing it. That's when I got excited about the game. Everything before that was just, okay, but then they actually sat and played it.
It looked like another Assassin's Creed to me.
Yeah, exactly. But then they actually sat and played it. I'm like, oh, and then it started getting me interested. Now it certainly is very Assassin's Creed-y, and of course, like I said, it's very Witcher 3-y. They actually there's actually levels, there's actually talents, there's actually stats. You know, Wait
a second. So they're turning Assassin's Creed into almost an RPG.
I would say it actually is an RPG at this point, from what I saw. Let me say one thing. Before that showcasing, actually a lot of info about Assassin's Creed Origin leaked, and it was all kind of threadbare. So one of the points, I'm going to say this very clearly because this is how it was leaked to me, was you couldn't Assassin's Blade insta-kill people. Now, what I assumed that meant was they were taking the tactical option away from the player and making it so you no longer can, like if you're in combat, you couldn't do the 15 things you could do to get out of combat really quick, just quick enough to do the stab. Because remember, you can only do the insta-kill stab if you're out of combat, right? And I was upset about taking that option away from the player. Turns out, that's not what it is. It's just that the stab does X damage. Now, it's a lot of damage.
And you could just level up the stab.
Bingo! So, I'm okay with that, because it's now back in our decision for how we want to use the Assassin's Blade, and we can just level it up or improve the stab itself, and still do the, no, I'm not here, stab thing, and try to kill people. That sounds horrible, but whatever, it's Assassin's Creed. So okay, that's awesome. I'm not going to talk much more about the gameplay, even though that's basically what they showed off. It was really, really awesome. But I will say this, because people have been asking about the story. You mentioned something about the story. Aethel just asked about the story. Let me go ahead and say this. They have not even said one word, not one, about the modern era.
Oh.
Now, call me weird.
From what I understand, they've dropped the whole modern storyline.
What does it say? Call me weird. I think that's a good thing. I really do. I think the modern storyline effectively... Well, okay, one arc of the modern storyline ended at Assassin's Creed 3. I'm not going to spoil. But after Assassin's Creed 3, the modern storyline, as it was, ended. They started a second arc. They did a little bit with it in Black Flag. And then it just kind of languished for Rogue, for Unity, and for Syndicate. Like, each one of those was basically 20 minutes worth of modern story. Nothing. Garbage. Junk.
And see, what I want to see Ubisoft do, because from what I understand, these are the same team, but I want to see Watch Dogs take the modern Assassin's Creed storyline and do something with it.
Agreed. You know? Absolutely agreed.
Make Aiden Pierce an assassin. You know, make the people he's hacking and everything Templars. You know, do something like that and tie it in.
No, Shiryu. Assassin's Creed 3's modern story ended very definitively. In fact, I was a little surprised when they kept going with it.
It was a very disappointing ending.
It was pretty disappointing, but it was very definitive. And again, I was surprised when the next one came out and there was a modern tint to it. I'm like, but it ended.
Yeah.
Anyways, so they haven't talked about the modern story thing at all. So I like that. No mention of the Animus, no mention of nothing. I really do think we need to get rid of the framing device of the Animus for the old games. I really do. Now, Leander mentioned something twice.
It served its purpose, but...
No, I agree. I am hopeful that what we're going to see is the foundation of the Assassin Order. Because remember, we're not actually playing an Assassin, we're playing a Magi. I'm hopeful we're going to see the foundation of an Assassin Order and the foundation of what will become the Templars, what will start calling themselves the Templars. That's what I'm hopeful for. Now, what we saw in the gameplay they showed was the primary bad guys were known as the military, which I'm not going to go into the actual history of that, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense for that period of Egyptian history, for the military to be the bad guys. And so, there's new mechanics too, in addition to it being RPG-y. One of my favorite aspects of this, just really quick, is the fact that you can actually mentally jump to your hawk as it's flying around and have a literal bird's eye view of a thing. And, okay, mark that guy, see around corners, plan out your route, that kind of a thing. And again, they showed this during the gameplay, the 30 minutes of gameplay. And I'm sorry, I'm legitimately excited about this. This reminds me of when I saw Infinite Warfare a couple years ago. And I was like, wow, this looks like a Call of Duty that's actually good. I'm getting the same exact vibe.
Yeah, like, you look at this series that's just floundered and just sat in its own filth for a while. And yet we finally have this very innovative, very awesome, take on that series. And yeah, if it's anything like Infinite Warfare is, or even another game we'll be talking about on the Call of Duty series, I can definitely get behind it.
Oh yeah. So that's all I've got for Ubisoft. We're going to go ahead and down here to Sony. So we've got Sony, Nintendo, and then he's going to talk about a few things, and I've got one thing to close on as well. So I don't have much to... What? I've got a weird bug in my thing. I don't have much to say about... well, okay. I've already talked about the pre-scripted footage thing. Let me go ahead and say that I think Sony's conference, as much as it was not as bad as some other ones, was technically the worst. Because it was empty.
It was the only conference I watched live, and I was very disappointed.
It was devoid. It was literally... Here's trailer. I'm going to talk for a minute. Trailer.
I looked at it. Trailer. And I actually said this in the stream. I said, hey, when are you going to come out with a presenter and actually talk about this kind of stuff?
Exactly.
As much as I am in favor of trailer, I want more info.
Yeah,
I wanted more info on God of War. I wanted more info on Days Gone. I wanted more info on Marvel Spider-Man. I wanted more info on, especially Monster Hunter. I love Monster Hunter. I want more info.
Hang on just one sec. Thank you so much, Kama. I hope you're enjoying today, period. Someone telling me Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, by the way.
Thank you. So let me go ahead and say, this is why this pisses me off more than anything else. And I'm pretty sure I railed about this live on my own reconference. It's a waste of goddamn money and time. They could have done... This is E3. If you want to do trailer, do a Nintendo Direct. That's what Nintendo actually does. Yeah, do what Square Enix does. Just release trailer.
Yeah, Square Enix kind of dropped the ball on that. But you can't deny that they showed trailer, even for new stuff. And this is the stupid part, Square Enix had info. They actually had info in each of their things. They talked about Lost Sphere even.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was actually there in front of their booth and they talked about Lost Sphere.
Sweet.
It was quite interesting.
So yeah. I mean, as much as I prefer. This is why I said technically they're the worst presentation, because they're actually not worst, but they were so devoid of anything. I literally felt like I was just watching an internet presentation. They didn't do anything with it. Do something with it. Anyways, moving on. Let's talk about Zug.
I think is the next thing.
Yes. Hang on. I don't know what is wrong with my notes here. We're at the 3-hour mark. We have officially have the longest Loreweek ever, guys. Horizon is having a... oh, wait, no. What the hell? There we go. Okay, sorry. My text literally glitched out. Horizon Frozen Wilds. Horizon's getting a DLC. No idea. Thank you, everyone, by the way. No idea if it's a particularly... Like, what they're doing with it. They didn't really show anything. They didn't really present... I mean, it's just a trailer. So all of these are just going to be quick, because all we have is brief info. I have not played Horizon yet. I am doing a rumination on it sometime in September, I believe. So I will be playing it this year.
What's
But
funny is while I was at E3 and while I was, all in LA and everything like that, I actually lent my PS4 to a friend of mine.
to play Horizon. Yeah.
He loved it.
So everything I've heard about Horizon has been positive. So I'm at least thinking that's good, and getting some more DLC for it sounds good. We are, of course, not getting the same voice actors for it because of politics. Let's not get into that. But well, it's not really politics. That's just corporate bullcrap is what that is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that is
it's the SAG-AFTRA strike, right?
Yeah, I've actually talked about that on Loreweek before. It's the voice
that actually
strike.
affected Life is Strange as well. The voice actress for the main character is not reprising her role.
Yeah, but whatever. So anyways, I don't have actually anything else to say about Horizon Forbidden Wilds. Days Gone. Again, we're just going to be going down the list here. Days Gone surprisingly looked pretty interesting. And
well, see, I looked at the trailer for Days Gone and I thought, okay, it's a zombie game. It looks like The Last of Us except with less emotion to it. And then I saw the final shot with the zombie bear, and I'm like, okay, what are you doing? I'm very interested now. Now that I've seen zombie wildlife.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I like it. I mean, it looks a little Far Cry-y. The typical approach. I don't even know what we're calling that genre anymore, but I don't really mind that per se, as long as it's done well. It does look very, very. There's a term for that. It looks like Mario Brothers 3. Now let me explain what I mean by that. On the overworld map of Mario Brothers 3, you just go from level to level, right? There's nothing. It's just go to next level, right? Once you enter the level,
except there's a bit of choice in that.
Well, that is true. But my point is, you just go to the next level, and then once you're at the next level, that's when things open up for how you go through the level, right? I got that impression very strongly from how they were presenting. I know it was all scripted gameplay, but it looked a lot like, okay, which level do you want to go to next?
Okay, so you think instead of doing an open world, they're doing a section, and then like you travel on the road for a bit, and then there's a section and stuff like that.
This is, of course, theory, but based on how they're presenting it, that's what it looks like they're doing. And I'm not against that. In fact, that actually might be a better thing than a full open world setup. It allows them to do more narrative focus and allows them to have more of a scripted actions and events and set pieces. So, I'm with that. We'll see. I don't know. I don't have much else to say. Like I said, a zombie bear.
I will say I didn't see the zombie wolves that people are talking about.
Yeah, there were zombie wolves, and they were kind of horrifying. I also have a quick...
I kind of almost fell asleep at the Days Gone trailer because I was just...
It was pretty typical. I will say, if Ride to Hell had been that, it would have been a lot better.
Oh, God, yes. Everyone was saying that. Everyone in your stream was saying that, this is what Ride to Hell should have been.
Yeah. The next one, I actually don't really know. I only have one thought to talk about this, and that is Monster Hunter World. Now, I am not a fan of the Monster Hunter series. That's not a complaint. It's just not my thing.
It's just not your thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very coffee situation. But I'm curious, and if you have any more info, please feel free to share, if this is going to be an open world Monster Hunter, or if this is going to be a multiplayer Monster Hunter, and I'm not sure.
Well, they've done multiplayer in the past, and from what I understand, they're probably going to do it again here because it's been a staple of the series ever since, I think, 3? Yeah, 3 sounds about right. But I will say, if they do the whole open world Monster Hunter thing, it is definitely going to buck the trend because they do have the whole arena thing that they're doing where you go around, you try to fight the monster, you have to chase it, stuff like that. If they start to implement that into an open world and you can fight multiple monsters at once, basically, then yeah, I'm definitely in favor of something like that.
Now, I just had 2 people in chat tell me the exact opposite thing about it, so I'm not sure what to make of that. I haven't looked further into it. I was hoping you got to see it on the floor, but I'm guessing no.
They had this huge booth complete with a dragon. It was really, really cool, but no, I did not actually get to see anything about it.
I'm sorry, that startled the hell out of me.
I just saw that
that started the hell out of me. Hang on, that is from Jaywalk for $88. Thank you, Jaywalk. You didn't leave a comment. I can't say anything to you other than thank you. Thank you.
I don't know. But anyway, getting back to Monster Hunter, the booth they had was actually enclosed. So unfortunately, and I didn't stand in line because Monster Hunter was, just like some of the other games I mentioned, extremely popular.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to stand in line, but from what I understand, the gameplay is quite a bit changed up from previous entries.
Well, cool. I am actually interested to know what they do. Monster Hunter is always that series, and I've played 3 of them. I don't remember which, except for I remember the 3rd one was the Wii one. I kept wanting to like them, and I could never reach that point. It's like the concept on paper is one of those things that I'm like, this should be my bag, and it just isn't. And so I might give this new one a try, especially since it's going to be on
out of
PC.
Curiosity, because I might be able to recommend you one that is a lot more to your tastes.
Well, from what I understand, this new Monster Hunter is going to be on PC. So, So, yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of freaking amazing. Now, I have not 100% confirmed that, but I have heard several sources saying that, yes, it's going to be on PC. So here's hoping that that's actually true. Again, going down the list a little bit here, they're doing a remake of Shadows of the Colossus. Don't know. This is, of course, as with all of the things on this list, this is why we're just not doing individual bullet points for these. Very little info.
Very little info, but if they're doing a remake or a sequel or something like that, yes, please. Oh my god.
Now, that being said...
Especially after The Last Guardian was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, no kidding.
I feel like really recapturing their audience with a new Shadow of the Colossus is something that, please, yes, I want it.
No, I agree completely. I mean, I have said many times and been hated for the opinion that Shadows of the Colossus...
Yeah, you don't like Team Eco, don't you?
Well, no, Shadows of the Colossus was a popcorn game for me. Actually, all of them really are. So, you know, played it once, good, not bad, but I've never had a desire to replay any of them.
I love Eco, I love Shadow of the Colossus. Haven't been able to play The Last Guardian yet, but Shadow of the Colossus itself is just amazing to me. So if they really step up their game, day one buy.
Now, what I really want to know is what kind of remake it is, because I haven't gotten really hardcore information on that. Is it a remaster? Is it a remake? Is it a proper remake? Is it a port? Unfortunately, all I've really seen information-wise is that they're touching up the graphics and releasing it on modern systems. So, which is
considering how much
minimum.
They're touching the graphics and how they did a remaster just like on the PS3. I feel like it's going to be a lot more than what we're expecting. It's not going to be a remaster because, well, when you look at Crash Bandicoot, for instance, they're really changing up that game. In terms of the presentation. So I feel like Shadow of the Colossus is a similar type of thing to that.
And to be clear, I am actually very hopeful that this is going to be a proper remake.
That it's going to be Crash Bandicoot again.
And and as several people in chat have said, more Colossi. That would pretty much be one of the big things.
Oh my god,
right there.
yes.
More Colossi. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Again, not much else info. I just have a really quick thought here. In the new Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, they're taking the Injustice route. I'm actually curious if they looked at Mortal Kombat 10, Injustice, and Injustice 2 and said, we can do that.
Yeah, it seems like it, yeah.
I don't mind that. Let me make that clear. Actually, that sounds awesome. I would love more fighting games that look at Injustice, Injustice 2, and Mortal Kombat 10 and said, we can do that. The graphics don't look quite as good, but I don't care that much. And I am hopeful that we get an interesting story mode, so we'll see where they're going with that. Do you have anything to add about that?
Well, I did see Marvel vs. Capcom on the floor quite a bit because, well, it was next to the Square Enix booth and next to the Ubisoft booth, like right in the center of the damn show floor.
Yeah.
So I kept getting glances of it. Didn't actually go in to play it myself. Didn't actually get an extended look at it. But from what I understand, you know, it's Marvel vs. Capcom again, but you know, better this time. Which I'm totally in favor of. It's good.
No, yeah.
Marvel vs. Capcom is good.
Absolutely. That'll probably be a sale buy for me, but that's still something I want to pick up. So let's go ahead and fast forward a little bit. Unless I'm going to reorder these because I'm an idiot. Do you have anything to say about FF15 VR before we go any further?
Well, no, but I do have something to say about Episode Prompto.
Well, okay, so let's talk about FF15 VR really quick. They're doing FF15 VR. It looks stupid. Okay, now. No, with all sincerity, I don't know if you saw that. You probably did, but I don't know if you acknowledged.
I did. No, here's the thing. I saw the Sony thing, so I saw their VR, 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 and in that was FF15.
Yeah. And in addition to that, during Square Enix's I'm Gonna Loop trailers for 30 minutes thing, they
showed it, yeah, because they actually showed all of their trailers on smaller screens as well in the line for
so you did actually get to see all that.
I saw that. I saw that the FF15 universe thing. Was,
that's the thing that makes me weirded out, because I don't know if you're. I mean, of course, Roximus knows this, but I don't know if you guys at home are paying attention. This is, to my knowledge, the third time they've really tried to push we're going to expand this FF's universe. They did that with Ivalice, or they tried to do that with Ivalice, and they did that with 7. And
see, they also did that with 10 and 13.
Well,
sort of.
I wouldn't count 10 personally, but not at least because it certainly wasn't the same.
Only because it was a trilogy, and they also had, they had Type 0 connected to that. They had all the novels and the mangas and everything like that. 13
does qualify, even though it shouldn't, because in my opinion, they started doing it with 13, and then they're like, and then they completely abandoned it. But either way,
Type 0 was just kind of, we're going to disconnect this.
But what I want to say is that they have been so hit or miss whenever they try this branching universe thing. Like, Crisis Core, for all its flaws, in my opinion, Crisis Core was a big net positive. We added so much to a lot of the characters, the setting, and the backstory of FF7 with Crisis Core. And then you have Before Crisis, which was there.
Yeah.
And then we had Dirge of Cerberus, which was terrible, but had some great Hojo moments. Hojo was amazing in that game. Perfect voice actor. And then they had Advent Children, which is hugely hit or miss, depending on who you ask.
I liked it.
I love Advent Children. I don't like what they did with Cloud, but I love the movie. And then
same here.
And then we look over at the Ivalice thing. So we got FF12. Yeah, that was amazing. Yes. And then we got
Revenant Wings.
Then we got Revenant Wings. And then we got Tactics Advance.
And then we got Tactics Advanced 2.
So,
and then we got,
So I don't actually know what to make of what they're doing with 15. I mean, I like 15. It was definitely a net positive game for me, and I'm looking forward to the replay for the Rumination. But a VR fishing game?
As someone who has really, I don't want to say immersed myself in the 15 universe, as someone who has touched on the 15 universe, I suppose, I will say FF15 itself is definitely the highlight there, but the movie is pretty decent. The anime is pretty decent. I don't really know what to say about the VR experiences because they've had 2 so far. They haven't even released the first one.
That's right. I forgot about that, actually.
Yeah, they had it before the game even came out at last year's E3, and then nothing more. Or no, they didn't have it at the E3. They had it at
James, or not James.
Uncovered.
Yeah.
The whole FF15 conference thing. But yeah, the VR thing is just why. I actually talked about this during the second day with someone else who was in line, and we said, we don't get why they're doing such a push to it, because it's still a very emergent technology, and they have to take it as it comes. They did the same thing with motion controls. Nintendo kind of broke open the door, but they didn't really focus too much on it when the Wii came out. They still had a large variety of traditional titles. But then the Move and the Kinect came out, and
were terrible.
And then motion controls died.
And then there was the 3D thing, which is already pretty much dead. At least in games. Movies are still trying to push that.
But now with VR, I feel like they're really, really pushing it too hard, and it's becoming a hyper-focused version of what we're seeing with motion controls. I don't see this working out well for the industry.
I agree.
Which is sad, because VR itself is something that has potential. It's something that could really, really work if they handled it well.
I actually do agree with that. Even if VR is never my thing, which it probably will never be my thing, that doesn't mean I want it to go away. I just think people are mishandling it.
I'm in the same position as you. Yeah.
Real quick thing, I want to mention this. Zagoten mentions a thought that I've actually heard several other people talk about prior to now. Instead of VR fishing with
VR cooking.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
I would be hugely in favor of that, because especially if it had an effect on your actual game, like you could come up with a new recipe.
Oh, excellent! Hang on, and then Ignis is like, "What are you doing? Stop! Give me that! Give me that! So next game on the list, again, just still in the not in a lot of info thing, Detroit. Now, let me go ahead and say that I have never liked
God of War.
no, I rearranged. I rearranged a little bit. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. So we're still in the we don't have a lot of info section. So Detroit. I have never liked David Cage games, not once. I have actually tried quite a few of them, and I have never liked them. They have always been aggressively linear and aggressively focused on... Okay, first of all, I don't like David Cage himself. And that I know that sounds petty, but every time he talks about how his games are revolutionary or how they completely change the fates of you totally having this game, it's like, okay, shut up, dude. Telltale has about the same level of gameplay yours do. But then Detroit appears, and this is a big asterisk, appears to be a genuinely branching storyline. And that makes me interested in it.
But see, when you take this trailer, the trailer focusing on Marcus, they don't really have all that much. Well, actually, no, they do. They have some branching narrative in it, and like at the end, they show all these branching narratives that could happen. But then when you take it in the context of the Connor trailer, the first trailer we ever got, not only does it establish, hey, we're getting multiple storylines for this, which is hugely awesome in my opinion, but it also shows that each of these is going to have a branching narrative, and it's just going to be amazing in terms of how they're presenting it when considering how David Cage has traditionally presented his games. Traditionally they're very linear. They don't have very much choice, but now he's doing that, not only having this compelling narrative, but having choice, having multiple storylines, stuff like that. It seems like a very, very good direction for his games to go in, especially when you consider the whole cyberpunk, Deus Ex, Blade Runner-ish thing that he's going for here.
I don't think
it seems like something that is right up my alley.
We never came up with a term for that, the post-cyberpunk thing. Anyway, doesn't real quick, so I do actually have a topic about this. It just occurred to me. Forgive me, I probably should have put a timestamp here, but whatever. I all the way back when Mass Effect 3 came out, I said Mass Effect 3 should have genuinely branching story. Now, I said that in ignorance, basically, because even at the time, I realized this, but that's what I want, but that's not really feasible. Doing truly branching storylines just isn't super feasible unless you're doing things to really pull back on the rest of development time when it comes to making a game. What I think they're doing here, and you reminded me of this, that's why this came up, I think what they're doing is several smaller stories that are massively branching.
Yeah, it seems like that. Less length, more width.
Exactly, and I like that. That makes me much more interested than just, here's a big story that you have three... I mean, I love Telltale games, but here's a big story in which you make a couple of choices that change the tone as you go through it. I would love it if Telltale would do genuinely branching stuff, which are much smaller. So
yeah, and it seems like Cage is going in that direction, which that's pretty cool. If he continues in that direction for his games afterwards, which I know are not as frequent as Telltale, but they could be a decent treat, at least in my opinion.
Agreed. Ni no Kuni 2 is the next one I would cover really quick. Again, just in brief, because we didn't see much. In fact, they didn't show it at the conference at all. It was only in the pre-conference event that they mentioned it at all.
They had it on the show floor.
Oh, they did? Did you get to see anything about it?
Yeah, I didn't get to see it. My friend Eric and his girlfriend went with us, and apparently his girlfriend was able to play it, but I didn't get very many impressions from her. But from what I understand, it's Ni no Kuni, except more. Pretty standard for a sequel.
Now, one thing I want to...
Considering how good Ni no Kuni is and how well received it is, I could see this really, really becoming a bestseller for the PS4.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and start by saying I am excited. Ni no Kuni, the first one, did absolutely have its flaws. The fact that they were still unveiling new game mechanics about 25 hours in is a good example of that. Or the fact that the combat had honestly some pretty severe issues that would have been pretty easy to fix. I'm not sure what they were thinking with that. The thing that caught my attention most about the footage they showed about Ni no Kuni 2 was what looked like an army mode. Like you controlling not just a guy or the three guys in the little circle, but a freaking platoon. And
that's very interesting when you consider the Pokemon aspect that the first game had.
Exactly. And I am hopeful that what we're going to get is the first ever, I think, Pokemon game where we send out a platoon rather than 1 or 2 or 3. And so, fingers crossed. I don't know if anybody has any more info. I wasn't able to find much more info about that. Looks cool. Woo. Again, not a lot of info. So,
yeah.
Next game. So we have 3...
Yeah, it does sound a lot like Suikoden.
It does. That's a good point, yeah. That would be awesome. Pokemon Suikoden? Sold.
Yes.
So, Call of Duty.
Where do I even start?
So, I'm going to shut up and let you talk for a minute, because I'm going to lose all my viewers when I start talking about it.
Call of Duty was, let me just start, perhaps the most popular game on the show floor. Now, I will talk about that a little bit more when I get to my final segment, but let's just say there's a huge reason for that. However, I will say that Call of Duty itself, after Infinite Warfare, I'm a lot more positively inclined towards Call of Duty World War II. See, I am very, very excited for them to be going back to their roots and showing World War II. I know a lot of people are like, please don't do World War II, but it's the same sort of thing with Modern Warfare. We got kind of burnt out on it, and now that they're going in a new direction, they're doing the futuristic stuff. Well, I feel like having a modern game right now wouldn't really work, but maybe about 5 or 10 years from now, I feel like it could be a good direction for them to go. However, it's been sufficiently long since World War II, since they've done a World War II game, rather, that I think it could be a good direction. Remember, the last one we got was World at War, and that was in 2008?
Yep, that's Call of Duty 5.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, Call of Duty 5. It's been almost 10 years. I think that right now, especially with the improvements they've made to the engine and the stuff they've learned over the years with stuff like Infinite Warfare, I feel like they could really, really, really make it a good entry into the series, you know?
Mm-hmm. Now, here's my thoughts, which is going to lose me all my viewers. I'm going to do a premiere run of it. I'm already committed to it.
I'm in favor of it.
Now,
and now everyone hates us both.
And now everyone hates us. Let me go ahead and say a couple reasons why. First of all, I kind of like the Call of Duty format, for lack of a better way to put that. Obviously, I loved Call of Duty 4 and 6. Mm-hmm. And 5. Actually, I should say 4, 5, and 6 are games that I'm actually really excited, or not really excited about, really enjoyed. In fact, I kind of hope to do some kind of stream of those someday. I've just never really been able to make it work.
4 and 5 were my jam, and then the rest were just kind of eh. Even Modern Warfare 2 was not that great to me.
I get a lot of flack for really loving Modern Warfare 2, and that's fine. I understand that. But let me go. So that's the first positive thing. I do like the Call of Duty style games. Second of all, I need to come up with a term for this, but it almost feels like it's going to be an unintentional remake, which is what I've started calling that, of Call of Duty 2.
Of something like Call of Duty 1 or Call of Duty 2.
Yeah. In other words, let's go ahead and do that type, that concept. We're doing it here, but we'll see. I don't actually know, of course, but it looks a lot like that. The next thing is, and you already mentioned this, I already have some faith in the franchise because I really, really liked Infinite Warfare. It was a game of the
Warfare, yeah.
Yeah, it was a Game of the Year competitor for me.
And here's the thing. When we did the premiere run, a lot of people were negative, but they actually ended up turning around and, seeing what Infinite Warfare could do well. So I think, no offense to you guys in the chat, but I think that a lot of the cynicism here will kind of evaporate a bit when we get closer to release and when we actually see it in action.
Now, of course, all of this is
that's not definitive, of course.
Yeah, this is still a gamble, yeah.
Conjecture, yes.
Yeah, this is full on a gamble, and I freely admit that. It's possible this game may bomb. But you know what?
Yeah.
I had the same exact choice when it came to Andromeda. I
do want to say one thing. I am not hugely invested in Call of Duty. Call of Duty is an action movie, okay? It's not something that is very immersive, very, in-depth. So I totally get where you guys are coming from when it comes to, oh, well, I'm not very excited about this, because we typically like very deep, very involving gameplay, The whole grand strategy thing you did during E3 kind of speaks to that.
Yeah, no kidding.
But I will say that, at least for a popcorn game, it seems like it could be a very, very decent decent addition.
We do not yet, Zawan. Now, I also want to say one other quick thing really quick. I actually totally agree with all of you. I have heard this comment so many times in the last 2 weeks. Give us something in World War II other than the default fronts.
Yes. Give us... Well, here's the thing. Give us Africa. Let us play as Japan. Let us play as Germany. And let us play it... Well, I guess Russia isn't
We have played as the Soviets in Call of Duty before.
Right.
But...
Let us play as Japan, let us play as Germany, and let us go to Africa.
I do agree with that sentiment. I absolutely agree with that sentiment. I don't want to make it look like I don't. I'm just willing to give this one on faith and hope. Again, like I said, from my perspective, this is the same thing I did with Andromeda. It's like, okay, come on,
I will
please
agree
be
with
good.
Several people, though. We also need to play as the Chinese and as the Polish.
And Polish, yes, absolutely. Give us a Polish campaign as the Poles. That would be sweet. But anyways, and yeah, actually, you know what? Zagoten says something interesting. Let us live through Pearl Harbor. What is one thing Call of Duty does really well? Putting you in the middle of a set piece, of a big old action movie scene going on.
When I played, I think it was Medal of Honor Rising Sun, I don't remember if that game actually had a Pearl Harbor level, but they handled the Pacific Theater perfectly. Do that with Pearl Harbor, and I will be sold, you know?
Absolutely. So, I may change my mind on this as more info comes out. We'll see. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens. That is, at the very least, penciled in for a premiere run, which I'll talk about more later. So, I didn't timestamp that one. Whoops. I'll figure that out. Timestamp. This new timestamp, which I'm doing right now, is for God of War! Norse Edition.
Yay!
Now, was there anything on the floor about this? Do you have any thoughts about this before I go anywhere?
I didn't see anything on the floor, no.
Which means there probably wasn't any gameplay at all, which wouldn't surprise me.
What we got in the Sony conference is what we got.
Oh, that would be sweet, Bregman. So, yes, Dad of War. Sorry, Dad of War. I really don't know what to make of this. It looks like they're trying to reimagine God of War. And I talked about this last year. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with reimagining existing thing. I'm okay with Kratos going into Norse.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like much of a reimagining from like a reboot perspective. It seems like a reimagining sequel, which that's awesome.
Agreed.
You know,
yeah.
Kratos still has gods to kill. Let's do it.
I should have actually phrased that better. A gameplay reimagining set in the same story.
Yes.
For example, Metroid Prime was a reimagining of the Metroid series.
We'll get to that. Let's leave that aside.
Well, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, no, that's what I mean. Super Mario RPG, there's a better example. That's a reimagining set in the same franchise, right? So I'm with
in the same universe, yeah.
Yeah. And there's one thing I'm really hopeful for, and that there's some kind of diplomacy. I know that sounds weird, but if you paid attention, hear me out. If you paid attention during the trailer, the way they were visually presenting a lot of the scenes was Kratos was killing and the kid was talking.
Right. So you're thinking we'll play as both and we'll have, you know, a kind of good cop, bad cop situation.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. We'll have both perspectives there. And I actually kind of like that idea. I kind of like the idea of not just being the unholy badass of death, because that's always fun, but being, you know, the kid and trying to either make things work or not. Hang on, Dad, let's not kill this one. Just this one. I'm with Ventures. I really want to know what happened after the end of God of War 3, because for those of you who remember, God of War 3 kind of ended on a cliffhanger, more or less literally, because he went over the cliff. That's not a spoiler, but it did end kind of cliffhangery. We'll see. I actually don't have anything else to add about it. This is just a trend.
I don't either. It looks good.
Yeah,
I'm glad they're taking it to a new mythology.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Spider-Man does whatever Spider can. Any thoughts before I go into it? Because I do have something to say about this.
I like the whole Uncharted / Arkham thing they're doing with the game. It looks really, really interesting. And Spider-Man has always been one of my favorite Marvel properties. So as soon as I saw that trailer, I'm like, okay, this looks very scripted. This looks almost pre-rendered. And yet, you know, I'm already in favor of something like what they're showing.
Yeah.
It just looks really good.
Now, my biggest complaint is one that's probably going to sound a little familiar for the Sony conference thing. They didn't show... they didn't show a release date, and they didn't show gameplay. But,
Well, one of the things I'm really sad about is they didn't tell.
Yeah.
They showed a lot,
Yeah.
but they didn't say anything about it.
It's a weird thing to be complaining about, but there it is. I will say this. I have said for... I don't know how many years. When did Arkham come out?
2009?
I have said for X number of years, literally since Arkham Asylum came out, one of my first thoughts of that when I first sat down to play that game was, man, I can't wait to play a Spider-Man game like this.
Yes, exactly.
And this looks a lot like Arkham to me. I mean, now, that being said, though, as much as that sounds super awesome, a lot of what they showed was a little bit too Uncharted-y, like you were mentioning. And I'm not sure what I think
especially
of that.
the scene where the crane was falling. Like, I looked at that and I'm like, okay, this looks like Uncharted. And while I can get behind that, I would like a lot more interaction, you know?
Yeah.
There were a lot of QuickTime events, and I just felt kind of disconnected.
Exactly. I'm not in favor of playing a Marvel a Spider-Man QuickTime game, but I am at least hopeful. Again, this is another one of those we don't have much to talk about things. I do want to say this. From what they showed, there was not too much quipping. For those of you who've played several previous Spider-Man games, because there's been quite a few actually in the PC and consoles, they tend to have Spidey just quip, 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 up, quip, 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 and it gets old and it gets irritating.
Yeah.
And so he did quip, but he quipped like 3 times during the whole sequence.
Yeah, make it very sparse. And if they are going that direction in terms of having him do that during gameplay, I really hope that they manage to balance that out.
Yeah, so we'll see what they do with it. Again, not too much to talk about. So let's talk about Nintendo. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I think the Nintendo conference only didn't win E3 because Ubisoft conference just absolutely freaking nailed it, and because most of Nintendo's weight was in the Treehouse, which is pretty much Nintendo. That's just what Nintendo does.
Yes.
They do the Treehouse, and the Treehouse is awesome. It always is. They got the same people. There's these 4 girls that work there who are awesome. They actually care about what they're doing, and they actually are geeks, and they showcase it, and they're awesome. Love it. I do
want to talk about Nintendo's presence on the show floor. When
I was going to say,
about that.
Okay. All I want to say is that there's several moments where the one woman with the blue hair, I don't remember her name off the top of my head, was actually geeking out about the games she was playing. And you know what? That reaches out to me more than just about anything else.
Yeah. Do not have... I understand having PR people and CEOs and stuff actually presenting these things. No. Get the developers involved. Get fans of these games involved in presenting them, because they will be able to speak the language that the people watching are able to understand.
Exactly. Don't pull some random guy on YouTube who gets up on stage in the EA conference and says, "Hi, I'm YouTube."
I'm this guy. Like, who?
Oh, did you see that bit for the EA conference?
No.
They hired some... you got to see it. They hired some random YouTube guy, and he gets up there, and he just froze. And I don't mean in an awkward...
What games was he presenting?
I don't remember. I think it was Battlefront. I think it was right before Battlefront 2. I'm not sure. But it was like... He wasn't even awkward cute. It was just, I shouldn't be on camera. You know what I mean? Anyways, I will be right back. I'm sorry to do this here. Go talk about Nintendo's floor real quick.
I'll talk about them on the show floor, yeah. So similar to Square Enix, I feel like Nintendo's presence on the show floor was really good, because while they had the big, huge, bombastic booth where people were just, you know, where all the general public was flocking, right next to that they had a smaller, less impressive media booth where all of the actual media could sign up, play these games, you know, stuff like that. And they had, you know, Mario Odyssey. They had, what else did they have?
They had Mario. Or wait, sorry.
Yeah, they had Mario, and they had Mario, and they had Mario. Mario was the big showstopper there, but we'll get to that. But yeah, I feel like Nintendo especially had their heads on straight, just like Square Enix did, because arguably more so because they had the booth that was big and impressive and colorful for the general public, and then they had the media booth, which was there.
Yeah. I want real quick. I want to know: did you see the Mario tank statue? They kept showing it on camera.
I've only heard things about how they presented Mario. I haven't actually seen much in terms of how it plays and everything like that.
Okay, so let's talk about the conference first. First of all, I want to say one thing real quick. Similar to Ubisoft, Nintendo's conference threw me because Nintendo leading up to it kept releasing announcements saying, we're talking about Mario Odyssey and Pokken. And that was it. We're talking about Mario Odyssey and Pokken. And they just kept repeating that. And I flat out said that the day of the conference. I'm like, guys, I'm not expecting anything. They're going to show Mario, which I'm already sold on, and then they'll show Pokken.
I thought this was going to be another Breath of the Wild situation where they're just going to show Mario extensively and have nothing else.
So first thing they showed, let's go down here, make a timestamp, is Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Yay! We're getting a new Xenoblade, yay!
Now, let me go ahead and say that I think this is awesome. I didn't actually really get into Xenoblade, the first one, that much. When I did the rumination of it, it just felt a little bit like they didn't quite know where they were going with that. From what I understand, the second one, I don't remember what it's called. It's the one that's not directly connected.
X.
Yeah,
Xenoblade
X. Xenoblade X is better in some ways and worse in others. So, like, they're learning their lessons. And then now we have Xenoblade Chronicles 2, so arguably Xenoblade 3 here. And they do seem to be pushing several things that I think they should. Lots of character customization, lots of leveling, lots of story. The combat looks quite a bit interesting, actually. They only showed a little bit of it, but everything they showed looks good. I'm with it. I do want to say one thing, because this came out after the conference. One of the developers, said that they... I'm sorry, this is so stupid. They said that they feel that Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is a sequel to Xenoblade Chronicles 1 in the sense that it's a story-driven RPG.
I'm sorry, I had to reboot my brain there. They said what?
This is not a joke. In fact, that's a direct quote of story-based RPG is word for word. And... that doesn't mean anything. That's the point. Well, here's the relevance, though.
That's like saying water is wet or the sky is blue. Like, yeah, it's a story-based RPG, so of course it's a sequel.
But people were asking... Yeah, I know, right? People were asking, is this directly connected to Chronicles 1? Because the only previous Xeno games with numbers connect to each other. The Xenosagas, right?
Yes, yeah.
And
yeah, the Xenosagas,
the basic the answer was no. So, I really don't want to sound negative, but that makes me go, what? Well, why are you calling it Chronicles 2, first of all? And
why are you attaching the Xenoblade name to it?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not connected.
Why not call it Xeno Mace?
Xeno something.
Xeno something. I mean, I'm okay with you keeping the theme because it's still clearly a Xeno game. I'm with that. But don't call it Xenoblade Chronicles 2 if it's not Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Everything else looks cool, though. So we'll see. We'll see.
I also think that Xenoblade Chronicles X is guilty of this as well, unfortunately.
Nah, true enough. There's a new Kirby game.
Xenoverse. God damn it, psychotic.
Xenoverse. There you go. We've got it. There's a new Kirby game. It's a Kirby game. That I know that sounds dull, but honestly, Kirby games have been...
we're gonna get a new Kirby game.
They've been kind of knocking it out of the park with the last few Kirby games, in my opinion. Ever starting with the Wii. They just started getting good again, and so I have actually enjoyed every single Kirby game since the Wii one came out. This one's gonna have four-party co-op, which sounds amazing.
Sweet.
They're gonna have new gameplay. They're bringing back combo moves, which is awesome, and mixing abilities, which is awesome. They're adding in a new overworld map. I mean, it's a new Kirby game. It looks good. I'm with it. Let's do it.
Wait. Did you say mixing abilities?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Yes. Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, my God, yes.
Oh, sorry. Zagoten is correct. I'm sorry. The second Wii one is the one I'm referencing. Not Yarn Kirby or what the hell was it?
Right.
That one was kind of lackluster and blah, just like most of the previous ones. It was the second one, Return to Dreamland. That's the one. Return to Dreamland was great, and then I have enjoyed the ones since Return to Dreamland. So that's awesome.
Actually does make a good point regarding Xenoblade. But
Well,
yeah.
that absolutely makes sense. I just wish that they would be consistent about it and call Xenoblade Chronicles X Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and then call this one Xenoblade Chronicles 3. If you're gonna do it, commit to it. That's all I ask. Just commit to it.
If they're going to make it Monolith Soft's answer to Final Fantasy, they should make it Monolith Soft's answer to Final Fantasy.
Exactly. Or, and we've already discussed this, you could do Xenoblade different subtitle, like you do with the Tales of series. Tales of Berseria, Tales of, Symphonia, Tales of blah. You
we
do something like that.
we think that this and this element have, so we're going to make it Tales of Berseria.
Yeah, exactly. There are ways to do this without being inconsistent and confusing about it. Moving on.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say about this, but there's going to be a Switch game on the Pokemon. Or a Pokemon game on the Switch.
A Switch game on the Pokemon.
It's going to be a Pokemon running around.
You can play your Nintendo Switch on your Pikachu.
But there is going to be a Pokemon game on the Switch.
It's actually going to be the first fully fledged Pokemon RPG on a console.
Yep, that's why this is big news.
That's big.
Yeah, for those of you not aware, that's why that's big news. We've had console...
What is this, the 20th anniversary of Pokemon? Or, no, 21st. And
I don't remember.
Finally, no, because Red and Green came out in 96. Or 95, I can't remember. But
I think you're right.
They're doing this.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited about that. They've had console Pokemon side games.
Yeah, they've had Stadium, they've had Coliseum, they've had Rumble, all that kind of stuff. Finally, we're getting an RPG. Yes, Pokemon Coliseum Gale of Darkness was an RPG. Yes.
I still call that a Gaiden game, to be completely blunt, though.
Yeah,
not bad, just a Gaiden game.
Because it's not quite the Pokemon formula.
Yeah, it's not a core Pokemon game. And I gotta be blunt, core Pokemon games have never disappointed me, not once. I have never not enjoyed one.
Not even Black and White, the first Black and White, really disappointed me all that much. Even though they were kind of lackluster compared to Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which came like immediately beforehand.
Yeah.
I really, really think that if they pull this off properly, it could be a really, really good direction for Pokemon to go in.
Yeah. So also they're making Metroid Prime 4. Now, I want to talk about the next game, which is Yoshi. Now, they actually showed a lot of gameplay in the post-conference of Yoshi. I've been calling it Paper Yoshi in my notes. I don't know what it's called. It's like working title Yoshi is how it's listed. Did you see any of Yoshi? I know you probably didn't get to see much of Nintendo.
I did not. I didn't actually see the Nintendo conference, so a lot of this is just coming at me secondhand. Okay. I did hear about Metroid Prime 4 from a friend of mine, and oh god, people are complaining because you teased them.
What? I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? I did the same thing Nintendo did.
We'll back up about.
I will back up. I will back up. Don't worry. I actually have a lot to talk about.
Actually, no. Let's do it after Mario Odyssey, because
that's when I was going to do it. That's exactly when I was going to do it. Yep. Hold with me, guys. Bear with me, okay?
We are going to talk about that thing that exists.
There's a thing. Let me rearrange the order here. Just put Metroid Prime down on the list. There we go. But yeah, no.
So I didn't actually see anything about Yoshi. I didn't know they were making a new Yoshi. So what can you tell me about that?
It looks so good. Okay, so first of all, it's 2.5D platformer. It has co-op mode, of course, which is amazing. It's a fairly typical Yoshi-style game in terms of collectible catching stuff, that kind of thing. But also on top of that, each stage has like a front and a back, and so you can like you go through once, and as you do stuff, you can shoot. I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Rather than shooting in 2 dimensions, you're shooting in 3. Does that make sense? So you could shoot
a 2.5D game. That seems like it would feel very weird.
Well, they were playing it pretty smoothly, but then again, they're used to it, so I don't know how that'll actually play live. But so that you could like shoot back into the background and knock something off in the background, or hit a bridge or a switch or whatever. And so when you go through the level the second time on the other side, that's when you'll see that will keep. You have knocked this thing over, so it's knocked over, and that can either help you or hurt you or help you get to collectives, that kind of a thing. Other than that, it looks like a Yoshi game, but it looks like a really good Yoshi game. I actually rather enjoyed Woolly World a lot, so I'm really looking forward to this. Really looking forward to that. And unfortunately, I don't actually have much else to say about it. Again, they did show a lot of gameplay of it because Nintendo'd this year, which is weird. They're also showing off a Fire Emblem Warriors game, which is a...
Woo! Fire Emblem, and it's going to be a Warriors game. Oh my god, yes.
Now, I don't know which one this is a remake of. I know it has Marth. I don't know which of the three, if I'm not mistaken, this is a remake of, or if it's a remake of all three, or if it's a remake of two of the three, or what, I don't know. But it looks great. I'm actually really excited to play this. I've actually been hoping, like, quietly in the back of my mind, for proper remakes of the older Fire Emblems, like, basically before 7, so I could go play them and enjoy them. And so this is probably going to be a day one buy for me, just on faith. We'll see. I don't know what they're doing with it, but we do know for a fact it is a remake of one of the older ones. They said that flat out. They just didn't really clarify which, and the Fire Emblem series, I'm not sure which one's which anyways, other than 7 and I think 12 are the two I know. So...
Yeah. But yeah, it is a mashup, as several people are saying. It's not really much of a remake. It's just, you know, we're gonna take all of this and put it into a blender.
That's not what I heard. So I suppose... Really? No, I'm serious. That's not what I heard. I heard that it was a remake, and then the mashup thing was kind of like, what do they call it? The Xenologues, or the Paralogues they do in the modern ones.
Yeah, no, I heard quite differently from that.
Huh.
Because as Absolclaw says, it's
a Muso.
It's not really a Fire Emblem game. Well, Muso is the Warriors thing, Hyrule Warriors, Dynasty Warriors, stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So it plays like one of those, but with characters from Fire Emblem. So it's going to be a bit like Hyrule Warriors.
Okay.
They have, you know, you have Midna, you have Fi, you have Ganon, you have Zelda, you have everything like that, and it's not really connected to the overall storyline.
You gotta give me a second now, because I'm apparently mixing up my titles is what's happening, because I know they're doing a remake of a Fire Emblem game.
Really?
And apparently Warriors is absolutely not that game.
Yeah, no, Warriors is gonna be awesome, because... Oh, yes. But yeah, I am a huge fan of the Warriors format, as I know you are as well. So I honestly think this is gonna be pretty awesome.
Yeah,
you're thinking of
Echoes.
Fire Emblem Echoes.
I am thinking of Echoes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. My bad. I was thinking of Echoes, so let me rewind my thoughts. Woo, a Fire Emblem Warriors game! I'm excited of it because it's a Warriors game. There you go. Sorry, I don't know how I got my wires crossed on that one, other than the fact that I haven't got a lot of
Well, you've also referred to Fire Emblem Fates as Fire Emblem Echoes Fates, so I can totally get where you're having trouble with titles.
I don't know which one's which. I'm sorry, guys. I know Awakening, and I know 7. That's all I know. That's all I know. I am...
You should play Fates. It's actually really good.
I want to.
It's not as good as Awakening, but it's still pretty good.
Ow. Shifting gears a bit, I am still excited about this. I am still really looking forward to it. You're right about the mashup thing, obviously. Duh. I'm curious what story they're going to go with. Hyrule Warriors did have a story. Not the greatest, but it was there.
It wasn't that great, but it was there. It was more of an excuse plot, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it was still fun.
Yeah, I actually really hope they port it to Switch, because I will buy it with the new 3DS content, because I will buy that.
No question, they will. They will.
Speaking of which, Smash on Switch, anybody? Anyway, so next thing, I don't really have much to share here, except that I think that they did this right. Breath of the Wild, they showcased the Champions DLC, which is the story DLC they hinted at earlier this year, back in February or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm with it. The thing is, they didn't showcase much, but they shouldn't. And I know that sounds weird.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. My opinion on this is they showed a lot of Breath of the Wild itself last year. Yeah. Right? So I think that from now on, they should kind of keep things under wraps, because then people will have a reason to buy it, and they'll have a reason to really look forward to it, without having everything being spoiled for them, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And in fact, as you pointed out, the trailer they showed didn't spoil a damn thing for the existing game, which is awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But more to the point, we know at least the focus of it will be on the Champions, which has all kinds of possibilities, which I'm very excited about. And just to mention this, they also did show a lot of gameplay for the challenge mode thing. And both challenge modes, actually. There's the dungeon thing, like the trials thing, and then there's the challenge mode where you just go into an area and you have nothing and everything's stronger. And so it's not like they didn't showcase the DLCs, it's just the one they shouldn't showcase they didn't. So I think they did that very correctly. That's all I have to say about that. I'll probably pick that up.
Well, I'll pick it up when I get a Switch and when I get Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
So
2082.
Hopefully one of these days.
No,
no, I'll probably pick one up this year sometime.
Now, the next thing I'll mention, I'm just going to mention this in brief, because this was something they didn't even announce at the conference. This was just in the post thing. They're making a Mario and Luigi 1 proper remake on the 3DS.
I did not hear about this. You're going to have to talk about this.
I'm so excited about this. So, for those of you not aware, I am a huge fan of the Mario RPGs, the Paper Marios, and the Mario and Luigis. And the Mario and Luigi's, for those of you not aware, I know Timus knows this, so forgive me, but for those of you not aware, the Mario and Luigi actually has pretty good continuity amongst them. Like, the events of one game matter in the next one. And they acknowledge it, and characters have arcs across games. It's not super continuity. It's not like Babylon 5, but it's way more than most other games of this variety, and so I love it.
Especially when you consider Mario, because Mario, for all intents and purposes, has a very disconnected continuity.
Exactly. So, Mario & Luigi 1 is the one that doesn't really fit of all of them thus far. It's the one that goes all the way back. It was on the GBA. It's harder to get a hold of a copy of it. It doesn't play quite as well, and in many ways, it feels worse. And of course it does. It was the first time they tried that. It's
first installment weirdness.
Exactly. So they're proper remaking it. They're polishing it. It's completely new graphics based off of the new 3DS stuff. They're polishing how the actual like the bros moves works and the combos, and they're polishing up the dialogue. It's just, it looks really, really good. But all of that wouldn't quite make it a proper remake. They have to add more, and what they're adding is Bowser's minions. So, this isn't quite a spoiler, but in Mario & Luigi 1, Bowser's not the bad guy. I say that's not a spoiler because he's not a bad guy like any of them. So, he keeps having issues with some of the real villains of Mario & Luigi 1, and so there's going to be a secondary, background, whatever game where we play as Bowser's minions, chasing after him, trying to help him and save him as he constantly keeps getting attacked by, you know, this guy and that girl and this person and all that fun stuff. And the gameplay of that looks a little threadbare. It's the one thing that made me kind of go, okay, that's not super interesting. But it's a basic, you set up your strat ahead of time, and then you sit back and watch it play. It's pre-battle strategy. It's set up your team, and then your mass of Goombas and Koopas go fight their mass of Beans and whatever. And there is actual story to this secondary mode, which is why I think I can at least, you know, hopefully put the label of proper remake onto this.
It seems like it, yeah.
But even if that doesn't quite qualify, I'm still going to buy the hell out of this because of the reasons I already mentioned.
I will say, since they're doing a proper remake, they need to bring Shimomura back, and they need to redo the music.
Oh, I hope so. I hope they do. I really hope they do.
I mean, obviously they're not going to keep using the GBA music, but I hope that they don't just go ahead and just polish up the music that they've got. I hope that they go the extra mile with it.
I agree, absolutely. Yeah, by the way, for those of you not aware, Yoko Shimomura is the composer for the Mario & Luigi series.
That is reason enough for you guys to buy it if you like any of her music.
Seriously. She also did the music for Super Mario RPG, for those of you not aware of that. It was actually one of her first games ever.
She does... Does she do Paper Mario? Because I know that she basically does... Her two big works are the Mario RPGs and Kingdom Hearts.
No, she's not on she's not on the paper team, unfortunately. But anyways, so that's awesome, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, Mario Odyssey. I'm going to go ahead and give my...
Prepare to sit down for 50 minutes and talk about this.
I'm gonna give my gut reaction. God, it looks so fun to play! I can't wait to play it! Okay, now that I got that out of the way.
My gut reaction is, oh my god, the hat possession mechanic is legitimately horrifying when you think about it.
Oh, it is. There's this section where you possess this little onion guy, and the girl's like, oh, I love how cute he is. And his face looked like, kill me! Please kill me, there's a hat on my head. Like, you gotta watch Futurama with the brain slugs.
Yes, exactly, the brain slime thing, yeah.
Let me go ahead and say that when the Mario Odyssey trailer first launched, most everyone was like, oh, that looks terrible. But Pax and I both had the exact same reaction, which was, this looks really fun.
Here's the thing, it looks like the most interesting Mario game the most fun 3D Mario game I've seen since probably Sunshine.
I was actually
And
gonna
I know
say
a lot of people don't like Sunshine because, oh, well, Sunshine's just 64 with a water jetpack. But, you know, like, Galaxy was just that in a 3D environment, which it was good, but it's not really something I was very interested in. Galaxy 2 was just Galaxy plus Yoshi. 3D Land and 3D World were pretty good, but at the same time, you know, they're very, very basic. So I think that Odyssey is really, really going to knock it out of the park when it comes to the 3D Mario format.
I agree completely. They actually name dropped Sunshine. So in fact, it was kind of a meme. I kept typing stuff in chat, and then the lady would say
they
it.
did?
What?
Kept name dropping Sunshine.
Yeah, they really did. The geek lady who I mentioned earlier, the blue-haired chick, was like, yeah, so we're really calling back to Sunshine with the design of some of the levels and how you can do this and this and that and that. And I'm like, yeah. They have done it. I don't even have words. Okay, step back. I really liked Mario Sunshine. In my opinion, Sunshine is superior to 64 for the simple reason that they figured out what they were doing by the time Sunshine came out, and it showed.
Yeah.
Like Roxanne just said, Sunshine was Super Mario 64 2, but in the same way that Mega Man 2 was Mega Man 2 to Mega Man 1. They clearly moved forward with it. Yeah, exactly what Takoida's saying there in chat. And I really like that concept. They showed so much gameplay. They showed like 3 hours of people just sitting and playing Mario Odyssey.
It was Breath of the Wild again.
It was just
they were presenting
it was across the 3 days. It was like an hour each day.
Okay.
And each time they kept showing new stuff. The lands look amazing. Coins actually have value for purchasing cosmetic items and quest items. There's local coins.
I want to touch on the coin thing for a bit.
Go ahead.
It seems like they have coins that are specific to certain regions.
Yes.
Because in the desert region, I believe it was like Egyptian almost, they had these little purple triangles. And if those are the new coins for that area, that's pretty awesome from a world building perspective.
Each area has its own purple coin. What I mean by that is they're all purple, but they all look different, and they can only purchase stuff within their area, within their region.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
And I'm really excited about that. I love the idea that you can, while you're playing dress up, you're always going to have a hat, so whichever hat you want still functions. It's basically transmog. So if you want to walk around and play the whole game with sombrero, you totally freaking can. The controls look very smooth. Every time I saw them actually playing, it was just zoop. There's hidden areas. The zones are huge. Just absolutely gigantic. Like I can't overemphasize how huge each kingdom, that's what they're calling them, kingdoms are. Like
yeah, because like I heard a lot about what are they calling it? New Donk City, I think. Yeah, I got a few looks of that, and I'm like, okay, this looks like it's going to be probably the biggest Mario game ever in terms of each zone size.
Oh, they showed a lot of the desert and the forest areas as well. I forget their names. But, like, imagine the main city of New Donk City. Like, picture that in your head real quick. And they were showing that equivalent size in the forest area. And then they went, like, around a corner, and then there's another equivalent size area. And then they go up and go over and go across this thing, and then there's a third equivalent size area. This is all the same level.
Yeah.
It is absolutely gigantic.
That is insane.
Yeah, no, and of course there's secret areas. You can put your hat on tons of things. You have to beat them to get their hat. I mean, oh my god, hang on, let me look at my notes.
Yeah.
You can control tanks. Literally.
You can control T-Rexes.
T-Rexes, you can control It's actually apparently pretty hard to do that. There's no kick out. This is one of the things that I mentioned that she talked about.
You thought there was going to be like a timer, and it was just going to boot you out after the end.
Or it was going to be like Mario 64 or Mario Sunshine, where when you get a shine or you get a star, you go back to the hub.
Okay, right.
But in this case, you pick up a star or shine. It's like, dude, you got the thing, and then you're still right there.
It kind of reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie in that respect, because you can go in, you can get all 10 jigsaws, and then go out.
Also, there's these pseudo 2D sections, which go from 2D to 3D smoothly in the level, which also add their own little new mechanics. God, I've got a bunch of things mentioned here. Lives have been removed and effectively replaced with coins.
Finally.
Yeah, now here's the thing. They didn't go all the way with it, but I actually think that's a good move. Lives were always a redundant system. Like, when I played through Mario 3D World, we had, like, 99 lives sitting around by World 2. It was a joke.
Yeah, lives are for the arcades, let's be honest.
So, the fact that coins replace lives, you might think, well, that's just getting rid of the middleman.
Yeah, it's cutting out the middleman.
But, since coins have a use, other than getting lives...
Yeah, you can actually buy stuff now.
So
outrageous.
I'm really hopeful that we get to see more of what we can purchase with yellow coins, because they didn't show a lot of that. They kept saying, I want to show you this, but I can't. I want to show you this, but I can't. They showed off some of the purple coin purchases. That's more the hat changes I mentioned earlier. So that's cool, though. I like that. It's still punishing, but not super punishing. We'll see. It depends. The villains are evil wedding planners who are working for Bowser.
Interesting.
The plot, of course, because this is a main Mario game, there isn't much of one, is Bowser is getting married, and so he has hired evil wedding planners who are apparently really dedicated to their job to make sure that this wedding goes perfectly. And so there's a lot of wedding-themed stuff across the world.
Yeah. You mentioned the whole Dapper Bowser amiibo.
Yeah, the Dapper... I'm going to try. I don't know if I'm going to succeed. It's not even for sale yet. I'm going to try to buy Dapper Bowser.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a huge collector's item, I'll bet.
Oh, I'm sure. What else? Pauline. So I actually noticed this immediately, that Pauline was in it. I want to know real quick.
Are you serious?
Hang on, before you say anything, Rocks. I want to know how many people in chat know who Pauline is. Real question.
You immediately got my attention.
I'm just going to sit here for a second. Hey, I managed to get a hold of a Switch. That took some effort. Now, what's funny is I typed that in chat when they first showed her, and I was like, wait, was that Pauline?
And people had no idea.
Yeah, there was quite a few people. There were a couple people who got it.
You guys are so...
Pauline, there's a game called...
Donkey Kong.
And there's this guy named Jumpman, actually.
Jumpman,
And there's Donkey Kong.
I've never heard of this. I've never ever heard of this.
And then there's Pauline, and she's the one you're rescuing in Donkey Kong. Now, Pauline kind of vanished for, I think, 12 years. It was a while. She came back for the
she has
side
come
series.
back. Yeah.
They have a whole puzzle series on the portables called I actually don't remember what they're called. They're puzzle games, and Pauline is in those. So they finally decided to bring Pauline back. She is actually the mayor, the leader of New Donk City.
Of New Donk, yeah, I've heard about that.
And she's apparently she was elected. She's effectively the leader of the entire kingdom. There's actually an interview about this after the conference. So she is the equivalent of a queen or a princess or whatever you want to call it of New Donk's kingdom. And awesome. I think that's really cool. But I just have to find it amusing that they finally decided to bring, of all characters, Pauline back, and then and she's in that city. That makes perfect sense though, because they're already going with the more Sims style humans as opposed to the Mario style humans there, so that makes sense to me.
Right. Yeah.
And the more they showed, the more I wanted to play it. Like they just kept I can't summarize. They just kept showing it.
It's kind of like Breath of the Wild. The more we saw of it last E3, everybody just got more and more and more and more interested, you know?
Absolutely. So, I'll stop teasing you guys. Metroid Prime 4.
Metroid Prime 4. Woo!
My gut reaction is the obvious one. I actually got just a little bit teary. I'm not even ashamed to admit that. I got actually emotional.
I specifically, as soon as I saw Logan, the other guy who was representing KH13, he tweeted out, you know, Metroid Prime 4 has been announced. I immediately went to YouTube to look up that trailer. And
such as it was.
Such as it was. You know, the Screw Attack logo and then a 4.
Now, we do actually have a couple things to talk about here. This is why I wanted to shove this down to the bottom of the list. First of all, I absolutely love the Prime series. Prime 1 is among my top 30 games of all time.
I love all three of them.
I love all three, but 1 is it just shoves itself.
But Prime 1 is, yeah.
It absolutely adore it. There's actually a surprising large amount of room in the timeline of Metroid for Prime 4 to fit. So that, I mean, I'm very curious where it's going to be. Because remember, for those who don't know, where Primes happen before 2, which happens before Super. 2 leads directly into Super. So
I actually wonder if this is going to be Prime 4 immediately after 3, and then have that lead into the Metroid 2 remake.
I actually am thinking that's exactly what they're going to do, because that's what I'd do. That's why I would release that teaser alongside the Metroid Prime 2
alongside the Samus Returns thing, yeah.
Because otherwise there's not actually a lot of reason, marketing-wise, to do that, at least not intelligently speaking. Now, let's go ahead and make this clear. The Prime 4 teaser was exactly that. Let's not call it a trailer. It was a teaser.
It is a teaser.
Now,
they showed the screw attack, they showed a 4, and then they showed the logo.
However,
they didn't even have a release date.
Yeah, no release date, no gameplay, no nothing. So we have no idea when or how or anything. However, I do want to say one thing. I think? I looked this up, and I'm pretty sure it was 3 E3s ago. They had an interview with Miyamoto who said, yes, we are working with the Retro team on 2 new Metroid games. Now,
okay.
one of those turned into Federation Force, and that we know that definitively. The other one,
ouch,
no one ever said anything about. And you ever get that thing where you start to question yourself? Like you're not sure if you remember that quite right? So,
yes. Did you go back and actually look at this? And
yeah, I did. I actually confirmed after the Prime 4 announcement. I was like, I just want to remember. But apparently, see, here's the thing. Apparently, that's
what
actually
Jaywalk keeps saying is like Prime 4 is not a retro game, and that breaks my heart.
We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know who's making Prime 4. What we do know is retro.
It's just not confirmed to be retro, whereas retro is not confirmed. You know, it's not out of the question.
What is happening, and this is actually kind of conjecture. I want to make that clear because people are being vague for some friggin' reason. Retro was working on the Metroid 2 remake, which we're not actually talking about yet, but I just mentioning it. And then they stopped for some reason, and they were pulled off that project. And then what was done, the pre-work and the engine and all that had been put in there was handed off to, I forget their names, the Lords of Shadow people. And they are the ones who actually finished the Metroid the Metroid 2 remake. They're the ones who actually carried that forward. So I have no idea what Retro's working on anymore at this point, because I assumed, quite logically, that it was one of the two, and I don't know at this point. And I haven't been able to find any interviews clarifying or anything like that. I don't know.
I don't know what to think.
Although
they've got to be working on something, right?
That being said, a Donkey Kong with the level of quality of the last two on the Switch, sold. Anyways, so we have no idea. Yes, I think Zagoten's behind me. But Mercury Steam, that's the name of the people who took up the mantle after they kind of fell apart with the Metroid 2 thing.
Right.
So all we know really is that Metroid Prime 4 exists, that someone is working on it.
And here's the thing about what Max Time is saying. He's saying, Prime 4 isn't one of them. But remember, the Metroid 2 remake, they were swapped out for a new, Steam, whatever.
Steam
Mercury Steam.
Mercury Steam, that's it.
Yeah. So they could be doing the same thing with Prime 4, have someone in-house working on it and then transfer it to Retro when they really want to polish it up and get it working,
Hang on just a second. Jaywalk's quoting something without context. I'm going to look it up. Because I want to see what he's talking about. What's funny is we know for a fact that Retro's doing something right now. They've not only been hiring people, but some of their developers have been tweeting things. I've actually talked about this during Loreweek. And they've been rather teasy about it.
Even if it's just a new Donkey Kong, I will be in favor of that because I love Donkey Kong. I love the way they've been handling that.
Yeah, agreed. Like I said, a Donkey Kong Wikipedia on Metroid Prime 3 page? Alright, citation needed. Hang on.
The problem with Wikipedia is it can be edited by anyone. You're going to have to give us a proper source for that.
I'm looking. Hang on. Give me a minute. Alright.
It didn't, Golvig. She actually ended on pretty good terms with the Federation in Prime 3.
Yeah, it wasn't until Fusion that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Here's the citation, which is... Boop. This is actually from last week. Let's see what it is here.
Okay.
According to Bill Trinan, who works at Nintendo of America, instead, Nintendo producer Kensuke Tanabe is overseeing the project with a new team. Tanabe acted as producer on Metroid Prime, as well as recent releases such as Federation Force and Color Splash. Blah, 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 blah. Prime 4 is apparently due out next year. That's news to me.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. And of course, then the next thing is, this leaves us wondering what's going on with Retro, because I agree. Okay, so I'll consider that definitive for the moment. Apparently, Retro is definitively not working on Prime 4, which is really confusing.
That is extremely confusing, because Prime is their baby.
And also that means that they took them off the other team, assuming that information is correct, of course, for an unknown reason.
Yeah.
Like, all of this lined up perfectly, except for the fact that they're not working on Prime 4. I really wonder what's going on. Anyways.
I wonder if... I hope that this new team, whoever it is at least getting consultation from Retro, because...
Oh, I hope so.
You know, having them just do it without any sort of guidance from the guys who made Prime what it is, it could end up being really, really disastrous, you know?
Well, now, in the interest of hopefulness, I guess...
I at least have faith.
Well, I'm buying the hell out of this game. But I will say this, almost all of the really good Metro games were actually made by, like, this studio, but also these guys and these guys and these guys from these other studios. Like, Super Metroid's a great example of that, which was actually technically made by 3 separate studios, each one contributing a little bit. So, it's entirely possible, God, I hope, that Retro is at least, like, some people from
Retro is at least involved.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They might not actually be making it.
If not in an official capacity, that they'll have some of the staff there consulting, maybe working on some of the code.
Exactly.
Stuff like that.
So, fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. Metroid Samus Returns, I am way more excited about. And I know that sounds weird, but 2 reasons. First of all, a Metroid announcement was totally unexpected at all.
Yeah.
And then immediately following that with a second Metroid announcement? With actual gameplay? What? Even in the conference, they showed gameplay from the game, which was just, whoa. They actually...
Well, apparently they're really far along with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were just...
They've been working on it since, what, 2014?
Yeah, it's been several years
Which
now.
would explain why they pulled AM2R when they did.
Yeah, and it's actually funny. A lot of people had the comment, oh, no wonder they pulled that. But, I mean, I agree that them pulling it was stupid.
Obviously Nintendo needs to protect their IPs, so I do understand that. I don't understand it for Pokemon Uranium, but I do understand it for AM2R. However, it does make a lot of sense in hindsight, because, you know, they do that, and then at E3 they go ahead and...
Yeah, I guarantee
it actually
you.
reminds me a lot of... It reminds me a lot of the Type 0 HD announcement, because we actually got the release of a fan translation of Type 0, I think a week or 2 before then, and then Square pulls that. We have no idea what's going on, and then suddenly, oh, by the way, Type 0 HD.
Yeah, by the way, sorry, we've actually... And the thing I like about this, and this is true with Metroid as well, you have to keep in mind, that's... They plan these events months in advance, so when AMR2 was released... They already knew they were going to be talking about this at E3. And, of course, so there's the legal bullcrap.
We need to pull the plug on that and prepare for E3, you know?
Yeah. Anyways, they had, again, during the Nintendo Direct, or not Nintendo Direct, sorry, the Treehouse, they actually had them sitting there playing it. It looks really fun. They're adding, this is definitely, without question, a proper remake, by the way. In addition to the touching it up, adding new areas, and adding there's new mechanics, there's new features, there's like something you have a finite resource of, which you can use for special abilities, like the scanning pulse, which reveals nearby map on the bottom half of the 3DS. There's free aiming completely. You have this counterattack you can do, this melee counterattack. They're adding teleport hubs so to help with backtracking, so you can just bzzz over there instead of walking all the way through the zone, you know?
That's good, because I remember playing Metroid 2 on the Game Boy, and let's just say hunting down the Metroids was kind of tedious when you had to backtrack so far.
Oh, you know? Absolutely. Oh, speaking of which, there's also there's a Metroid nearby indicator.
Oh, good.
Which is nice. So, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, again, I feel weird. I don't have much else to say other than yes. I am really, really excited for this. I want to, even if I wasn't interested in this, I would buy this to support doing proper remakes. Yes, teleports are optional. Absolutely 100% optional. You can totally track back.
You can backtrack if you choose.
If you want to do it, it's up to you. Oh yeah, you can mark the map too. You can put the stylus boop there, put a little note saying
that
remember
very
this.
Good.
Yeah, it looks really great. I mean, again, they just showed off a lot of gameplay of it, and it looks phenomenal. Now I have one last thing, and then I'm going to kind of give it over to Roximus to give his why E3 sucked this year commentary.
Thank you.
I looked at this. I made a list of all the games that I'm pretty much sold on right now, and when they're coming out. This is kind of crazy, guys. So, Mario XCOM is coming out the 29th of August.
This year?
This year. That's coming out in a month and a half.
Jesus.
XCOM 2's DLC, or expansion, excuse me, is coming out the 29th of August. Divinity Original Sin 2, which I know I didn't really mention much, is coming out officially September 14th. Metroid 2, the 3DS game I just talked about, is coming out September 15th. The Dishonored 2 DLC is coming out September 15th. Shadow of War 2, or Mordor 2, whatever the hell it's called, is coming out October 10th. South Park's coming out October 17th. Mario Odyssey is October 27th. Assassin's Creed Origin is October 27th. Wolfenstein 2 is October 27th. And Call of Duty is November 3rd. All of these are coming out this year, and I'm going to be doing something for the show for every single one of these. And oh my god!
Oh yeah, you didn't talk about Sonic Mania or Sonic Forces. I will just briefly say yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I actually completely spaced that. I forgot to write that in my notes because I didn't see anything.
Oh, you were going to talk about both of them?
Yeah. Well, I was going to talk about Sonic Forces.
Both were playable, and they were really, really good.
Yeah, Sonic Forces, that's the one where you can make your own character, right? Just to be clear.
Yes, that is the OC creator.
That's the Generations
every
one,
fanfic writer's dream.
Well, even ignoring that, it looks like Generations 2, and you know what? Done. Sold.
Yes.
I like Generations. Yes. So, yeah, I'm excited about that. And apparently that's coming out in August or is that coming out in August? I don't remember.
Because Mania is coming out very, very late summer. But Forces is actually coming out this year as well.
Okay, so I'm going to have to add that to the list as well. God. I'm going to have to stagger this.
I'll talk about it later.
Well, I was going to say, like, just give you an example, guys. I'm probably going to do, for example, Wolfenstein 2 first, because it's the shortest. And then I'll probably do Mario, because it's the one I'm most excited about. And then I'll probably do Assassin's Creed last, because it's probably the longest. And because all three of those come out on the same day. So
yeah, what the hell? Like, how am I going to hold all these games, you know?
Anyways, Rox, I yield the floor to you. Please tell me about how E3 sucks.
Okay, so we had a lot of amazing announcements this year, and we also had a lot of crap announcements. A lot of people said, you know, the conferences themselves were kind of lackluster because they didn't show much new, which I can agree with. But at the same time, you have a lot of release date announcements to kind of back that up. However, on the show floor, I'm going to say something that a lot of people are going to disagree with. I do not think E3 should be open to the public.
Elitism! Elitism!
I do not think E3...
I'm sorry.
Let me explain this. E3 has always been a media and industry-focused event, whereas PAX, and this is where I'm tying in the whole PAX thing, PAX is very much consumer-focused, and PAX is where it should be consumer-focused.
Agreed.
Because,
sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to insert something. E3 is one event a year. PAX is like 6.
Yes,
so
PAX is PAX East, PAX Prime, PAX South, PAX North. I think they have a PAX North now.
Yes, they do, and they also have a PAX Australia, which just started.
Okay, so they have 5 events.
So the point is, they did that very specifically because of the crowd problem. Because it's for gamers, and more people should be able to go, so they make more events, so that more people can spread out and go. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
That's for us. That makes sense that that's for us. Sorry. I just wanted to say that because E3 is like the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
Continue.
E3 has always been media and industry focused. I looked up the attendance numbers while I was Ubering back to the hotel. 68,400 in attendance.
Damn.
Now, I know for a fact they aren't going to rescind this because the ESA made a lot of money.
Yeah.
So of course they're going to keep it around.
Yeah.
My main problem is I really feel for a lot of the media people that were there, because a lot of them, unlike me, had to cover multiple games. You know, I feel for anyone who had to cover Mario and Rabbids, because
oh dear God,
no media priority. Whereas, you know, I didn't need to cover Dissidia, but I wanted to. I got to play it 3 times, and the only reason I didn't play it more was because I felt that other people should get a turn.
Yeah. Now, call me unpopular here, but I actually agree with Roximus on this, because, now, granted, I kind of think E3 should stop existing. I hate to say that.
I do also want to give a personal anecdote, but go ahead.
Before ignoring it non-existing, I do think that E3 should pick something, because I noticed this during this year. One of the oldest comments is that E3 isn't for us; it's for the money people, it's for the suits, and yet they keep pretending it isn't, and they keep marketing as if it isn't.
I was there as media, Norlex.
Yeah, he had a pass and everything.
Yeah.
And so, as much as I hate to say this, I think they need to just pick a side with E3 and stick with it. Be the boring corporate thing, or be the gamer thing of awesome. Pick one.
I do agree, like, in terms of the conferences, I agree that making it interesting is something that I'm in favor of. I don't like the whole boring thing when it comes to the conferences. However, on the show floor, I do think that it should be a lot more business focused. You know, have the games, show them off, but don't make a spectacle out of that, because that is where people like me go to find out about our games. If Kingdom Hearts 3, this is my personal anecdote, if Kingdom Hearts 3 shows up next year, I need to cover that. Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to be one of the most popular games at the show. And thank God for Square Enix having their goddamn heads out of their asses when it comes to actually organizing the event, because I will probably be able to actually cover it. However, if they open it up to the public, well, things are going to be a bit hectic. And I just think that if you have it very business oriented, there's going to be a lot more people like me who are going to be able to do our things and not be impeded by Disneyland level lines, you know?
Yeah. Worse than Disneyland in some cases.
Actually, yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, guys. I actually am being disingenuous because I forgot to say the other half of my opinion. It's what people in chat are already saying. I don't think the conferences should be a thing at E3 at all. I mean, if you want to do, every big company does a conference at this time of year during E3, that's fine, but do them online. It's 2017.
Yeah. Don't do them in person. Do them direct. Do them like Square Enix Presents. Do them like Devolver Digital.
It will, yeah, exactly. It will be a lot cheaper for you guys, and we'll still see all the announcements and all the things you want to showcase. I mean, God's sakes, this is what Nintendo's been doing for forever. Nintendo did that this year, actually. And then,
I do want to talk about what Zigoten did after you talk about your thing.
Okay, but then I agree. We need the game, as we still have a games media. We still have people like Rox. You know, it's not all IGN, right? So we need people to be on the floor with the game in hand to give a hands-on opinion. That's the whole point of that, right? And so I absolutely
gave an analysis of the trailer for Kingdom Hearts 3, but being able to actually play it, if there had been a demo of the Olympus Coliseum area, I would need to cover that, and I would want to cover that, and I don't want the crowd getting in the way.
Exactly. I mean, I hate to sound so horrible, but again, we have other things for us, for gamers to go and enjoy and play that. We need to have a floor that is there for the games media to give hands-on. And yes, I did the one, and yes, it was actually a lot of fun.
Now, what Zigoten says is somewhat correct. They had some publishers did have a separate building where they showed off their stuff, but that was not universal. like a lot of the indie developers, a lot of the smaller developers, and even a lot of the bigger publishers did not have huge booths, or not huge booths, but huge sections segmented off from the general public. Nintendo did kind of in the same building as where they were presenting everything else. Nintendo had a designated media section, so that people like me and Game Informer. I actually talked with a lot of Game Informer people at the airport on the way home, and they feel the exact same as I do, but even worse because they're not dedicated to one series or one company. They are games media, you know?
Yeah. Kind of me, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that now. I will say I feel that there's the misstep is a bit excusable because this is the first time they've ever done this,
and it shows.
And it definitely shows. I hope beyond all hope that they really iron it out. They limit the number of general public passes because I know they still want to do that, and I can respect that. You know, the ESA needs to earn money, and the E3 itself has a lot of mystique behind it. So I know that a lot of the public needs to try that. You know, all that kind of stuff. But it should not be a consumer-focused event first and foremost. It really shouldn't.
Also, it needs booth babes. I mean, what the hell? No, I'm kidding.
Actually, there were a couple booth babes there.
Really?
It was very awkward.
I thought they banned those.
No, it was incredibly awkward.
Wow.
Thank God the actual people there, you know, the officials and everything like that were so professional when it came to stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, that's all I've got for the 4-hour and 26-minute lore week, which absolutely destroys any previous lore week record. God.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else to add, Roxamus?
If I get invited to go next year, I will go next year.
Okay.
We'll do this whole shebang again and hope that it's better.
Well, I actually wanted to add one last thing to the end of that. I think this could have gone better if they had done if they'd known what they were getting into, basically. Because it so clearly is that they didn't. They had no idea
this is
what they were
This is the first time they've done this in years, so...
Yeah. Also, Aethel, if Games Media went away, I would go away too.
Yeah, I don't want Games Media to go away because, well, I enjoy what I do.
Don't make me go away, please. I'm going to go ahead and chop this off. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm also not colluding with developers, so...
I don't think developers know I exist, so I'm good on that one. Yeah. I am going to chop off the lore week. We are playing Heroes of the Storm. First come, first serve. See you there, guys.
I'm getting in. I'm going to